All right, Madam Clerk, we're going to start our commission meeting. Do we have a Lolo?
Nice meeting you. I'm good. How are you?
No. He's right there. He's in there. He's in there. Okay. Jesus. No, I need a clerk. So, okay.
What's my goodwill stuff? You didn't have to tell everyone.
Okay. All right, Madam Clerk, we're going to start our meeting for Tuesday, December 16th for 6 o'clock. Can you please do the roll call?
Commissioner Chernoff,
Here.
Commissioner Florimon,
Here.
Commissioner Smith, Commissioner Smuckler,
Present.
Commissioner Smith, Commissioner Sue,
Here.
Vice Mayor Daniela Jean,
Here.
Mayor Michael Joseph.
I'm here.
You have quorum, sir.
And we have invocation 2.1, Pastor Pinty Tillman.
No?
Invocation.
Right. You don't stand for invocation?
You don't have to stand. You can stand.
You
if
can?
want.
Amen.
I mean, 20 minutes. No, just kidding. I do want to take a point of privilege as we begin. Just this week has been a heavy week. There's been a lot reported in the news throughout our country and our world. Many things of anti-Semitic behavior incidents that threaten us across the United States and internationally. And I think that that causes us a moment for pause, and definitely something that we need to address and to think about. And the question that comes to my mind as we come to a time of prayer is, when did it become acceptable to attack people simply for who they are?
Right.
Across all of our faith traditions, loving our neighbors is part of who we are. And when we allow hatred to take root against any group, we all lose. Hate breeds fear, fear silences voices, and fear fractures communities and erodes democracy. With that in mind, let's go together in prayer. God of peace, God of memory, and God of justice and mercy, we come tonight carrying the weight of grief, of fear, of concern, and we lift before us our Jewish siblings and neighbors, all who live under the threat of hatred and violence. We pray for shalom, not calm, not shallow, but the deep peace that makes us whole, that heals what is broken, restores dignity, and completes what fear has fractured. In moments when hate grows loud, remind us that grace comes near. Give us courage for our voices to speak when silence would be easier. Give us integrity in our actions to stand with those who are targeted by hate and to choose love, even when it may cost us comfort. Open our eyes to see suffering clearly. Open our hearts to respond with compassion, and our minds for the work we are called to do, the work of justice, the work of protection, and peace. Unite us because we know that together we can create positive change. Together we can resist hate, and together we can choose a better life for each other. May it be so. Amen.
Amen. Next is the Pledge of Allegiance. Madam Clerk, do you have any requests for withdrawals, deferments, or additions?
Mr. Mayor, per the request of Commissioner Smith, item 9.4, which is resolution number R 2025-190, Eastern Shore Special Taxing District, First Edition, accepting the recommendation to retain Knights Protection Services for stationary guardhouse security services, that is being requested to be withdrawn from the consent agenda and heard first after we've completed all of the consent. At the request of Commissioner Sue, item number 9.9, which is resolution number R 2025-195, approving a task order with Ramba Consulting, that is being requested to be withdrawn from the consent agenda. At the request of Commissioner Sue, item number 9.12, resolution number R 2025-198, approving purchase orders for your office in J.C. White for workstation, that is being requested to be withdrawn from this agenda. At the request of Mayor Michael Joseph, in addition to the consent agenda, which will be resolution number R 2025-203. This is titled Denouncing the Anti-Semitic Attack Against the Jewish Community that occurred on December 14, 2025 at Bondi Beach, Sydney in Australia, being sponsored by the Mayor and Commission. A hard copy of that resolution has been placed on your individual areas. At the request of Vice Mayor Danielle Jean, item number 11.2, ordinance number 2025-09, establishing the Housing and Economic Development Department, that will be deferred to a future meeting. Those are the only changes that have been requested. Wait, hold on a second. One more. At the request of Commissioner Fortuna Smuckler, an item titled Police Detail will be added under discussion.
Madam 9.9 is being withdrawn, or
Sorry, repeat that?
9.9 is being what?
It's being brought down to discussion.
To discussion.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
And I wanted to ask about 15.5.
15.
Can't hear you.
15.5. Did you table that one?
Mr. Mayor,
Wait.
Give me a second,
Let-
please. Item 15.5, that's under discussion, per the request of Commissioner Sue. 15.5, which is Public Utilities Commission Authority. You're requesting to have that withdrawn from the agenda?
Tabled, please.
Same, okay, noted.
Commissioner Smith.
I'd like to discuss withdrawing the economic development with staff. If we have put the money into the budget, so if that's delayed to another date to discuss starting that board, what effects will it have on the budget, on the city, on starting this off?
Good evening, Mayor Commission. If the item is held, I'm not sure for how long, you'll see a savings as you won't be expending on staff. But in addition to that, there will be a pause on programming until we have the appropriate staff to implement them.
So a pause on programming seems to be something that we should pay attention to. I don't know why we're going to delay this vote. It's either a yes or no, and the money's put away. But when it comes to some of the things we're voting on now tonight, and that is workforce housing, et cetera, I think it's more important than ever that we have economic development established very strong. And I think it's important that we bring this forth. The money is there. I don't understand why the delay will make a difference. If there's somebody that wants to object, then we can do
I
that.
did. Thank you so much. If I'm recognized, Mr.
Yeah. Before we.
Thank you. I wanted to. I had asked since the budget hearing that I get a one-on-one with the plan that was implemented, not just the positions, not just the salaries, but an actual plan. If we're going to be putting together a department, which I think is necessary, I'm a strong advocate for economic development, but for us to allocate $1 million and not necessarily have a clear picture of what we're actually implementing, I think it's fair for us to have that, and I've requested that already. So I think it's fair in my seat for me to make that request. I agree that the programs are important, and if you look back, starting with ARPA and the historical reference of a lot of these programs, they have been a lot of instability within these programs. So each commissioner deserves to be fully briefed on how these programs will move forward.
All right. So just so to be clear, the only objection that we currently have is regarding that particular item. So I remember we had an issue like this similar. So what I'll do is if you want to make a motion.
I make a motion that
because right now, like you have to make a motion in essence to, I guess, accept all the other, deferrals and withdrawals and tabling and what have you, except for that, and see if you get a second and then move it from that point.
But Mr. Mayor, why change the process? Obviously, there might be one objection to that particular item, but if one commissioner has paused, then that should be respected as well.
I'm not denying.
And also, to that point, Mr. Manager, this has been a request made of you and your staff for quite some time, at least 2 months. So respectfully, it's not just about bifurcating the request for approval. It's honoring the fact that it's $1 million department that we're putting forth, and no one has a clear picture of how we're going to implement it.
Okay, well, here,
Can I just address that, Mr. Mayor? So that's a very interesting sentence you said, that I think one day we should discuss it. If somebody has an objection, does that have a pause that we listen to the objection and change the procedure that is not included because somebody had an objection? And the reason I think a vote needs to be taken is because somebody could not want something to be on the agenda and every month just say, I have an objection.
that's true.
So we
That's
need
true.
to have a vote
And that's been,
on
that,
whether or not
I would not like to have that
include it.
type of
And
trend.
I think that that's an important statement. So what I also want to put to that point is this. Certain items, if you have a pause, yes, you should be able to express that pause publicly, right? So when certain items are pulled, what's the justification from having certain items pulled and not others? So are we going to also make that a new precedent as well? Because we had a few items that have been pulled tonight already.
Well, no, well, here's the issue. This is,
Mr. Mayor, without cutting you off, well, we have an attorney here for this very purpose.
well,
If we can get
I was
clarity.
gonna get to that. Commissioner.
Okay.
Can I just,
Okay.
can I make a motion to approve except leaving 11.2 on?
I'll second it.
Okay.
I just did, and she seconded it.
It might be more appropriate to bifurcate it.
That's what I was suggesting. That's initially,
Sorry, Mayor.
yes, I'm trying, So, it's a bifurcation, right? So you motion, I guess Commissioner Smuckler, your motion to bifurcate, just that one piece of legislation. You had a second, right?
That's correct.
So that being said, we could either have a discussion or we could just vote.
Oh, there's no reason you can't talk about
Okay,
it.
no,
That's what-
I like, yeah, no issue. So I'll go
Yeah,
down.
well, I'll start it off by
okay.
saying this. Mr. Manager, I've made that request of your staff. Marlene Modesty is over economic development as it stands. Why haven't I had the time or the respect to have the briefing that I've been asking for? And that's a direct question to you.
Commissioner, thank you for the question. I'd have to really look into it. My understanding is that the ACM reached out to the commission. I don't know if she got feedback from everybody or maybe the timing didn't align. But I under the impression that she did reach out, and I'll have to follow up on your specific incident, case.
Well, ACM, if you could speak to it.
That is correct. On October 24th, following the meeting where the request was to hold off for 60 days, I reached out to the entire commission and asked for availability. And then recently we did meet. One of the points of the conversation was to discuss it. We didn't get a chance to do that, but I did reach out.
Okay, so let's be clear. I know you're one of the candidates for the city manager role. And I don't mind if the item passes because I want this item this is an item that we need. Respectfully, if any commissioner reaches out and asks for a plan or asks for explanation, that person is deserving of that. And it's your duty to provide it, right? I'm not sure if I'm out of line or out of bounds, but if someone is asking for a description, this is for all of us to be able to support each other in that fact. It's not to single out anyone, but if I reach out about something for 2 months and say, hey, give me an explanation, give me an outline, why haven't I received it?
I apologize. I didn't know that was what your request was, outside of having additional conversation, which I did request from all of you. In addition to that, the outline is pretty much what was approved in the budget. We've identified how much funds would be allocated for certain programming, and if there was anything that you would want to see outside of that, I'm definitely still interested and willing to hear it.
Commissioner Chernoff. Commissioner Sue?
Okay. So I want, I'm sorry. I think that we discussed this before. I feel like we are still in the middle of choosing a city manager. We have a lot of city manager candidates that are very skillful in economic development. I think we're all familiar with that. And I'd like to hear what they would have to say when they come into, when they get appointed. And therefore, I'd like to maybe defer this for another month or so until we select a city manager. I don't know if that would be acceptable to the commission.
All right. Commissioner Smuggler, Commissioner Flormon, Commissioner Smith.
Well, I'm hearing everybody, I'm listening. It doesn't matter who's the manager. We need economic development. Hopefully, whoever becomes a new manager will have had experience, will be skilled, will have contacts enough to know who to hire to head that department. I just think delaying it doesn't do us justice. When you look at the ordinances we're voting on tonight about housing and about changing a lot of our code, I think it's imperative to have an economic development in place. I think that we keep delaying it for what reason? I can't imagine it would make a difference whether it's now or whether it's January. Anybody that comes in as a manager can change any department. They could change what's going on with zoning. They could change what's going on with the water plant. They're the manager. This is a manager-run city, and that's what's going to happen. I say we push it forward tonight. We vote on it. If it votes up, it votes up. If it votes down, it votes down. But if it votes up, we can get started and we can implement some of the things that are that we're voting on tonight. We can implement them right away. Thank you.
All right.
And I agree with that. And here's what I would say to the public as well. Pay attention to programs like ARPA that have not been well facilitated. And also pay attention to the track record of the economic development efforts in the city, which have not been consistent. So I do want to put that on the record as well.
All right. All in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed?
No.
Oh, show of hands. No, we did restate the motion. So we're bifurcating.
Wait,
Yeah. Yes. No, we haven't. So let's vote on that. So we're voting on the. Go on.
Deference. If you're bifurcating, first vote on the part that there is no disagreement about.
Oh, yes.
And then come back and have a clear motion so everybody knows what a yes vote and what a no vote is.
So just can you read? If you
Yes,
can.
sir. The first part is to approve the changes to the agenda
Right.
as read, with the exception of a bifurcated issue on that one item for the economic development.
Let's do that right now. All in favor say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Okay. So it passes. I didn't hear any objections. Okay. Next.
And the other is, I guess it's a motion by you, Commissioner Smith?
The motion that we include on the regular agenda to discuss the economic development.
And a second?
Yes, Commissioner Smuggler.
Okay. So does everyone understand what the motion is? The motion is to vote to include the economic development department
Ordinance.
item.
Yeah.
A yes vote means you will include it. A no vote means you want to go along with the deferral. Everyone's clear?
Yes.
Call the
All of.
Can I just say something before I vote? And I just want to make it clear that my vote has nothing to do with whether I want this economic thing or not. It's that, sometimes some of us want something to be heard and decided on and voted on, and I just want to give the opportunity for us to discuss it and vote on it.
All right.
So that's why I'm doing
I mean, we're gonna have a chance to discuss it anyway.
Well, we weren't if we were going to table.
Oh, you're right. But
That's
if
what I
it
want
passes,
to
if
do.
it
That's
passes-
my
right.
reasoning for wanting to hear it and discuss it.
All right.
And Mayor, you want to may want to do show of hands.
All right. We'll do a show of hands. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All right. All opposed? All right. Passes 4-3. Next item on the agenda is presentations and discussions. Do we have any?
Yeah, where is it?
Yes, I saw there's an Instagram from our Commissioner Smith.
When is this?
Oh, that's gonna be, I think it's gonna be, I can put it on right after.
Right, but I don't know if she said when. Oh. You said you were gonna add it, but when?
When is this gonna?
While she's preparing this, it's
being
very
prepared, yeah.
interesting
Consent.
because I was sent this, and I felt this is something that whoever watches from outside, who's ever here, that the residents should see. And it just so happened Commissioner John put something on the consent agenda about this very item of having a collaboration with the community to make a better city. Are we ready?
Here are 3 vigilantes in my city who are anonymously doing really cool things for the community. First is Potholes of Chattanooga. This artist has taken it upon themselves to repair potholes around the city, but artfully with mosaics, usually with the design of smiley faces, even if they're tiny. This person has filled about 74 potholes around the city in the past year. You can add a map of the smileys to your Google Maps and treat it like a scavenger hunt to find them. I love that Potholes of Chattanooga is taking it upon themselves to fix a real problem with our roads and spreading cheer and joy along the way. Second is Chatta Transit, who noticed that a lot of bus stops around town didn't have benches for people to rest on, so they began building benches to help fix the problem. They've even made some little transit cubes out of leftover wood from bench builds too. Chatta Transit has personally built over 30 benches and has coordinated with the Chattanooga Urbanist Society and recently 2 local high schools and a women's club to contribute to a total of 196 community-built benches so far. Third is a person who noticed that there was an overgrown path in his neighborhood that forced students to walk in the road to get to school. So this person took 3 days to clear it out and place concrete blocks and mulch that functioned as a sidewalk. This is a great example of how you can't always wait for the city to do things that need to be done, and sometimes you have to do it yourself. But something that truly any of us can do is pick up litter in our neighborhoods. One of my friends does this every Saturday morning at his nearby park. He grabs his bucket and grabbers and has simply incorporated this into his weekly routine. People like this are changing our city with rippling effects, and it's beautiful. Let me know what you've got going on in your city. I love these humble heroes and how they just want to shower their streets with love. This stuff matters and it really makes a difference. Also, it's fun.
Thank you very much. I appreciate staff showing that. Where Chattanooga made a change in their city in the potholes by fixing it with a funky design on each and every one to make it fun, to do a scavenger hunt. They built a sidewalk so that the kids didn't have to go in the street. They put up bus benches so that people that are walking and people that are waiting for buses can sit down. They just thought of what the need was, and they went as residents and as a community, and on their own, they did not wait for the city. They fixed the need. So I thought this was very interesting, and I wanted to share it with the public. I hope you're inspired. It is the season to give and give. So I hope you're inspired to make your city, help us as make our city a better, more beautiful city. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Commissioner Smith. Next item is public comment. Madam Clerk.
Good evening, everyone. The Mayor and Commission of the City of North Miami Beach has opened the meeting for public comment at this time. There is a 3-minute time limit for each speaker. Speaker, when you're called to the podium, please state your name or the name of the organization which you are representing. The Mayor and Commission of the City of North Miami Beach recognizes the importance of civility. The City of North Miami Beach requests that all in attendance to exercise civility towards each other. And our first 3 signed speakers are Stanley Brown, Charles Mosley, and then Sean Sherwood.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor.
Just a clarification, Commissioner Smucker, if you want to chime on this.
I was just going to say that that item is coming up in front of us if you want to speak it, if he wanted, well, he didn't know, he may not know, so I'm just giving him the option to.
Yeah, you have 2 opportunities. You can speak now or you can wait till when your item comes up. But
I'll wait.
Or
Okay.
you can speak for both. You can speak now and you get to speak
Okay.
again.
yes, please.
Then I'll speak both.
All right.
New people from Eastern Shores here today, welcome.
All right, good evening, Mr. Mayor, Madam Mayor, council members. My name is Stanley Brown. I'm a member of the first edition Guard Gate Advisory Panel and reside at 2975 Northeast 164th Street. I participated in an advisory board meeting that resulted in Resolution R 2025-190. I have serious concerns about this resolution and do not believe it is ready for the governing body's consideration. This proposal was voted on in haste, without fiscal analysis and no details as to the cost and sustainability. The proposal is to immediately begin manning the gate 24 hours per day. It was just September of 2024 that the advisory board determined that the current tax assessment would only fund 18 hours per day without raising the assessment. The advisory board voted to do just that, reduce manning to 18 hours per day. At this time, it is not certain that 24-hour staffing is in fact required. Currently, the gate is monitored utilizing an automated system that incorporates artificial intelligence. There's been no issues. The automated system was purchased at an additional expense to homeowners, with the intent of eventually having no manning at all. Now that the funds to acquire this system have been spent, the advisory board should be advocating to utilize it for its intended purpose, not lobbying to spend money for 24-hour staffing. In addition to 24-hour manning, this resolution raises the cost to operate the gate by retaining a vendor that will cost $4.50 more per hour. We were not able to sustain 24-hour operations at $18 per hour. How can we now afford $22.50 per hour? The resolution does not address the SX funds that accumulated the 11 months the gate was unmanned. These funds were not collected, contemplated in upgrading services, and I believe it is fundamentally wrong at this time to use whatever surplus we have to enhance services. There was no analysis to determine how long current funding will sustain a 24-hour, $22.50 per hour service. What happens if we encounter deficit? When this proposal was made, one board member estimated that annual assessments could increase 30%. This is unconscionable. Our assessment is already more than twice that of the 35th Avenue Guard Gate District. I fear that our quiet little neighborhood is facing a dilemma. We have acquired a group of residents that intend on using the special taxing district as their HOA, and they intend to have you, the governing body, burden us financially with their desires for the neighborhood. The recent attempt to collect tax for a roving patrol failed. Discussion has now shifted to privatizing the entire 164th Street corridor.
15 seconds.
It seems, what? 15 seconds. Oh, okay. All right. It seems to me the goal is to turn Eastern Shores into Eastern Fortress. Cost is not a factor. The protections afforded by the Save Our Homes legislation can be quietly eroded when special taxing districts sanction spending at will. In closing, there's no emergency. Let's take the time to get this right. Thank you for listening.
Thank you.
Your next speaker.
Charles Mosley?
Yes, Charles Mosley.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor and council members, I just want to tell you, I am a retired.
You said congressman?
No, I said counselor.
Oh, okay. I thought you said Congress. I was like,
No,
no, go on,
you're not
go ahead.
Congress yet.
I'm sorry,
But
state your name, please.
Your name.
my name is Charles Mosley. I'm a resident of Eastern Shores. I've been a resident there since 1998. Retired from the military, so I'm on a fixed income. And the thing that bothers me when I heard this proposal for roaming gate guards and increase of pay for these people when you're on a fixed income, it has some great concern to me that me being there in this neighborhood for 28 years, that this can happen without notice of consent to a lot of people, that we should be approving it. It should be the residents that live there should have great approval for this change. When you go to, I've been to other gated areas like Harbor Beach and Fort Lauderdale, and let me tell you, they just have a gate, an automatic gate open and a camera. And that residence, I know our residence is very nice, but that residence is more than very nice. But they seem to be viable without any incidents. It's been going on for eight or 10 years. So the increase this for Eastern Shores for people who maybe can't afford it or be a income, I think is a taxing thing. It's something we have to really consider. But, you know, the police, the North Miami Police Department has been doing a good job. When you call them, they're Johnny on the spot. And I think, why can't we have a gate guard like Harbor Beach and Fort Lauderdale? And it seems to be functioning well. They've had it for 8 or 10 years, you know, but to live in this area, which is a nice area, I just think that consideration should be taken at hand for people who live there and maybe don't want to afford the added expense. And that's all I have to say.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Sean Sherwood, and then Bruce Lamberto.
Hello, good evening, everybody. My name is Sean Sherwood, and I own the property at 2090, 2070, and 2062. And I've been there since 1988. And over these years, there's been a lot of accidents because there's a Fulford Park across the street. So the community has to cross over the street. And just this weekend, a car came and smashed into my fence. And a week before that, another car did. And I've seen so many accidents at this intersection, and they put a stop sign on, I think it's 172nd, right near the pool, which eliminated a lot of accidents. And I'm telling you, someone's going to get hurt.
I remember that.
And my only concern is I don't want it to be one of my tenants. I've had cars smashed into, and I think what I need to do to get a stop sign there.
I know we had a temporary one because it was right there for a while, and then they moved it down to where the fountain was, and it kept on moving. I know exactly what you're talking about.
Yeah.
Mr. Manager.
We can look into it. I believe we reached out to the county. I know we had some temporary stops there. They told us we needed to remove them. And I think we did a study, and the county did not approve putting any additional stop signs, but we'll have Public Works relook at that.
Okay.
Those are county roads, and we have to get county approval. Is that it?
Well, Public Works is here.
For stop signs and traffic lights, that's county.
Okay, so we'll have staff reach out to you as well as our police department, see what other measures we can put. Maybe put like one of those speeders there temporarily as we work this out. But I understand exactly what you're going through.
Yeah,
Being in Sunrise West, we know exactly that issue.
Yeah, someone's going to get hurt. I mean, every day I'm over there, there's cars screeching, people almost getting hit. Something's really bad going to happen there one day.
Completely understand.
And Mr. Mayor, if I may suggest you reach out to Commissioner Steinberg.
As well,
office.
yes.
And maybe it's Commissioner Bastine?
No, it's Commissioner Steinberg. That part, I believe. Yeah.
I'll do
Okay.
that.
I would reach out to the county commissioner as well.
Okay, sounds good.
We'll help coordinate that with you as well.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Vice Mayor, you wanted to say something? Oh, okay. Next speaker, thank you.
Good evening, Mayor and Commission. Bruce Lamberto, Eastern Shores. I saw one of the commissioners here forwarded me the engineering report on 168th Street. I guess this was done at the request of the city manager. I had mentioned to him that we should hire an engineer to write a one-page report about the existing condition of the newly paved street. What ended up happening was we ended up hiring an engineering firm, and they came out to do a full-blown survey of the entire street. The problem with that is that we can't compare that to any previous condition. There is no as-built of the road that says that the road was at this height and now it's at this height. There's nothing wrong with this street. I've driven down it during rain, after rain, late in the afternoon when there's this famous puddle at the end of that street that's a 1/4 inch deep and 4 inches 4 feet in diameter. It disappears within 8 hours. There's similar situations on other streets. There's a puddle in front of my house on 165th that disappears in a few hours. You have to understand, Eastern Shores was built as an extension of Walita River Park. That was all swamp. It was all mangroves. The houses are all supported on pilings. They don't go anywhere, but the roads and the driveways do. My driveway is about 1 inch lower than what it was when I had it poured about 20 years ago from settlement of the ground. That causes minor dips and low spots in roadways. The contract for this for the water main restoration paving contractor was to restore restore the road to the pre-existing condition of removing the old asphalt, putting 1-inch layer of new asphalt on. It wasn't to correct all the defects that are in the roadways, the low spots, high spots. And a lot of people get confused with water on that road from the king tide. King tide comes in, it has nothing to do with the asphalt. You can have a foot of water on the road. That happens twice a year. The catch basins are connected to the canal. The water comes in through the pipes, goes up onto the street. Miami Beach had a very similar problem. It took them $500 million to correct it, and they're about 90% corrected. They didn't get 100%. So that's what it's going to take if you want to deal with the king tide. Personally, I'm okay with it. It only happens a couple of times a year. Comes up in front of my house. I'm okay with it. But we should not be spending $253,000 to repave the Commissioner's Street for this one puddle that seems to happen every time it rains, but it disappears. I mean, we got to have some common sense here. I'm hoping that this commission says, hey, you know what? Maybe we shouldn't be doing this. Thank you very much.
Next speaker.
Irene Pillinger, and then Scott Weirs.
Irene Pillinger, resident. Good evening. Coming to these meetings is not a fun evening out. I prefer to watch from home where I don't have to be civil and I can say whatever I want. Before I speak publicly, I try my best to base my comments on actual facts. I'm still concerned about the process of hiring a manager. At the September 8th meeting, you spent over 2 hours discussing process, where in fact you took a vote which included a process in which each commission member was to bring 3 names. And then I was told that there was no vote. So I spent a lot of time rewatching these meetings yesterday, and I found that you indeed did vote. At the October 6th special meeting, you decided to hire a headhunter until that was reversed. The October 21st meeting. What struck me when rewatching that meeting was the utter confusion at the end of the meeting with a quick vote and confused commissioners. What I loved seeing tonight was how the city attorney stopped you all when there seemed to be some confusion about taking an item off the agenda. People speaking on both sides of this, and the conversation went back and forth, and he stopped you and clarified everything. But many times you talk and everybody's talking and it goes back and forth, and in the end, I have the feeling that you don't know what you're voting on. And I think that's what happened at this other meeting about the city manager and the changing the process to get a headhunter. And then it was like late and y'all wanted to go home and there was some objection, but the vote was rammed through, it was taken, and then it was all reversed. So how many months did you go back and forth about process without adhering to a process, without moving forward, and we're still here talking about the process. So I just hope that you continue to actually be transparent as you say you want to be transparent. That's what we like to see, whether we're present here or watching from home, because we do watch what's going on. We don't even get a little bit of what you get, the little bit that you get to compensate for your time. Nobody compensates us for our time. We're just interested, and we're trying to protect our rights and keep this a democracy. So thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Scott Weirs.
Good evening, Mayor and Commissioners. My name is Scott Weirs, and I represent the owners of Mall Lake.
Can you put this up? Thank you.
Who have been litigating with the city for what's going on nearly 10 years now. I want to address something very straightforward. There is no reasonable explanation for why this case is still being litigated. After nearly 10 years of proceedings, the city located a document that had been asked for since at least 2016. That document is the city's own annexation documents from 1957 relating to the Mall Lake property. That document, along with a final judgment from the Circuit Court of Miami-Dade County that approved the annexation, and Ordinance 683, which codified the annexation, were only located by the city and produced this past July. And those documents are very clear. They vest the owners with rights to dredge, fill, grade, and develop the lake. And as clear as they are, the city continues to resist them. That leaves only two possibilities. Either this commission has a stubborn desire to fight for the sake of fighting, or this commission is not receiving accurate, complete information about what the agreement and the final judgment say, or how the court has interpreted them. There really is no other explanation, and neither constitutes acceptable governance. My intent is simple: to bring the truth to light for all of the residents of the city of North Miami Beach to hear. I will be here each month for 3 minutes each time, during which I will show you the plain language of the 57 annexation documents. We'll look at the final judgment, and we'll show you the vested rights that were granted. I'll show you the plain language. I'll show you the hearing transcript, where the judge in our case, just a couple of weeks ago, repeatedly questioned the city's position, asking why, under these annexation documents, the owners of Mole Lake could not dredge, fill, or grade the lake, or even build condos on its property. If that information isn't reaching the commission, it must, because the consequences of continued resistance are significant. As it turns out, the owners of Mole Lake also hold title to most of the Eastern Shore's canals, meaning that access to the lake and the intracoastal is at risk. For the entire community of Eastern Shores could become dry lots, and property values and the city's tax base could plummet. Now, this doesn't have to be adversarial. The city is the one that sought the annexation in the first place. The city is the one that promised development to the owners of the lake. The courts have recognized those promises as valid and binding. And the owners of Mole Lake are willing to preserve access to the lake and the intracoastal as long as their original vested rights are restored as set forth in the annexation agreement. No more, no less. I ask that you put together a special workshop to consider this within the next 45 to 60 days in front of the public and discuss the agreement, the final judgment, and the proposal that's been placed before this commission. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
I'm sorry, I need to place something on the record here. I'll be very brief. I just want to indicate, it's on.
They want to
I
hear?
don't know, I got green lights here. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay. I just need to place quickly on the record. Mr. Weirs is an attorney. He represents a client that is adverse to the city.
And we're in litigation.
In many cities, he would not be allowed to speak at all because it is pending litigation.
True.
I commend this city because it allows free speech, and it allowed this gentleman to make his presentation where in a lot of cities, as I said, they would cut him off before he started. That's proper and good for you.
Understood.
I do need to say, you may recall that this was the subject of an executive session, the contents of which are confidential and we cannot discuss them, but that your special counsel, as well as myself, were present. Special counsel has been on this case the entire time, an eminent, learned counsel, and we have a position, and I'll only say that our position, both special counsel and mine and my firm, is different than what you've heard. I'll say that for the record, for the benefit of the public, and I urge everyone not to be confused by one-sided presentations. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Former Commissioner Barbara Kramer, and then Ketley Jolchin.
Barbara Kramer. Good evening. On tonight's agenda is a contract for a lobbyist at $20,000 a month. for up to 1 year. This is not a routine or mundane item that belongs on the consent agenda. It could total nearly $250,000, and residents deserve to hear what we are paying for, why it's necessary, and what outcomes are expected. Especially in light of the governor's recent veto of the bill related to the water surcharge on outside customers, if this contract moves forward, residents should reasonably expect clear monthly explanations of what services are being provided and what value the city of North Miami Beach is receiving. This also ties into a broader concern about transparency. I am still waiting on a public records request seeking not just a list of lobbyists, consultants, and grant writers on the city's vendor list, but who has actually been hired and what they have been paid. Perhaps while monthly updates are provided under the city manager's report, the commission should also receive regular updates on all lobbyists, consultants, and grant writers currently under contract. On spending that approaches about $500,000 a year, this seems like reasonable oversight. Next, the agenda includes discussion and possible action regarding 2 streets in Eastern Shores with cost approaching $250,000. I understand the concerns about standing water that may have appeared after previous work, and those concerns should absolutely be taken seriously. However, moving forward with full street repaving while also anticipating that legal action may recoup these costs deserves careful consideration, particularly in terms of risk, timing, overall financial impact. Standing water is an issue residents experience in many parts of the cities, often far more severely. With flooding challenges expected to worsen over time due to rising tides, I hope the Commission will consider whether there are alternative solutions that address the issue in a way that it's more consistent, measured, and fiscally responsible. On another important item concerns the NMB Water Task Force. This was a walked-on legislative item placed on the consent agenda without discussion. When items of this nature move forward without explanation or commission dialogue, residents are left without an understanding of the purpose, intent, or impact of the legislation. I asked commissioners for clarification and did not receive an explanation, which is why I'm raising this publicly. This item should be reconsidered or at the very least discussed openly. Lastly, this commission previously voted not to have a sergeant-at-arms present, yet the mayor continues to use one. Who is authorizing this? Residents are asking thoughtful decision-making, transparency, and responsible spending. I hope the commission will take these concerns seriously. Happy Hanukkah, Merry Christmas, Happy Kwanzaa, Happy New Year, and I got 1 minute to go. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next speaker.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners, staff, and the public. My name is Ketley Joachim, and I reside in the city of North Miami Beach. I wanted to remind you all tonight it's been 1 year since we lost Sandra Douglas. I hope that tonight in your commission meetings, each and single one of you will remind people who Sandra Douglas was. Because to me, she was not just a friend, but a sister. Someone that lived in the city, who volunteered and was here for each and single one of us. And it's not Sandra alone. After Sandra left, both of her children also passed away. So I miss her terribly. Being today is a day that she left us. But I'm here to really thank you all for the Snowfest. It was a wonderful event where everyone came together, families, children enjoying themselves. So I want to thank each and single one of you, Parks and Rec, that put this together. Now, last special meeting we had, one of my neighbors in Ulita came and explained to you all what we were going through in East Drive. Well, Ms. Curlin McHenry and her staff jumped on board the following day and saw exactly what was happening in East Drive. The city is about to be 100 years old, and the city, as you can see, is really 100 years old, especially in Ulita. We have potholes all over the place. Every day you look into a hole. Yesterday, I had to end up calling Sam Bernard, who came right away. I want to thank Sam Bernard and his staff to patch a hole that we have in North Miami. This morning, as I was going to work, another one showed up. The city is cracking every day. Once you hear 100 years, my mom is 102, thank God, and you can see what's happening. Can you imagine next year the city is about to be 100 years old? We cannot let this happen. But I want to thank Caroline again, because this lady, I am telling you, you all, this city need director. She's the director, CIP program manager, the city engineer, the stormwater manager, and a lot of beautification. Every time you call, she jumps on board and comes with her staff and make sure things happen. We need to do better by the city.
Seconds.
We cannot allow all this is happening. We have to look at the city as a whole to take care of the city. So really, we can't let this continue the way it has. So Merry Christmas, Happy New Year, Happy Kwanzaa to everyone. And also, one more thing. I want to talk about those monks that are walking for peace. So let's keep them in our prayers, because 2 of them were hurt. So let's try and keep things a little peaceful for the rest of the year. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Flippins Jean.
Good evening, Mayor and Commissioner. Lin Su, good evening. I'm so happy to see you. Before I go too far, I want to see, I'm looking for Caroline. Where is Caroline in this area? Caroline, she's here. Clap my hand for Caroline. All right. And the second time, I would like to say thank you for my police officer. They never sleeping. They always working 24 hours. My police officer, thank you guys. Thank you guys. And also, let me say thank you for Carolina's staff. I know they're working so hard. Caroline sent me the pictures when
Speaker,
she's working.
can you please state your name for the record?
Say it again?
Please state your name for the record.
Oh, my name is Living Jean.
Thank you.
Do you have the paper? Yes or no?
Yes.
I see that before when I see that. When I stand, I see that. Well, anyway, thank you.
You're welcome.
So, you make me confused. Now you make me confused. Anyway, guys, you understand. So I'm here to say thank you for hard working, you guys and staff and police officer. And you guys make me so happy. And if something wrong, I'm going to pull your head. But thank you, that never happened. So Happy New Year and Merry Christmas. Thank you.
Next speaker.
Joseph Flagger. Doctor? Oh, doctor.
He didn't write it.
Hi, my name is Dr. Joseph Flagg. I've been living in this fine community for over a decade. I want to say thank you to the mayor, who's not here right now, but the commissioners and everybody here for doing I hope, a great job servicing this community. I don't know a lot about this issue, but there's one issue I heard tonight, the spending of $254,000 to fix some high water on 2 roads in Eastern Shores. I heard about that about 3 or 4 days ago. I decided to take my 3 children. I'm blessed with 3 children. We just had a new baby on December 1st, and thank you, my daughter is 3. So we walked through Eastern Shores the other day, and I was pushing around my two children, and we noticed there was water at different areas in Eastern Shores. I didn't notice a lot of water on 168th Street. I did not walk down 171st, but I asked my daughter, I said, where do you want to go? She said, I want to go where there's water. She said, not here, Daddy, there's no water. Let's go to the other streets. If you walk around the community after there is rain, there's not a lot of water on 168th Street. If there is, I think what we need to do is find out, or actually have somebody go around right after the rainfall and see what's happening there. That's one issue. The bigger issue is that there's potholes. This community is what, 45,000 people live in this community? What, there's 15,000 different home units? I think we need to work on the whole community. We shouldn't just think that Eastern Shores. I am blessed by having an opportunity to make a lot of money and live in an amazing Eastern Shores. But I work at Jackson Hospital, Jackson North, and I think this money that we're taking from the general fund can be better serviced to helping out the whole community. We have potholes, right? Other areas we can use this money for. But if there is a problem with those streets that exist, it should be addressed. But we need to look at the entire community and not just say Eastern Shores, the wealthy community, should be serviced best. We are a community where I'm blessed by having a great job and making an enormous amount of money. But I also think we need to take care of the whole community as a whole. That's issue one. The other thing I heard was that we're spending something like $22.50 for a guard gate. Has any one of you ever driven the guard gate? They don't look. What is the purpose of having a manned individual there? That's $197,000 a year they're spending. Why? We have AI. We're technology. It's very simple. 4K cameras. We should be able to, we're license plate readers. Why are we spending that money?
15 seconds.
Okay. And I just wanted to say thank you so much and happy holidays. Thank you so much, everybody. I appreciate it. Thank you.
And can you hold on a second, Doctor? If I may have a point of personal.
Please, yes.
When I brought forward a few months ago that there was flooding on I think I said all the streets, but yes, I do live on 168th Street and Mr.
Oh, I didn't.
Yes.
Oh, you do?
No, I don't care because someone wants to make it out like it's all about me and it's
No,
not.
I didn't make
No,
it
no,
up.
not you,
Oh,
not you,
no.
not you, someone else.
I didn't even know you lived there.
No.
I know you lived in the community.
It's him, that guy over there.
Okay.
That when he doesn't like me, he likes
Oh.
to, do things again.
But I like you.
Anyways, but thank you. I appreciate that. Anyhow, when I brought it forward a few months ago, it wasn't, listen, we all had our street. My street actually has been paved twice because the first time they did it, they came back a few days later and did it again, and they still did a lousy job. And nobody wants to live through that. The dust that came into the house, the dirt and the traffic, nobody wants to live through that. But when I was very specific that we should not pay the contractor for the lousy job. That was my intention. My intention is not to spend $260,000, which Mr. Misinformation is giving a lot of misinformation about that. And you'll find out about it soon, Commissioner Sue, because I know you want to bring it forward. But this isn't about me. This is not about my street. This is not about my house. This is not about the commissioner's house or the commissioner. This commissioner does not want to have to do her street repaved maybe 10 years ago or maybe 10 years from now, but not because it was just done. Do I want to repaved? All the streets should be repaved because they were done wrong, and we should never pay the contract. Did we pay the contractor?
Correct.
We should never be paying for something that was done wrong.
Absolutely.
And if it gets repaired, if and when it does get repaired, I hope that we're going to be asking for the money back. So
We're going to do everything
Right.
that we can possibly do to.
right. So
We're going to discuss it.
we are going to discuss it, but he's here. I don't want him to have to stay till the very end. He has small children and he has people to cure tomorrow. So I appreciate that you came and thank you for your time.
Can I make one comment as well?
Go ahead, please.
I appreciate that, and I agree with you wholeheartedly. But I think that if we push forward and spend $254,000 to fix a problem and say, well, let's go after and not pay them later, I think the money would be better spent on other things that this fine community needs, fixing potholes and other things like that.
No.
And it's not for one street, by the
Okay,
way.
2 streets.
And it's not just for repaving.
But for 2 streets. Thank you so.
No.
I know he never mentioned me, but Mr. Misinformation is telling people to come here.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, everything.
Be-
Happy holidays.
Next speaker.
Trisha Harris.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Tricia Harris, and I'm from Highland Village. And I am up here to say thank you very much for my speed bumps that are being put into Highland Village, and that the pump station is getting cleaned out. And I would really love to invite each and every one of you to come over there and look at the sludge that's coming out of it. It's really nasty. But I'm very thankful that it's getting done. And Curleen, and I know that a lot of people have come up here, but Curleen and her team and Public Works and Parks and Recs and everybody that's coming into the neighborhood right now is cleaning it up. And I appreciate it. And I hope to see code enforcement get there soon. Thank you very much. Have a good evening. Happy holidays.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Mubarak Azan. Mr. Mayor, I'd like to ask you for a minute extension at the end of my 3 minutes. Thank you. No worries. Thank you very much. I know we have to go by the rules. Thank you. In 2022, November 2022, I supported 3 candidates that they found themselves up there. Fortuna Smuckler, Jay Chernoff, and Phyllis Smith. You guys are now commissioners. Commissioner Smuckler, you made a beautiful speech. It was like a 6-minute speech that it looked like it saved the city. And that is a speech that you should keep listening to ever so often and remind you why we put you all up there. And one thing that helped me to help you guys to be up there was when 4 police officers led by a police chief came and stopped me from re-entering back into a meeting. I did not want to become the next George Floyd, so I cooperated. I left. And we know what happened from thereafter. 2 years after, I came to a meeting, and the mayor told us that we have only 3 minutes to speak for the entire meeting. No comments on judicial, quasi-judicial matters, no comments on legislation. And it went on and on. We cannot clap, even though he is clap at every meeting he wants to, but we can't clap. That is not what your speech reflected. I would hope that you can listen to that speech often. All of you should be listening to that speech. And this comes to a matter where we have to hire a city manager. I remembered us hiring square peg and round holes to run the water plant. And a guy by the name of Eisenhart, he came and he told us that the water plant ran to failure. It had 18 Ds and 6 Fs. And that was because you hired inexperienced people to run the water plant. The water plant is a very important plant. It brings most of the money to this city. And for you to hire anybody, as some of you told me that you can hire, even you could hire me or my mother, no, I would refuse the job because I know I can't run a city. I can't even fly a plane. It's really serious. Running a city is not like jumping on a bicycle and you keep trying, and then finally at the end of the week you start riding. It is not like that. It's a very serious matter. And you have to be really careful who you're going to be hiring. People with experience, not people who smile with you and hug you and kiss you. And I could do that. I could come up right here now and kiss each and every one of you all and ask you all for the job. But I'm not going to do that. Thank you very much for having me.
Thank you. Any more speakers, Madam Clerk?
No, Mr. Mayor, there are no other.
All right. Public comment is not closed. We're going to the next item on the agenda, announcements. Is it on or no?
I guess, yeah. I'm going to teach you a term that you'll start to see everywhere, but you only have
Take it away, IT.
a couple more days in which to spot it, and then you're going to have to wait an entire year to see it again.
December is filled with opportunities to connect in North Miami Beach. Enjoy seasonal celebrations, engaging community programs, wellness activities, and ways to give back throughout the month. The City of North Miami Beach extends its sincere appreciation to our residents and staff who made this Hurricane Melissa Relief Emergency Supply Drive a success. Thanks to the community-wide effort, over 15 90-gallon bins of donated supplies were secured to assist those in need. This initiative highlights the power of collaboration and unwavering spirit of service within our city. Help support those in need through the Warm Clothes, Warm Hearts Clothing Drive, now accepting donations through Friday, January 30th. We are collecting gently used coats and jackets for infants, children, and adults, along with sweaters, hoodies, long-sleeve shirts, socks, hats, gloves, scarves, and blankets. Donations may be dropped off at North Miami Beach City Hall, Yes Center, North Miami Beach Police Department, North Miami Beach Library. Please check drop-off locations for opening hours. For questions, please call 786-510-4737. The North Miami Beach Discovery Library is offering a variety of programs this December for children, teens, and adults. For children, enjoy Hanukkah Storytime and Crafts on Monday, December 22nd from 5 p.m. to 7 p.m. Movie Monday on Monday, December 29th from 4 p.m. to 6 p.m. Kwanzaa Storytime and Crafts on Monday, December 29th from 6 p.m. to 7 p.m. and a holiday Lego class on Tuesday, December 30th from 2 p.m. to 5 p.m. Teens can take part in the Jelly Soap Making Workshop on Wednesday, December 17th from 3 p.m. to 5 p.m., followed by a hot chocolate bar on Thursday, December 18th from 4 p.m. to 5 p.m. Adults are invited to celebrate at the library's 68th birthday celebration on Tuesday, December 30th from 10 a.m. to 12 p.m. and the New Year's Eve celebration on Wednesday, December 31st from 10 a.m. to 12 p.m. All events will be held at the North Miami Beach Discovery Library. For more information, call 305-948-2970. Residents are invited to receive fresh and nutritious groceries at the Farm Share Food Distribution. This event takes place Wednesday, December 17th from 9 a.m. to 12 p.m. at the Ulita Park Community Center. Distribution is first come, first served while supplies last, and walk-ups are welcome. For more information, call 786-932-4481. Continue your journey toward homeownership with the First Time Home Buying Program. This workshop is number 6, which is focused on developer visit and a field trip on Thursday, December 18th from 6 p.m. to 7:30 p.m. at the Marjorie and Williams McDonald Center. This is no longer open to the public. This is just a friendly reminder for the ones that have registered. Celebrate the season at the menorah lighting ceremony on Thursday, December 18th from 7 p.m. to 9 p.m. at North Miami Beach City Hall. Enjoy an evening of community, delicious treats, and live entertainment for all ages. For more information, contact the Parks and Recreation Office at 305-948-2957. Seniors are invited to enjoy food, fellowship, and community at the Senior Luncheon, sponsored by Mount Sinai Medical Center. The luncheon will be held Friday, December 19th from 11 a.m. to 2 p.m. To register or for more information, contact the Parks and Recreation Office at 305-948-2957. Experience culture, food, and entertainment at NMB Asian Night Market, taking place Saturday, December 20th and Sunday, December 21st from 2 p.m. to 9 p.m. at the Jeffrey and Patricia Mishcon Athletic Field. Admission is free for residents with ID and $7 for non-residents. For more information, contact the Mayor and Commission office at 305-948-2986. The Martin Luther King Jr. 2026 Poetry Contest is now open. In honor of Dr. King's legacy and belief in unity, NMB students are invited to submit poems reflecting on how they have worked together in their communities and how the city can continue fostering positive change. Poems should be 50 to 150 words. The submission deadline is Friday, January 16th, 2026. For more information, contact the Mayor and Commission's office at 305-948-2986. Stay active and energized at Free Community Zumba, sponsored by Aetna. Join us on Wednesday, January 17th from 6 p.m. to 7 p.m. at the Ulita Park Community Center. For more information, contact the Parks and Recreation Department at 305-948-2957. That's a look at what's happening in North Miami Beach. We invite you to come out, get involved, and enjoy all our city has to offer. For more information, visit citynmb.com. Happy holidays!
Thank you, thank you. Next item is Commission Reports, we already did. So, Madam Clerk, if you can do Commission Reports, thank you.
Commissioner Chernoff.
Good evening, everybody. I'm not wearing this patch to look nice. For those of you who don't know, I had bilateral, what do you call it? The lens, the top of your the lenses that go over eyelids that were going over my pupils, so that they were replaced and cut. And so this side came out good, and this one's still healing. So that's why this one's covered. All right, first of all, I'm a little disappointed with my colleagues because I've got rumors the whole time that I was home that you're going to make a motion for manager tonight. I hope nobody does and follows the plan that we had to hear what our reports are from the HR department and to let our citizens have the right to ask a couple questions. So I hope we all adhere to that. It's a terrible time in the year right now with the Sydney, what happened in Sydney, what happened at Brown, and what happened at the Reiner's house. All of this is because of gun violence and violence in the communities, and we need to please pray for everybody not to have any more violence this holiday season. Holiday season is a time of year that we should be celebrating with everybody and enjoying everybody's company. To my staff, to my colleagues, I want to wish everybody a happy holidays, a Merry Christmas, a happy Hanukkah, and a happy Kwanzaa, and a happy New Year. And I don't know who celebrates which holidays, but you all deserve the peace and prosperity that comes with celebrating with your families. And I hope that we all have that opportunity. The one final thing was the Sandra Douglas, one of our residents. Thank her Ketley for coming up and reminding us. Sandra was a pioneer in our community, in the Washington Park community, who then expanded from the Washington Park community to do fighting for the whole city. And she was wonderful and a great person that we had the opportunity to have in our community for many, many years. And the Douglas family is still, some of them that were still around, and we appreciate all that Sandra did. So everybody have a wonderful night. Thank you.
Commissioner Florimon.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I echo the sentiments of Commissioner Chernoff about Sandra Douglas and her contributions to our community. And so we definitely continue to keep her her entire family in our thoughts. And thank you, Ketley, for reminding us of her contribution and the kind person that Sandra Douglas was to our community. Good evening, everyone. Thank you so much for coming out. And for those of you who made comments, thank you so much for your comments. And we are definitely working to make sure that we hear you and respond to some of your needs and concerns. I know we have a resolution that's going to be talking about the attacks that happened in at Bondi Beach in Sydney. But I also wanted to echo the sentiments of my colleagues that, this is not the way that any community should be celebrating the holidays or any time of year for that matter. What happened in Sydney is something that is, it's saddened the entire world. But while we see these acts of violence happening, we also see the strength of our communities as well come out and show up. Today, even on 163rd Street, I don't know how many people were able to see this, but there was a parade celebrating Hanukkah that showed the resilience and the strength of our community, right? Because you don't have to back down. You keep showing up and you keep fighting and you keep standing up for what is right. And so we join our Jewish community in solidarity, and we will continue to hold steadfast in our commitment to safety and to each one being kind to each other. Aside from that, I know that we have our menorah lighting. I believe that's tomorrow or Thursday the 18th. So looking forward to that. It's always a beautiful experience. So I'm looking forward to the menorah lighting. And I wanted to wish everyone a happy holiday. And may you and your loved ones enjoy this time of year in peace, tranquility, and whatever holiday you do observe, we pray that you enjoy it and that you welcome in the new year with hope. Thank you.
Commissioner Smith.
Thank you. Good evening, everybody. First and foremost, I too want to say what's happening in the world is frightening. To put fear in all of us, where we go, who's behind us, is such a crazy way to live. I only pray that this is the end, and I only want to say that how do you send your kid to college and then the next month you're going to the child's funeral? We really have to grab a hold of ourselves, grab a hold of our neighbors, and instill in young children, start with them when they're young, to know that the best thing they can do in their life is help their fellow man to make a better world for them, and then it'll make a better world for you. I do have a few announcements. The collection of the coats and the socks for those in need, I want to thank Marjorie Love for bringing that to our attention, have already been filling up the boxes, and thanks to my aide, Nancy, she delivered not only to Fulford Church boxes, or bags, I should say, of sweaters and coats, but also on the way she saw us homeless on the street, stopped and gave them blankets. So it is working, and even though we're in a warm Florida sun and fun, January and February is coming. So I appreciate everybody that can donate. Pay attention, coming soon, January, I hope, on January's agenda, I'm starting a program where if you're going to do house improvements, half of your permit fee as an owner will be erased in next year, in 2026, so that we can advocate for everybody to do the things they wanted to do for their home without it costing them an arm and a leg to get started. So hopefully that's coming in January. Well, the 18th is menorah lighting, but the 19th, I better see some of you at Highland Village. We only had to wait about 4 years, but we are going to have the shovel in the ground for the splash pool. If you're familiar with Highland Village, you know that when you go there, there's 40 kids playing basketball. There's 20 kids on the kiddies thing. And in the summertime, these children have no pool, no nothing. This splash pool has been very important to me, and it's a Christmas present to Highland Village that the shovel is going in the ground at 10 o'clock on the 19th. I also want to ask either the attorney or the manager, before this evening is over, I want a full explanation, please, for the public regarding North Miami Beach Water Task Force. What we were told and what we voted on and what the public's perception is are two completely different things. So before the evening, I spoke to the manager, and he said he would talk to the attorney. One of you just give us a complete explanation whether that has to come back and have some rewording, or not come back but have a new thing, or whatever we need to do, a new resolution. I wanted to say we need to take care of that. I would like the attorney also, before the evening's over, to explain again, how did anybody have the right, after it was voted on, to have 4 names or 5 names instead of 3 names in the manager pool? If I get 1 phone call a day, I get 3 phone calls a day that were not sticking to what was predetermined was going to be the process. The problem is, I did speak to Human Resource, who, by the way, told me many times, keep it to 3. Everybody's attacking him for doing his job. He's not going to go against what a commissioner feels is a very strong pull, that there are 4 people that need to be heard. I felt it was my duty to add those 4 names, and hopefully I thought we would discuss it up here. Why did they go in, and who were we going to pick for the 5 or 6 names that we were going to investigate further? And then I spoke to the attorney. So this has all been verified that it was absolutely legit, etc. But there are people that's still coming up here harping on they can count to 21, not 22. So I want that again, explained on the record. And I have to tell you something. What a year we're having. What a year. We end up with needing a new manager. We end up in financial, have to rebuild the reserves. We end up with, a lot of issues on the table. A lot of issues on the table. But the good thing about us is we are resilient. We are fighters. We are going to make it happen. We're going to make a better city for all of us. And I can't thank you enough for all the people that put input, for people that call me. I only had 14 calls this morning, but I tell you, I thank each and every one of you. I can't do it without you. It's a lot of work, and prepared, I'm always going to be prepared, but sometimes you see something I don't see. So I wish all of you a wonderful 2026. I wish you a holiday, whether it's Christmas, whether it's Hanukkah, whether it's Kwanzaa, of fabulous memories that will last generations to come. Remember, everything you do during the holiday is a memory, so make it a happy one. And bless you all. Thank you so much.
Commissioner Smuggler?
Yes, thank you so much, and good evening. I just wanted to, the splash pad grand opening in Highland Village is actually going to be January 19th and not December 19th. It was. Oh, I thought you were speaking into existence. No, it's January. It's January. Oh, I wish it was ready for the not the grand opening, the groundbreaking. I apologize. The groundbreaking is going to be January 19th, not December 19th.
I got my email said December. We were going to do it for Christmas.
It was a
surprise. Okay, whenever it is, be there, because next summer you come in your bathing suit.
All right. So
next summer, come in your bathing suit and splash in the pool. not pull slides.
And anyhow, I just wanted to say, if we may, we've all brought up the different things that have happened this weekend with the two students that have perished from the Brown University shooting and the 15 victims, because the assailant, it does not count to me. So it was only 15 victims at the Bondi Beach Hanukkah celebration, and the three U.S. Citizens in Syria. So I was wondering if we can just have a moment of silence for them, please. Thank you. All right, thank you. I had the opportunity this weekend to be a speaker at the Freedom Tower, and Commissioner Smith, if you maybe want to take your seniors there on a field trip, they have tours. I think it'll be really enjoyable. It's my parents did not come in through the Freedom Tower, but my parents volunteered many times at the Freedom Tower and always took me with them. So I have such wonderful memories of helping so many people there, and the place is just. Have you guys even been there? It's just yeah, the renovations are incredible. So I encourage you all to go to the Freedom Tower, and if you go a few blocks further away, there's an ice cream museum, so you can get two for the price of one. Well, you have to pay for both, but two things in one day. Anyhow. I want to wish everybody a happy third night of Hanukkah, and I hope to see you all Thursday at the celebration. We're going to have candy and chocolate and donuts and latkes and music and the parachute, yes, and lots of fun for the kids and lots of food for, hot chocolates. So it'll be lots of fun, and I hope to see you all there, and Merry Christmas, Happy Kwanzaa, and Happy New Year.
Commissioner Sue?
Thank you. Good evening, colleagues and residents. Thank you all for making public comment. I always take notes and keep them close to my heart and make sure that I address them. I want to begin today with the values that define North Miami Beach. Across the globe, we are witnessing a troubling rise in anti-Semitism, and this has been going on for the past over like many, many years, but it's concentrated and becoming more and more often. From incidences on the university at Brown to the Bondi Beach in Australia. I want to be absolutely clear. Hate has no harbor here in North Miami Beach. We do not simply observe these trends, we stand firmly against them. I want to assure you that our PD, as soon as that incident in Bondi Beach happened, the chief sent out an email immediately heightening and increasing security and policing. So I want you to all know that the PD has already stepped up their game. Our residents are very important to us. Our Jewish community brothers and sisters are very important to us, and we will not let anything happen to you. And I encourage everyone to speak up. If you see something, say something. If you see people drawing strange things on our parks and our city property, please reach out to us, because we need to take care of that like right now. Right? There's no place for us to do that. We remain committed to ensuring our city is the beacon of safety, dignity, and tolerance for our Jewish community, and for all who call the city home. Protecting our city is one thing. Of course, it also requires that we advocate for ourselves more strategically. With respect to the Florida League of Cities legislation that is going to be in the consent agenda today, I believe a shift in approach is necessary. We must find a constructive way to work with the governor's office on the governor's initiative to eliminate property taxes for homestead residents. I support efforts to make living in Florida more affordable. However, we must do so responsibly, without compromising public safety, infrastructure, and essential city services. While I will not be pulling my support for this item at this time, I want our residents to know that I am committed to ensuring their cost of living is meaningfully addressed. That responsibility also underscores the need for strong professional leadership. This brings me to the city manager position. Our residents deserve stability. They deserve a city manager who is fully empowered to run the city efficiently, professionally, and free from political interference. Resolving this matter is essential if we are to move North Miami Beach forward. Finally, I do want to note that there is a stomach flu going around, so please be mindful of what you're eating and take good care of your health. As you know, there is a Asian night market, the first of its kind. We know that North Miami Beach has been an organic settlement of the Asian community since 30, 40 years ago. And until today, we still have a pretty prominent population of Asians here. And also, if you notice, like every time there's an Asian event, it always comes to North Miami Beach if it's in Florida. I mean, if it's in Miami-Dade County. So I'd like to invite you all to join. It's December 20th and 21st. This event is being sponsored heavily by various outside third parties. I'm very happy that we're hosting it. I want to thank Parks and staff, the team, for actually supporting all of this whole initiative. If you're an NMB resident, good news, it's free. Just bring your ID card. Now, finally, wishing everyone a happy Hanukkah, a Merry Christmas, a joyful Kwanzaa, and a healthy and prosperous 2026. Thank you.
Vice Mayor Daniela Jean.
Thank you so much. Good evening, everyone. Wanted to start off by saying thank you to staff for an amazing Snowfest. That was an amazing experience for our residents, and we just had a good time. And I want to thank staff, PD, and everyone, Parks, for making this event so special for our residents and ourselves as well. I also wanted to thank Public Works for all the assessments that they've been doing across town. And I kind of wanted to harp on something that Commissioner Florimon had mentioned before about attention to each neighborhood, because we're hearing from residents about, you know, the increase of care that they want to see in our communities. And I think all of the communities deserve to have attention spent. So for what happened in East Drive and all the other areas that needed attention, just please, city manager and team, please give us more attention to those neighborhoods that are in dire need. I also wanted to extend my condolences to the victims and their families, and sentiments, deep, heartfelt sentiments to the Jewish community as well during this time of grief and mourning. So many different individuals across our world are suffering in one way or another, be it violence or senseless hate. And so our prayers and our thoughts are with you. Also wanted to mention Sandra Douglas and Larry Thompson and so many others that we've lost this year in our community, not only residents, but also employees. So this year has been a very tumultuous year for North Miami Beach in many ways. And so our prayers and our thoughts are with you. And anyone in this room who've lost someone during this time, or during this year, our prayers and thoughts are with you as well. And also wanted to ask about TPS, because I know a lot of our individuals in our community are also on heightened alert with what's coming up in the new year, and wanted to see if we're still moving forward with efforts to support those individuals in that way, because I haven't heard much from that. And I know those are different communities within our city that are looking for assistance there. So hopefully that's something that we can do before the February 3rd deadline. Thank you so much.
Mayor Michael Joseph.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Thank you all. I want to wish you guys, I pretty much echo every sentiment you guys have put out there. It's a very collegial approach that we've been taking today, and I want to continue that same theme. I'll say a couple of things in regards to anti-Semitism. This city is part of the combat anti-Semitism movement. We're proud of it. We'll remain to be part of that group. I was blessed to attend an event with other mayors throughout this entire country that are razor focused on really combating this issue that seems to continue like resurface ever so often, and we have to remain vigilant in batting it down. Also, we're having an event, County Mayors doing a Mayor's Conference on Thursday as well over at County Hall, speaking on this issue, something that we do on a yearly basis. So I'm looking forward to representing the city in that regard. and just wishing you guys, finally wishing you guys a happy and blessed New Year, happy Hanukkah. One of my greatest honors in my life is to be in this seat, to serve in this position for the last, 6 years as a commissioner and now as mayor. I understand the historic significance behind it. It does weigh heavy on me, but I understand that, God puts people in positions because that's what God wants. And I'm at the end of the day, I'm not going to be a Jonah. I'm gonna try to be the best David I can be. Thank you so very much. Next item, Madam Clerk.
Oh, can I just say that at the menorah lighting that we are welcoming old doggies with cute little Hanukkah costumes. So, and my yucca will be there.
Cats too, because we're gonna hear that.
Okay, we're gonna have cats.
And cats as
But-
well as all the
but
animals. We gotta make sure of that.
My yucca will be there with her cute little Hanukkah dress.
All right, but thank you for clarifying all animals. If we can make accommodations, we will. Thank you so very much.
But my yucca is the cutest.
Yes.
but okay.
Next item, consent.
Move to introduce the consent agenda.
Do I have
Second.
Madam Clerk, City Attorney?
Consent agenda, following items.
All right.
Item 9.1, Commission Conference Minutes of November 17, 2025, presented by the City Clerk. Item 9.2, Regular Commission Meeting Minutes of November 17, 2025, presented by the City Clerk. Item 9.3, Special Commission Meeting Minutes of December 8, 2025, presented by the City Clerk. 9.4 was pulled for discussion. As a note to the commission, there will be a regular consent agenda item, whether there's something to be read or not, at every meeting for each of the special taxing districts going forward. We can talk more about the reasons for that, but I just want to give the commission notice. Expect to see that going forward because the commission is the governing body. 9.4 was pulled. Item 9.5, resolution number R 2025-191, approving agreement with Team Contracting for park infrastructure enhancements and maintenance, presented by the interim Parks and Recreation Director. Resolution of the Mayor and City Commission of the City of North Miami Beach, Florida, approving a contract between the city and the Team Contracting, Inc. to furnish general contracting and construction management services for a total budgeted amount not to exceed $400,000, authorizing the city manager or designee to do all things necessary to effectuate this resolution, providing for conflicts, providing for scrivener's errors, providing for severability, and providing for an effective date. Note that the agenda says annual, and that's been corrected to total. Item 9.6, resolution number R 2025-192, supporting the Florida League of Cities legislative platform, sponsored by Commissioner Smuckler. A resolution of the Mayor and City Commission of the City of North Miami Beach, Florida, urging members of the Florida legislature to support the 2025 Florida League of Cities legislative platform, authorizing the city manager or designee to do all things necessary to effectuate this resolution, providing for conflicts, providing for scrivener's errors, providing for severability, and providing for an effective date. Item 9.7, resolution number R 2025-193, approving the award of the 2022 Edward Byrne Memorial Justice Assistance Grant, JAG, for Police Department, sponsored by the Chief of Police. A resolution of the Mayor and City Commission of the City of North Miami Beach, Florida, approving the posting of the fiscal year 2022 Edward Byrne Memorial Justice Assistance Grant by the United States it says Bureau of Justice Assistance, in the amount of $25,652 for the grant period of October 1st, 2022 through September 30th, 2025, authorizing the city manager or designated all things necessary to effectuate this resolution, providing for conflicts, providing for scrivener's errors, providing for severability, and providing for an effective date. Item 9.8, resolution number R 2025-194, encouraging and promoting volunteerism and community engagement within the city, sponsored by Vice Mayor Jean and Commissioner Chernoff. Resolution of the Mayor and City Commission of the City of North Miami Beach, Florida, encouraging and promoting volunteerism and community engagement within the city, providing for conflicts, providing for scrivener's errors, providing for severability, and providing for an effective date. Item 9.9, resolution, I'm sorry, this one was pulled for discussion. Item 9.10, resolution number R 2025-196, accepting the land development fee study plan sponsored by the Community Development Director, a resolution of the Mayor and City Commission of the City of North Miami Beach, Florida, accepting the land development fee study plan, providing for findings of fact, implementation, conflict, scrivener's error, severability, and providing for an effective date. Item 9.11, resolution number R 2025-197, approving an agreement with Fisher Scientific for the purchase of laboratory equipment, instruments, and laboratory supplies, sponsored by the Water Director. Resolution of the Mayor and City Commission of the City of North Miami Beach, Florida, approving the utilization of multiple piggyback contracts between the city and Fisher Scientific Company, LLC, for the purchase of laboratory equipment and supplies for an annual budgeted amount not to exceed $85,000, authorizing the city manager or designee to do all things necessary to effectuate this resolution, providing for conflicts, providing for scrivener's errors, providing for severability, and providing for an effective date. Item 9.12, resolution number R 2025-198, approving purchase orders. I'm sorry, this one was pulled as well. And I think this one was pulled not for discussion, but off the agenda. Am I correct, Madam Clerk? Yes. Okay. Pulled off the agenda. Item 9.13, resolution number R 2025-199, approving an agreement with Sherwin-Williams for the purchase of paint, caulking, and supplies, sponsored by the Interim Public Works Director, resolution of the Mayor and City Commission of the City of North Miami Beach, Florida, approving a contract between the city and Sherwin-Williams Company for the purchase of paint and related supplies for an annual budgeted amount not to exceed $65,000, authorizing the city manager or designee to do all things necessary to effectuate this resolution, providing for conflicts, providing for scrivener's errors, providing for severability, and providing for an effective date. Item 9.14, resolution number R 2025-200, approving an agreement with Ware Group for the purchase of HVAC equipment, parts, and supplies, sponsored by the Interim Public Works Director, resolution of the Mayor and City Commission of the City of North Miami Beach, Florida, approving a contract between the city and multiple vendors for citywide AC parts and supplies for an annual budgeted amount not to exceed $60,000, authorizing the city manager or designee to do all things necessary to effectuate this resolution, providing for conflicts, providing for scrivener's errors, providing for severability, and providing for an effective date. Item 9.15, resolution number R 2025-201, approving an extension to the agreement with Arrow Asphalt for roadway drainage and other civil works related projects, sponsored by the Interim Public Works Director, a resolution of the Mayor and City Commission of the City of North Miami Beach, Florida, approving and authorizing a contract extension to the previously approved contract with Arrow Asphalt and Engineering, Inc. for the purchase of roadway drainage and other civil works related projects, and authorizing the city manager or designee to do all things necessary to effectuate this resolution, providing for conflicts, providing for scrivener's errors, providing for severability, and providing for an effective date. Resolution number R 2025-203. This is the add-on denouncing the anti-Semitic attack against the Jewish community that occurred on December 4th, 2025 at Bondi Beach, Sydney, Australia, sponsored by the Mayor and the City Commission. A resolution of the Mayor and Commission of the City of North Miami Beach, Florida, denouncing the anti-Semitic attack against the Jewish community that occurred on December 14, 2025 at Bondi Beach, Sydney, Australia, expressing sympathy and solidarity with the victims, their families, and the global Jewish community, reaffirming the city's commitment to opposing anti-Semitism and hate in all forms, providing for conflict, providing for scrivener's errors, providing for severability, and providing for an effective date. And I believe there is one other that was added, Madam Clerk. Wasn't there one more that was added on?
That was the add-on.
I thought there was one more that we heard at the end that was, no? Besides this, there's not another one? Okay. That's your consent agenda, ma'am.
Move to approve.
Second.
All in favor say aye. Aye. Passes unanimously. I know they're going to vote, but it passes. We're going to get them to vote when they come back. Next item is the item that we moved.
Nothing under 10 quasi-judicial mayors.
No,
we
but,
moved to.
no, there's a resolution that was moved up because of Commissioner Smith?
Yes.
Yes, it's the first item. Now, let me clarify. On resolutions, we typically don't open for public comment, but I did say we will for this issue. So on this, I'm going to open up for public comment on this one particular issue this time because I didn't state that initially during the meeting, but typically we don't do that. So, Madam Clerk, can you open up for public comment on this issue?
On the Eastern Shore.
Yes.
Introduce the item.
Motion to wait. Whoa. Doggone it.
Wait, we don't have a.
We'll just wait. We'll start.
We don't have a quorum. Got somebody come inside, please.
Yes. I just need to open up public comment real quick. Do I have a move? I have a motion to introduce, right?
Yeah.
I have a motion and a second. So, Madam Clerk, can you open up for public comment? Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. The floor is open for public comment. You have 3 minutes for this item. For every item, please speak only on the subject matter that is being presented before the commission. If you'd like to speak, please come forward.
This is the item about Eastern Shores. Anybody that wants to speak has to come forward.
About the guard gate.
About the guard gate on 164th Street.
Former Councilman David Templer.
Good evening, everybody. David Templer, 3260 Northeast 16. So if you have any questions about what happened, about how the vote went, about why the vote went, I'm happy to address them.
And we're happy to do the same.
Mr. Mayor, I have questions about the finance. Do you want me to ask the chair of that committee, or do you want me to ask the finance department when?
After public comment, we'll bring it up for discussion. So next speaker.
Any other speakers?
Stanley Brown, 2975 Northeast 164th Street. I would just want to read what I already said. I believe everybody on our panel has well intentions and would like to see a better neighborhood. My concern is, again, the fear that we're going to reach a point where the taxation is going to overtake the ability of residents that have been there like myself over 20 years who came at a price that was $900 a year for the assessment. The assessment is now $1,600 a year. And at $1,600 a year, I mean, just think about it. My tax to the city of North Miami Beach is $2,400 a year. Should it take more than half of that to operate a guard gate? Now, what I mean is, you get $2,400 to run the city. Another $1,600 goes to just that little simple guard gate. We've got the technology sitting there to use that will allow for zero manning. The city commission voted, I assume, or somebody voted to fund and put that stuff in at the homeowner's expense, all 134 of us. So now it's there. If it wasn't believed in at that time, why did we spend that money to put that technology there? You heard the doctor speak. I'm not sure if he's in our guard gate area or the 35th gate. But to hear today in 2025 that we still need somebody to stand there and say, come on in. When you've got the AI that can identify the car, the tag, and document the driver, why are we spending one dime to man that gate? I'll tell you why. Because we have residents now that are now thinking about not where they are, but where they came from. You understand what I mean? And where they came from are places where people live in fortified areas. I've been around the world. This is not a racist, prejudiced comment. I'm just saying it's a fact. We are in the United States. This is America. We don't live in fortresses. And as soon as you fortify or take more action to spend money on this gate, recognize that this community cannot be fortified. Because as soon as you take care of whatever traffic people are concerned about coming through the gate, what are you going to do about all that waterway? All those homes back to the canal and Mall Lake and the intercoastal. So if I'm worried about somebody driving up to my house, well, how do I ever sleep at night when out the back door can be a canoe, a jet ski, or whatever, right there standing looking in my bedroom window? Please take that into consideration before we keep getting pushed toward a neighborhood that is not a special taxing district,
Time, thank you.
but an HOA. We are not an HOA.
Thank you. Next speaker.
No one has come forward.
Oh,
We have one, excuse me.
Charles Mosley, 3000 Northeast 164th Street. I just stand in agreement with Mr. Brown, his comments about having a guard gate with really controlled auspices. I lived in California and I went to neighborhoods where this came up several times with some of the people I visited, that they were more restricted on people of color, and that this was kind of a very contentious with this type of system. And I think, me being black, myself, coming through the guard gates and going to other areas, I've seen this happen, that they looked at me with scrutiny going into these areas where people were really questioned about who they were just coming through the guard gate. But I just say with Eastern Shores, I've been there before, and I've seen it happen with me being told to go back to my own area with people living there. And I just have some kind of racist insecurity with certain things that happen in this community. But hopefully it'll improve, but I don't think we need anything else to make it even worse. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
thank you. Any more speakers? Seeing none, public comment is now closed. Let's go back to the dais. Commissioner Smith.
Okay, I have quite a few questions because this has become a very serious discussion amongst the people that live behind that guard gate. So, Mr. Attorney, let's say the guard gate is no longer as effective as it would be to have electronic equipment that can take a picture of who comes in, their license plate, etc. Can we change it because the county is involved with this whole process as well? So can the residents change it if they want to?
I'm sorry that the answer I'm going to give you is not short, but I'll do my best to keep it as short as I can. But the background is we were asked by the board of that special taxing district to investigate whether or not they could move from fixed to a roving guard gate. That involved some pretty exhaustive research, and I do want to thank the board of the special taxing district and a number of its members, including the chair, for helping us to find all the original source documents. In the course of that, my office, and actually my partner Skip Miller, who was lead on it, determined, first of all, that no, they could not simply move to a roving patrol instead because that was not provided for in the original documents. I want to say it's not an open and shut issue. It involved some interpretation of some kind of vague language that we wish would have been better, but it was done quite a number of years ago, and that's what was done. However, we also discovered in the process of that research, and I informed the board when they had a special meeting for that purpose to answer their question about roving, the first thing we found was that, frankly, the city has been, and the special taxing district, but the city has been handling this wrong for years. The assumption and the way it was always run is that the board of the special taxing district voted what they were going to do, and that was it, other than the budget, which had to be approved by the city commission. what we found in our research is that that board is nothing but an advisory board like any other advisory board that we have. The governing body absolutely clearly is the city commission, and every decision, not just budget, every ultimate decision must be made by the city commission. And we so advise the board, and that is now documented as a matter of record. And that's why I said a little bit ago, from now on, we're going to have a regular agenda item on consent that says each special taxing district and any recommendations from that board to be presented. And like tonight, when it's placed on consent, if there is any question or need for discussion or uncertainty on the part of the city commission, it can be pulled, like any consent agenda item can be pulled by any commissioner, and it can be pulled for discussion, as this one has been pulled for discussion.
Okay, so
With that said, I just, to answer you more directly, it is something committed to all of you. There may be times, by the way, that consent agenda is empty because they don't meet every month, and if there's not a recommendation, we won't have one. But it's a regular item, even if there's nothing to present. And just kind of to drill down for the last piece of this, the special board meeting was only December 3rd. It was this month. It was just not a long time ago. There was a recommendation, I think it was a 2-to-1 vote. It's a little surprising with all the people who attend to find out there are only 3 voting members, and that was a 2-to-1 vote, which doesn't make it any less legal. That's what the recommendation was, by a 2-1 vote to this commission. But going forward, we know that there hasn't been anybody manning that guard gate. So we rushed this to try to make sure it got on this agenda, and we've done so. But I have to defer financial questions specifically to the manager's office. Those are not things the attorney's office looked at, but we hurried this because we didn't want to ignore the needs of the residents. Now, finally, you ask about the county. Our research indicates that the county formally ceded control to the city. There was a county ordinance at one point, but the county has washed its hands. It has turned this over to the city, but it is the city commission. The ordinance can be amended by the city, and it is our opinion that does not require going to the county based on the legislation. However, in that this was passed because of a referendum that was held among the people in each special taxing district, it is our recommendation that any amendment that substantially changes the existing ordinance language that the city commission deems necessary or advisable, with the advice of the special taxing district, with the advice of its residents, or otherwise. It is our recommendation that any such amendment also be put to those people qualified to vote in the special taxing district in the form of a referendum where they can directly express their approval or disapproval of whatever amendment might be proposed that is substantial and material. Hope that answers your question.
okay, so, excuse me, so there's a few more questions. Number one, I want to ask the chief or whoever's here from the police department, in reference to the changing of the guard company, did we not change it once before? Before Allied, wasn't there another company? I had told the manager I would be asking this question because how did they handle it?
Mayor, Commission. So the Eastern Shores community has for the last 5+ years, have had the same security firm as the city. And so when the city, either through piggyback or a solicitation, contracted with a security guard firm, that same firm was contracted to Eastern Shores.
Okay, so one of the residents is shaking their head no. So I need a clarification on that, being as he's the chair of the committee. But prior to the 5 years, because this whole discussion is about changing who the guard company will be. So I need to know financially, do we have the money to do that? Or is the public going to have their fee raised, and by how much? And I need to know if there was another company prior to this, at that time, how did we handle the change? Did the public get to vote on it? Or was it handled strictly by the board?
May I have to, just for one moment, Commissioner, interrupt to say two things. I'm sorry for having to repeat. Whatever was done, depending on when it was done, it appears that for some reason, my predecessors did not note that it was not up to the board to make these decisions. It's apparently been done wrong for many years. It should be the city commission, but it may have been that it was done by the board because there was a misunderstanding. Secondly, it would not require deciding which company was providing the exact service that's authorized by the ordinance does not require changing the ordinance or a referendum vote. If you change the ordinance itself and provide for different services, that's what we're saying would have to go to referendum. But as long as it's exactly what was called for in the ordinance as approved at referendum, just changing companies would not require changing the ordinance or a referendum vote.
My point that I'm trying to get at is threefold. Number one, the ordinance, the original setup of that guardhouse was 24/7, 365 days a year. The cost was the public involved in getting an opportunity to know that the cost was going up when it was done 5 years ago, or now, knowing that it can be done this way by the board recommendation. I understand that. But if they were if they had a right to vote on it 6 years ago, I'm not sure that we as a commission should take that right away if it's going to go up substantially out of their pocketbooks. So those are questions I have, number one. Number two, I'm listening to everybody's thoughts on this. I mean, you have no idea. There may be only 3 people that can vote, but there's people that are involved. And I will thank our chair and our people that volunteer to be on that commission, because I am on those meetings and they take it very serious. This is something that we as a commissioner now have to take the advice of that board and put it into play. But if you're paying $1,600 a year, and now you're going to be paying $2,200 a year, or whatever the difference may be, which I have to find out from financial, however difference that you're going to be paying, do you have a right to have a word about it? And is the AI, which I have, listen, I know what a mouse is. Everybody's afraid of me. I do know what a mouse is. But I have no idea. But I have seen on television where there are recorders that record the face, the license plate, etc. And individual residents out of their own pocket have hired roving security for that community. And I have to tell you something. When you recognize there's 134 homes or however many, and 60 of them are paying for roving security, which when you don't pay next door and you don't pay down the street, you still have the roving security coming on your block. So this is an issue that we really, I don't want to take all this time. Maybe this whole thing should be tabled for 1 month till we can study it further. But I asked the mayor if Mr. Templer, former commissioner here in North Miami Beach and a resident and chair, if he can answer maybe some of the questions about the financial strains. And also, did the board consider doing an AI type of security?
Please, Commissioner Templer.
It's not working. Could somebody make sure that microphone?
Okay. So I can provide a little background, and I'm going to try to be brief about it.
And your name?
Understanding that when the taxing district for 164th Street was set up, it was 1994.
Mm-hmm.
And it was actually, I think, installed and implemented around the end of 1994 or the beginning of 1995. At that time, the assessment to each resident of that special taxing district, which in essence operates as a sub-municipality of North Miami Beach, was being assessed, I want to say about $800 per year. And that was for a stationary guard 24/7, 365. At that time and going forward, the police department employed something called, I believe they're RTOs. Is that right, Chief? Residential security officer, whatever it was. They were employed, actually, they were city employees. And the overnights were being done on a contracted service. Over a period of years, a surplus developed because of the cost of operating being less than what was being collected. And at the time, I think it was about $14 an hour that was being budgeted for the RSO and the contract work. Some years later, the taxing district wanted to use that money to improve the facility that is operated as the guardhouse. And this was, I guess, around 2015 or so. When we discovered that there was this excess and we tried to take it from the county to improve the facility, the county came forward and said, by the way, we haven't been billing you enough. It just so happens you owe us the exact amount of the overage. And so that disappeared. And then they said, you owe us more. So the assessment went from $800 a year to $1,600 a year to make up for that shortfall. At some point in that interim, the RSOs that were being utilized through the police department fell away. The city didn't want to continue staffing that with RSOs. I suppose there was a cost, either with workers' compensation insurance or otherwise, and so it went fully to contract services. I don't remember who was staffing it before Allied Universal. In 2018, there was a referendum to see whether or not the city should take over the operational management from the county. And at that time, and Attorney Geller is correct, the quote-unquote boards were established, one for the 35th Avenue Guard Gate and one for the 164th Guard Gate, because they're separate taxing districts. One incorporates over 2,000 residences because it has all of the condos and apartments. The other is just the 134 homes on 164th Street. So they're two different taxing districts. They operate similarly, but they have different boards. And as I was saying, Attorney Geller is correct. That was set up as an advisory board, no different than any other board that the commission appoints. But it would be up to the commission to actually finalize the decisions. And again, he's correct that somewhere in there, the board had just assumed control and or assumed the city commission was rubber stamping its decisions, I guess primarily because these were special taxing districts made up of the residents that were paying in the money. It doesn't make a difference. The attorney is correct. We really operate in an advisory position. What was incorrect about what was said earlier was that the current contract vendors are piggybacking under the city contract. That's true for 164th Street. But when the 35th Avenue guardhouse went through its exercise, so to speak, of flexing its authority a few years back, they changed because they didn't like Allied Universal. And I don't know how it happened because I'm not on that board. Mark Einbinder chairs that board. But they changed services, and they're paying more for those stationary guard services. They transitioned the police department, which originally was staffing that guardhouse, and it could do so at an affordable cost because of the number of residences behind that gate. They transitioned that to a roving guard. That board believed that was authorized by an outside opinion that was commissioned by Sarah Johnson, then acting city attorney. That opinion was reviewed by current city attorney, Mr. Geller, and he said that opinion, that outside legal opinion, never actually authorized that board to employ a roving guard. And so this all came to a head because here's where we bring it up to date. When the water project was being done and the roadway was torn up, the ground loops and the gates were removed. So the guard gate at 164th Street was non-operational. No cars were being stopped at all. By the time that was repaired, understanding that the board only meets quarterly, we couldn't vote on restaffing the gatehouse until we had a meeting. But at the meeting, it then came up, well, some of the board members wanted to explore a roving guard. And when Board Member Brown questioned our authority to do that, that delayed staffing the gate another 3 months. That's not his fault. I'm just saying that's the reason the delay occurred. There was another meeting 3 months later, and we weren't ready to make a decision because legal hadn't yet found the papers to analyze for purposes of determining what our authority was. So that another 3 months went by, and that's the reason that I asked for a special meeting on December 3rd. With regard to the technology, I want to say this. At one point since 2018, and I don't remember the year, forgive me, the board at 164th Street voted to employ, again, Mr. Board Member Brown is correct, with the intent of hopefully relieving us of the financial burden of having a 24/7, 365 guard, we elected to employ an AI camera system with a push-button entry. And this was because the guards that were being provided by Allied Universal weren't doing their jobs, and they weren't doing them very well, and the residents were complaining. And it wasn't an exorbitant cost. I think it was $22,000. They put in digital cameras with AI software that not only records the plate, but it automatically identifies the make, model, and color of the car and the year of the car. And when the driver pushes the button to open the gate, there is a video camera that takes video imagery of the driver's face. So all of that's already employed. The issue was then, when we go back, do we go back to a stationary guard? Do we go with a roving patrol? It wasn't 60 homes that was funding that private initiative. It was about 20, and they were financially burdened with it. It started with 7 nights a week. It was cut to 4 nights a week. I think the hours were recently cut. But Knights Protection was the entity that was providing that service. And the residents, at least those that commented, seemed to like the Knights Protection service better than what was being provided by Allied Universal. And so when we brought this up recently, and Attorney Geller said, you don't have the authority to go with a roving patrol. You have to follow the ordinance as it's written unless it's amended. And Attorney Geller already told you about the amendment process. That can be done. He doesn't necessarily suggest that a referendum is mandatory, but that he recommends the referendum in fairness to those residents that are behind that gate. So the ordinance can be amended to provide for less than 24/7, 365. It can be amended to allow the use of roving patrol either in substitution of or as a supplement to stationary guards. As Attorney Geller pointed out, I guess it could be amended to allow for the use of drones. The fact is that the ordinance is very limited in what we are permitted to do. So when the opinion came from the city attorney that we must follow the ordinance as it's written until it's amended, the board voted that we lost our control to reduce the hours of the guard, despite that that's been the intent for several years, including with the implementation of the technology. Because the ordinance says service will be provided 24/7, 365. We have 5 potential board members. Only 3 are official and 2 are alternates. I just let everybody vote, but the only 3 that matter are Board Member Brown, myself, and I believe Board Danny Bacalars. And so there was a motion to staff it 24/7, 365. There was a second. There was a vote. It was basically 2-to-1 or 4-to-1 if you count the alternates. The issue was, do we go back to Allied Universal now, who people were very unhappy with? Because even if we did that, their rates were going up. We were notified about that about 14 months ago, 15 months ago. So if we were going to keep that crappy service, we were going to pay more for it. Knight's Protection was at $22.50 instead of $18.50 an hour, or $18 an hour, whatever it was. And so the board suggested, to the extent the commission approves, as Attorney Geller has suggested, we'll take our chances with Knight's Protection and see how it goes, with the understanding that the amendment process, cumbersome as it may be, was still available so that the residents could more finely tailor what they really wanted in this day and age versus what was wanted or even available back in 1994. I want to remind you, in 1994, there were no cell phones that operated as computers. You had dial cell phones, basically push-button cell phones. You didn't have web cameras. You didn't have the internet the way we have it today. So none of that was around. So it is somewhat of an archaic system. And we've been trying to steer ourselves away from that with the understanding that we can't do it on our own. It has to come through the city commission as enabled by the referendum in 2018 that took it from the county to the city. In dealing with the finances,
I'm going to stop you for 1 second before the finances. Just for the record, while we certainly don't take a position as to issues discussed by the board themselves in terms of, you know, the 2-to-1 vote or the 4-to-1 or whatever it was, the things you've heard tonight, both from the chair and from Board Member Brown. I do want to just say for the record that Mr. Templer's recitation as to our legal opinion is by and large substantially accurate, and might find some minor quibble, but I want the record to reflect that, and I want to thank Mr. Templer for reflecting it so carefully and so accurately. Now, finances, I have nothing to do with, so go ahead, sir.
For about a year now, because the water project destroyed the ground loops and the gate around, I believe, January of 2025, but we couldn't suspend the guard service until we had our next meeting, which I believe was, and I could be off by a couple of months either way here, but the next meeting was after that. And so we suspended the Guard service to preserve funds when we knew the Guards weren't doing anything. And for all of this time, since then, money has just accumulated in the account. So the residents have paid for 24/7, 365 service that they could not get when the ground loops and the gates were destroyed, but which they could have gotten when all of that was repaired, but for the fact that we were now going through this interpretation process of what was permitted and what was not. And so the re-implementation of a 24/7, 365 has been delayed. And it's gotten to the point now where folks are saying, hey, we're paying for this 24/7, 365, and there's all this money sitting there because we saved it for a year. Why are we not getting this? And so there is money in the kitty to do this, subject to, again, that doesn't mean in perpetuity. It means that until, I guess it's May, when we have to submit our budget numbers, I think, to the county, and then it gets voted on by the city, and ultimately it comes up in November. It may very well be that if we're going to continue this without an amendment, we're going to need extra money. The assessment may go up. Or we may determine that there's going to be an amendment and we're not going to need as much money and the assessment will go down. But we can't make that determination tonight. We don't know. All we do know is the money is there, it's been reserved, it's in the bank, and we can afford this. But in fairness to Board Member Brown, that doesn't mean in perpetuity. It just means for now, until the rest of these issues get straightened out. And that's been long, and I'm sorry for that. But if anybody has any questions, I'm happy to address them.
I have a question. David, when was the last time you spoke to or polled the 164 residences on what they wanted?
Okay. We have polled the residents on 164th Street at least twice. Stan Brown may be able to correct me. I believe it was twice. The problem with the polling is it's mailed out to the residents. It's also done, by the way, we have a neighborhood chat, and more than half of the homes are on that neighborhood chat. And so when we have meetings, for example, it's published in the paper. It's also posted at the entrance to the street. It's also put on the chat. Nobody comes to the meetings. Very few, one or two people. To answer your question, those polls were responded to by less than a half of the residents. I think about a third of the residents responded. And of that third, more than half, if I remember correctly, wanted to maintain the stationary guard. That was done twice over a period of about 18 months. If that answers your question.
So the past 18 months?
I would say it was probably going back between 2 years and 1 year ago. So discounting the last 12 months. Yeah. So, yeah.
Mr. Manager, can we...
March of 24.
Can we
Right.
send a registered letter to all 164 owners and do that same poll?
Well, before we move on action, but I just want to know, what are we doing with this legislation now?
That's really the issue.
So what do you, Commissioner Smith?
I just want to say thank you for explaining it. What I'm hearing, and I really, the explanation from both Mr. Brown and from David Templer shows me that we have a guardhouse without a guard. We have money to pay for a guard. The people want the guard more than half of, even though some of them, only a few people answered. And as Mr. Templer so astutely pointed out, if this guard doesn't work, if it's too expensive, nothing's written in stone. So
Correct.
it's a trial that instead of tabling it, I say we vote for it. I say in my seat I'm going to pass it. Let them bring in this new company. Let's see how it works. And then during that period that they feel secure, as I was explaining to Mr. Templer today, some elderly people just feel comfort knowing they go through a guardhouse. So I say we vote on it, and I say we put it in place, and then if we want to give instructions, not knowing what the instructions in that letter should say, do you want to have an AI? Do you want to have 24/7? Do you want to have roving guard? What do you want? But then we can discuss that and put a letter out to 134 people and see if they'll answer the city before they would answer their board.
Commissioner and Mayor, let me just say, of course, we have no comment on what you should vote on this. That's up to you, and recommendations from the residents and whatever seems appropriate to you. I do want to say, if a letter is to go out, we surely want to be part of what's contained in the letter, because we don't want to mislead anyone into thinking that the current ordinance allows something that, in fact, it does not. We want to offer, if we say, would you be interested in this, it has to be, we can ask, but it has to be couched. This would require a change in the ordinance, and there's a process for that, and we're saying it should go to referendum if you're going to do it.
Well, that's why I'm saying we shouldn't discuss it tonight, because that's a major discussion what we're going to do. But I think we should not leave an empty guardhouse without guards, and I think we should go with what the recommendation is, to put it with somebody that is not reading a book instead of looking at people coming in. It's not sleeping, which I see in my guardhouse sometimes. I think we should try it. What can be done?
Hang on. Whoa, hang on.
Say anything?
No, I know, but you're coming up, and I just want, if you recognize, I'll just, let me move forward with Commissioner Smith.
Okay, thank you. So, and I just want to say about sending something to the residents there. You can send it to them certified. You can put diamonds and gold bullions in there and ask them to do it, and they just don't do these things. So just because we send it certified or just because we asked doesn't mean they're going to vote, because it's done twice already, right?
It's been twice. It hasn't been sent certified, but it was sent
It's been twice.
by
It was-
mail, by email, and on the neighborhood chat.
Right.
And we still didn't have even half of the people respond.
Right. So I'm personally of the opinion that we really should do what the board says. Yes, you're an advisory board, and we're supposed to be voting, and that's what we're going to do. But you are the special taxing district advisory boards are a little bit different than the rest of the advisory boards of the cities. These are made of residents that live in that specific special taxing district, and you should be voting. You should be saying how you want it, and we should just be here to just give the final okay. We shouldn't be saying no if that's what you guys want. That's my opinion. And back in 2016, Chuck Asarno, may he rest in peace, Diane Hayhurst, yourself, and myself, we fought really hard to make sure that this passed in the voter referendum, and it did. And in fact, we were the first city in all of Miami-Dade County that
Took control of the taxing
took control of it.
Yes, that's
And
correct.
the other cities actually followed us. And that story that you said about all that extra money that the county had, and then we did have, and then we didn't have, was actually for both guardhouses. I think your guardhouse was like 200,000, and my guardhouse was like 100,000, and we were going to make beautiful guardhouses. And
Correct. The surpluses were for North Miami, well, for the first edition was 200,000, and for the 35th Avenue surplus, I believe it was about 130,000.
Right.
If I remember correctly. But listen, it's water under the bridge.
water under
and
the
I,
bridge.
and I have to, say thank you to each one of you, because this is really not what you came here for tonight, and it's really a long time. I'm just trying to give you as much accurate information as I can.
Right, but and I do believe that we need the guardhouses. We need either the roving, or we need And I'm speaking, I mean, I'm speaking from someone who lives not in your guardhouse, but lives within a guardhouse. We need either, you need either roving, you need either someone at the guardhouse, or there's cars constantly being stolen, there's, you know, houses are broken into, things are happening, and I'm a firm believer. I fought really hard for the city to take control of it. I was originally on the board before I became a commissioner. So I'm in favor of this, and that's it.
Okay, Mr. Brown, you wanted to say a comment, so please go ahead.
We have a professional police force, North Miami Beach, that has an officer dedicated to just Eastern Shores. That officer, during these hours that we're talking about where there are cars stolen, and just keep in mind, we're coming off of a crime spree that was Broward and Dade County. That crime spree was going to affect neighborhoods regardless of a rover, regardless of a guardhouse. Just 3 weeks ago, with the rover sitting within sight, a house was broken into in Eastern Shores at night. Earlier this summer, the rover passed right by as another gentleman attempted to get another car. So this rover is not a save-all. Our police would disagree with you, Commissioner
Smuckler.
They would disagree with you because they will tell you that there's no statistic, there's no criminal activity unique to Eastern Shores that makes these homes a target for anyone no more than anywhere else in Miami, anywhere else in North Miami Beach. So if Eastern Shores needs a rover, you guys must be talking about putting rovers everywhere, and you're not.
But to be clear, the police officer that you said is dedicated to Eastern Shores,
yes,
is being paid for, and I want this to be clear, it's being paid for in the special taxing district.
But that's not true.
Yes, it is true.
No, it is not.
Yes, it is true.
You have a police officer, what is the district you call, is it Region 7 or whatever? That guy sits from the corner of 27th Avenue, which is right there where that gas station is.
Oh, okay. Well, that's Western Eastern Shores, and that's every community has a police officer.
But my point is this: that officer sits there and patrols that whole region from the bridge all the way back to where that gas station is. And during the wee hours of the night, the police have decided that that officer doesn't need to really rove inside of Eastern Shores because there's no real activity there. So they position him along the 164th Street corridor to better utilize them to catch people that are speeding. So if we had an uptick in crime and a real crisis, wouldn't the police redeploy this gentleman or this officer inside the gated area? And I've had that discussion with Major Assam. And he said, yeah, you're right. If we ever had an uptick in crime, but we don't have that. Now, my next point is this. Mr. Board Member Temple is correct. The interpretation of the ordinance does say service will be provided 24 hours. But here's what is not clear, and the city attorney and I have had this conversation. He's agreed to research it, which is why this thing needs, my opinion, is this thing needs to be put off until he has the time to do this research. You see, the service is not the person standing there saying, where's your ID? That is not the service. The service that the order stipulates is a entry monitoring system. That does not require a person in today's technology. The entry monitoring system is the guard facility, the building. It is the arm that goes up and down. It is the camera that now captures the face and the image. It is the AI that scans the car and records the tag. The person is a component of that in prehistoric days, but today, the person is not a necessary component of that. And it is the Guard Gate Advisory's job to present to this board the most economical and feasible way to operate that facility, given the fact that these are escalating costs that will never, ever go down. I've researched the over 100 communities in Miami-Dade County that have special taxing districts for things like guards and rovers. Do you know there are communities now paying $8,000 a home for a guard gate? Really? This street is not all of that. At what point does the city commission say, you know, that's a little too much? When will we get there? Will you wait? Will you drag us down this path for 2-3 more years, knowing that just in the last 2 years, we've gone from $15 an hour to $17 an hour to $18 an hour. Now the proposal is, oh, let's pay $22 an hour. Out of whose pocket? Out of whose pocket?
Brown, can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
So we do this scenario with the AI and no roving, who's gonna, if something breaks down, who's gonna put a cone? Who's gonna make sure the needed repairs are done? Who's gonna be coordinating everything?
The same person that does it now, the North Miami Beach Police. We pay a premium to the North Miami Beach Police for the service and maintaining the system and the building. So every time a guard arm breaks, Board Member Templer has the equipment, and if he doesn't do it, the city will come and do it. I have a key to the guardhouse. I have volunteered my services to go down there at any time to put that thing back together if it needs to be put back together. But we have a maintenance contract with somebody that does all of that. So that really is not an issue.
I have a question. In the old days, we weren't allowed to take the picture of any occupants of the car because the city would get sued if anything happened, if somebody was not supposed to be in the car with them. And we used to have a problem with that. Has that gone away?
I was not aware of that. I think it's perfectly legal to do that, to do so, especially if you're entering.
We're taking pictures of the license plates. Your guardhouse.
No, and they said the new stuff though.
Or in the new software.
Oh, yeah.
But in the old days, you weren't allowed to take a picture of the occupant because of suits.
We never, just to clarify, I don't know that it was ever not legal. It was not employed. At one time, they didn't have the technology to do that. And so we do now, and that is employed.
No, what the reason was back then was if somebody was coming home with somebody that they wasn't supposed to have in the car and they were going to get sued. No, seriously. No, seriously, that was the issue. That was the issue.
I don't
It's a
remember.
football game before.
And going to use our camera to enter a lawsuit that identifies them.
I don't remember.
And we didn't want to open it up to that, was the old.
Commissioner, I can't say whether that was illegal at the time. It is not my understanding that that is currently illegal where the government has established a guardhouse. I can do a little further research because frankly it's not an issue we studied, but it is not my understanding that it is illegal to take that information, whether it's done in person or automatically. But again, since that's not an issue we researched, I do want to qualify it, but I don't believe that that's illegal at this time, sitting here without researching it.
I hesitate to drag this out because I think what's happening is we're going off on a tangent.
No, I will, no, but so that, I'm going to try to let the commissioner know.
Okay, thank you so much. What I wanted to, are you two on the same page as it relates to how we move, how you hope the commission will move forward tonight? The two board members? Are you guys on the same page? No. So the question to the chief now is, from a safety perspective, right, from a liability perspective, what would be the best way that we move forward just from that safety perspective? Because we want to ensure that the community is safe, but from the fiscal side, that seems to still be a questionable moment that the city management should have actually rectified that. So from the safety perspective, what is your take on it?
So obviously, AI is great and technology has evolved and it's a great tool that assists us, in investigations. And we have used that camera before when the driver comes in, we take a photograph, we have tools that we use for facial recognition that helps identify people. However, replacing a human, a police officer with that, I believe having an officer there is paramount and more important than AI, because we've had instances where, yes, to your point, sir, there are times these criminals are savvy. They know, they see an officer roll by, it's a crime of opportunity. And also to your point, this can happen in any community at any time. Yes, Eastern Shores is more prominent because of higher end vehicles, et cetera. So they prey on that type of environment. So an officer can drive by, the criminal sees an opportunity, the doors are unlocked 90% of the time, and that's why they do that. However, having an officer there available and ready, we've had instances where there's in-progress calls, life-saving procedures have taken place, officers there on the spot to address those issues. So if you're asking me, for my professional opinion, having an officer present, available, and ready to respond is better than having an artificial intelligence.
Mayor, may I clarify something with the chief? The original legislation certainly contemplates that off-duty police officers could be, or on duty for, of course, could be manning that guard gate. And obviously, from what everyone has said, there is no substitute for the terrific North Miami Beach Police Department patrolling that whole area, which is one of the, honestly, one of the arguments against having a roving patrol is that we have something that's a lot better than that. It's roving police officers. My understanding, though, that as far as at the guard gate, it's currently not police officers that are at the gate. It's
correct.
Police officers on patrol. And what we're talking about, well, yeah, it's a huge cost if that was done, because we try to pay the police officers well. But as I understand the specific issue, and nobody says that we want to reduce any police presence in that area, because as you said, it's a target area. But they're talking about unarmed security guards standing at the guard gate, and that's, I think, is not what's in front of us, is having police officers. There's no substitute for that.
So my next question is, as it relates to the current contract right now, if we don't approve this tonight, or if we delay it for another month, is there currently somebody in the guard gate?
No.
No.
And so that's what I was going to say, Commissioner Jean, is that I don't want the focus of the commission for tonight to get astray. The issue is, as we've been told by the city attorney, is the residents must get what they've already paid for, and you must follow the ordinance. And for now, we've got the opinion that the ordinance says 24/7, 365, and we don't have anybody there, but the money is there. That doesn't mean that the word service can't be subject to some interpretation, but that's not the role of this commission this evening. That's for another day. And whether the ordinance is amended to clarify the word service, or 24/7, 365, or stationary versus rover, or supplement, all that's for another day. What's for tonight is that the board voted 2-1 or 4-1, however you look for it, to restaff the guardhouse 24/7, 365, and we can't do it on our own anymore because we've usurped our authority already. So now our recommendation has to come to the 7 of you.
So the question too is what's currently proposed sustainable fiscally for you guys? That's the other question, because if we approve this and long-term financially you guys are tapped out with the eventual inflation of the service, is it something that will affect the residents, and then now coming before us again to see if we can put it out to bid again? I think that's the real question, because sustainability as it relates to the financing of this particular legislation is the key question that I don't think anyone has answered yet.
I'm sorry, Vice Mayor, if I can jump in here. Your question actually suggests a very interesting possibility. Perhaps the commission, if it so chooses, it's your absolute discretion, but perhaps the commission might want to vote to authorize immediate staffing of the guard gate, which again is the reason we kind of rushed this through, knowing that there might be questions that arose, but we felt that obligation. Perhaps the commission might direct that the staffing take place immediately, but instruct that no long-term contract be entered into. That's a month-to-month arrangement could be entered into so there could be guards there right away, but you get the chance to come back and look at it and make a further decision, but knowing that in the meantime, that guard gate is staffed. And your question suggests that directly. It's a very
So the other question
interesting
is, you mentioned the
possibility.
two companies. The current company is one that you guys were not satisfied with per se. You have another suggestion, right?
The former company, which I don't know, it's still under contract with the city, but not necessarily with the taxing district, is Allied Universal. Allied Universal may have different levels of service. The folks that I see here at City Hall from Allied Universal are light years different than the folks that they stick in that guardhouse.
That could be a point to the attorney's suggestion about a month to month addressing the level of service that the company can provide based on the need that you guys have.
Correct, and he's absolutely correct, as you are, that there doesn't have to be a long-term contract, and there shouldn't be, by the way, because to the extent the ordinance is amended or sought to be amended, that contract suddenly becomes questionable.
Mr. Brown, well, what's before us, because I want us to end this because we have it should have been a short agenda, but it's a pretty long agenda now. But understand how nuanced this can be and how important it is to the enclave you guys both live in. We have an option or a possibility of doing this for a short-term basis as we get additional information if we're going to appeal this ordinance, because it's a timing issue. I understand the concerns of we need something now, but we'll also understand that it doesn't have to be locked in for a substantial period of time to see if we can, lack of a better term, split the baby in half. I'm not trying to split no babies, but I'm just saying, like, finding some balancing approach.
Well, I appreciate you, the whole board, considering this as a way to balance. I mean, my goal is not to be a roadblock. My goal is just to recognize that, this is like the gift the thing that never stops giving. And this automatically going to $22 when we were not able to pay 18, I'm like, whoa. Why would you do
everything?
that?
We have to realize also that everything has gone up everywhere with everything. So,
But I understand I understand your standpoint. My thing is that just for us to move the ball along,
Yes.
so we can have some type of further discussion on this, to make it as the city attorney pointed out. Mr. City Attorney, if you have a proposed motion, I will accept it, please.
Thank you.
The motion would be to accept the recommendation of the board to contract with who the recommendation is for, but to do so on a month-to-month basis pending further review of this matter and investigation of the finances by the city and the city commission.
I make the motion.
I second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Thank you.
Mr. Attorney,
Yes.
can you find out if other cities are doing it this same way, where they have the board and they make a decision and then we approve it or not? Because I don't think it's right that if a special taxing district is making a recommendation for where they live, that we should come and say otherwise.
I'm happy to look into it, but our research of the law on this seems to indicate that the county, when it gave up its control, did so on the condition that it would be a duly constituted city government that was the governing body. And I have to say, I'm a little skeptical whether or not somebody has a different arrangement. Frankly, that doesn't mean that it's legal. We can look.
Oh, well, they gave it up 10 years ago already, so maybe.
That's my point.
Maybe
Is
we
that
can.
they've been
maybe
doing it wrong
we can
under our
change it.
documents for years.
Just for whatever they're worth, I mean, Joe and I know each other a long time. I think he's right. I think the ultimate authority has to be with you, because it has to be with a duly elected commission and not with an appointed board. Having said that, I want to thank the mayor for the extra time tonight and the consideration from each of you. Again, wishing you all happy holidays, and I am going home.
And a final comment, if I might.
Yes.
You as a commission, I don't know how these board members are even chosen, frankly, but you as a commission ought to be very proud that you have advisory committee members, two of whom have taken the time to come here be thoughtful, be reasonable, and really look at, this from not the same point of view, but in the interest of how they see the residents. You have to say that this is a pretty model advisory board in the way it's functioning, in the way that its members presented to you tonight. That's something you should be proud of.
They run every meeting like that. Every meeting's run the same. Thank you both for your time.
Thank you, board members. Next item, Madam Clerk. It is
Move to introduce ordinance number 2025-12.
9.9. 9. Yes.
Yeah. Yes.
Yes, correct.
Okay, item 9.9, resolution number R 2025-195, approving a task order with Ramba Consulting, sponsored by the city manager's office, a resolution of the mayor and city commission of the city of North Miami Beach, Florida, approving task order for legislative
know who
and
that is,
executive branch lobbying services in a monthly amount of $20,000 with Ramba Consulting Group LLC under the RFQ-24-024-SG lobbying services, and authorizing the city manager or designee to do all things necessary to effectuate this resolution. For conflicts, thank you. Hope I was heard and that went on the record. Providing for conflicts and subject to the budget appropriation and availability of funds and providing it for an effective date.
Madam Procurement Office.
Need a motion to
Move.
Motion.
Second. All right. Procurement.
Good evening, Mayor and Commission again. So back in 2024, we went out to solicit for lobbying services for a pre-qualification pool. Those firms were presented to you all for approval via Resolution 2024-89. Additionally, we were able to add subsequent firms as needed to the pre-qualification pool. We've done that, and we have a pretty robust list of lobbyists. And so we're able to use these lobbyists via task order for a particular project, for a term, for a time frame, as the city manager's office deems necessary. These lobbyists include, of course, our state and local lobbyists, as well as the federal lobbyists. So again, we're able to use these lobbyists via task order. That dollar amount ranges based on the sensitivity or the term of, the project. So for Ramba Consulting Group, we consulted with, we utilized them back in early 2025 under a task order for $30,000. That task order is under the manager's authority, under $50,000. So we were able to execute a purchase order for those services. We received task order number 2 for additional services, and that was during the summer of 2025, so this year. Those services were for not a time certain, so we have the autonomy to end that whenever we need to. But those are for $20,000 a month. Because that then put us over the spend authority, after the first month, over the spend authority, we have to bring that to up to you so you guys can vote on that. Now,
sorry, I was going to go to the city.
No, go ahead.
City Attorney.
Mayor and commissioners, let me say that I certainly listened intently to public comment tonight, but I have to say that there seems to be some misunderstanding on the part of the public. I don't remember which speaker, and I understand that the people who sit up here on this blue carpet sometimes know things that are just not apparent to members of the public, and that's not anybody's fault. That's just part of what comes with sitting here. But I noted someone who said, well, why do we need lobbying services? Because the governor vetoed it and it's not necessary. Yeah. Well, that didn't just happen.
No, it did not.
We got engaged in this late in the process. There was tremendous momentum in both houses of the legislature. I served there for 8 years. I don't bring it up much on this dais because it's not always relevant, but it is here. And we went, and we have some other lobbyists, also very good people, but frankly, we went to these folks and they said, that's a charging train, and we don't think we're going to be able to stop it in the House or the Senate, though they tried.
Yeah.
But they were able, with the help of other friends and a lot of forces, that veto didn't just happen. It was in large part, again, we have other lobbyists who are very good, but this firm in particular was extremely active in the executive branch. We are not usually when we retain lobbyists here, they're mostly for legislative services, not always for executive branch. This covers both, and I just can't tell you, as somebody who has occasionally had the ability to see what happens behind the curtain, that veto didn't just happen. And anyone who thinks, oh, well, we got the veto, so why did we need the, well, that's just not how this process works. And the money it would have cost us going forward with the lawsuit that we had drafted, sitting there in the can, ready to file at the drop of a hat, because the decision for the governor was days after the effective date of the legislation. It went into effect July 1st, and the decision wasn't made till like the 3rd or the 5th or something.
The 3rd.
We already had a lawsuit, but we didn't have to file it or sue it out. Had we had to sue the state of Florida, that would have cost us a lot of money, and we didn't have to. So I don't advocate for things in front of you that often. It's not really typically my job, but as I hear from a lot of you, what are we doing on this? Well, we know this process, and this firm delivered.
All right, and there might be a part 2. So, and we hope there isn't, but
You're 100%, it's
Right.
already filed.
Right.
They're already coming
I
back
know that.
trying to do
I
it
know
again.
that. So I'm going to make a motion to approve.
Oh, hang on. I would like to.
I'll second it. We're in
I would like-
discussion.
Okay, got it. Thank you.
We're second. Go ahead.
May I? All
Commissioner
right.
Sue.
Since we have, thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I'd like to know, first of all, they were paid initially, I think April and May, is that correct? In 2025?
Yes, under the 30,000.
Okay, so during that time, I believe that we still haven't, it hasn't been full-fledged. We know that they filed a bill against us, right? The HB 11 was filed, and therefore they were working for that. That was the 30,000. So it was April and May, was it?
No, that wasn't it. No.
Okay, no, that's what this is why I wanted to clarify. Hang on. So this is what I need to get clear. So I'll have Ms. George answer.
So what I can speak to is what the task order reads.
Okay.
Now, the detailed, what happens in Tallahassee or
Yep.
DC, I definitely can't go into that. But the services for the 30,000 were for the legislative and executive branch lobbying.
Okay, and that was for, when was it paid, and during what period was the invoice for, and all that?
I believe
That's task order 1, correct?
I'm sorry?
Is that task order 1?
Yes.
Okay.
I believe that was for March and April.
Mm-hmm.
Let me double check just a moment. Yes, March and April.
Which year again?
March and April 2025.
Okay. All right, and then we started paying them again in August?
Yes, we received another
That's
task order.
2.
Yes.
And that was paying August 2025.
We paid August 2025.
So the contract was signed August 1st, 2025. Is that, I mean, I see in the backup documents that you have here, it says that it's a letter from David Ramba himself saying that the contract is starting August 1st, 2025. So just to address this with Mr. Attorney, you mentioned yourself that actually I think the veto was July 3rd.
July 3rd.
Right. So it was right before July 4th, and we were all happy for that celebratory, event. So if we had the bill vetoed July 3rd, why are we hiring a consultant for August?
Okay.
There was a commitment. There was a commitment that they were going to do it right after that, which they did. They were already planning to come after it and to file it, which they're not giving up on this. This is an ongoing thing, and they've made it very clear that they will use whatever resources to pass this bill. And I want to just say that.
Okay.
And also to answer your question, Commissioner, there was only authority at that point to pay them for that period. Where it was March and April, really April and May is when the legislative session concluded in this year in May, early May.
Mm-hmm.
As a certain fact, they continued working without being further compensated until pretty much the day that veto was entered. Now, again, they weren't the only people on our behalf, but the fact that we weren't paying them more doesn't mean that they stopped in April or May, whatever that last month was. They worked until that veto was formally filed, and they just didn't get extra money because it required, at that point, it was viewed that was all that could be authorized. They kept faith with us and kept working.
Thank you. So I wanted to ask my colleagues, I don't know if this occurs to you this way, but to me it occurs like that they have decided to work for something. We promised them something. There was no contract in place. I standing inside of fiscal responsibility and transparency, I really think that moving forward, now whatever had happened, happened, right? They worked on it, that's fine. I can, I really don't want to be flexible about it because I think that if you did actually put in the work, like just send us the bill. And if you had an agreement, we should be willing to pay for it. Now, August 2025, right? When they're coming in, when we paid them first time was $30,000. The next $20,000 should be available through the city manager because he has a limit of $50,000. So that task order number 2, if it's done for 2025, I think that's how I see it. I mean, like I would like my colleagues to think. Hang on, allow me to finish. Sorry, Ms. Commissioner Chernoff. The issue is this, like, I think that we do have the file, we do have a bill filed against us, 253 from Representative Robinson.
224.
224, thank you. Okay, 253 is in my head all the time. 224.
224. I wanted it to be 227, so for other reasons, but 224. For other reasons.
Anyway,
for other reasons.
All right, thank you. Anyway, so with that said, I just think that now that we don't have a companion bill yet in the Senate, obviously, like, there's a chance that there will not be one. Now, we don't want to take that risk, but for me, like I said, fiscal responsibility. I want us to think about that $20,000 that we spend every month. It could be better spent somewhere else. Or if we needed them to monitor, is there like a monitoring fee versus like, a full-blown fee just to sit there and watch the bill come through? We do have two other retainer contracts, I believe.
One is conflicted out, by the way.
You mean Ron Book?
Yeah, it's conflicted out.
Only on that matter.
Only
So
on that
we
matter.
have, okay, so we have Ruben Turnbull that
And
is
they're
doing
also
both
excellent,
state.
I will
Yeah.
say, for
Right, exactly. And they're $6,500 a month
But-
versus $20,000 a month.
But Commissioner,
Yes, sir.
with deference, spent 8 years there, and I was there for many years before that, not as a member. When you say there's not a companion bill in the Senate, and all we need them to do is monitor, that's just not how it works.
No, it doesn't work that way.
There's not a companion bill in the Senate, in part because our friends at Ruben Turnbull, but also very much because our friends at Ramba started in August
Yes.
under the remainder of what the city manager had authority to do, and got engaged early. And the fact that there's not a Senate companion, like the veto, it doesn't just happen. When someone's on your behalf in talking to people and explaining to them and working on them and saying, well, you don't want to sponsor a Senate companion to that. You're not really, that's a bad idea, Senator, because of all these reasons. That's how you end up with not having a Senate companion.
Thank you. I understand. Thank you very much, Mr.
Commissioner Sue.
Attorney, for explaining.
Commissioner Sue.
Yes. Go, did you want to share something?
Ms. Commissioner Sue, we've belabored the point. That being said, like, I got a motion in a second, right? I got a motion in a second.
I wanted to, can I propose something just
If it
for
fail,
consideration?
if it fails, we'll go to your motion. All right. All in favor to approve as the resolution as it is now, say aye. Aye. Any opposed?
Nay.
All right, it passes.
Comments.
You have a point of personal privilege. Go ahead, Commissioner.
Point of personal privilege. Yes, I wanted to publicly thank Ron Book for the services that he provided to the city, and the reason I want to do that is because many of the firms did not want to service North Miami Beach because of the conflicts and the different things that have been, But with that being said as well, for the city administration, this is to you. This is not to the services of Ron Book, but there still needs to be a level of transparency as it relates to our lobbying services, right? And all of us should have the privy of knowledge of knowing who our lobbyists are. I think that's a bare minimum that each of the commissioners should have. I've gone to events where people would say, oh yeah, I'm servicing you guys. And I'm like, oh, okay, thanks for letting me know.
Well, I mean.
But I do think, like, to what the attorney said, friends and forces, there's a lot of things that we can't speak to because of the sensitivity of it.
That's the thing. And I just wanted to speak before we got too much into the weeds.
Absolutely.
Because at the end of the day, we have pending litigation. Always remember this. Because I know how sensitive and how a lot of people want to just mix and match in this. Believe you me, I don't want us to be open to further liability or the opportunity to somebody to snip a word or take a PUC meeting and then blast it on there and use it for litigation, which is going to happen.
I agree with that.
I've seen that happen. I've seen drafts. So that being said, I want to be very cognizant of who's monitoring us because this is an adversarial game that we're in. There are forces that want to hurt us by hurting our water plant. They don't care who they utilize, friend or foe, to try to make that happen. So they can take the dysfunction or our differing views and use that to their advantage, to our disadvantage.
And they did, didn't they?
And they did.
From the PUC when Bruce was saying something.
At a county commission meeting. But that being said, no, we're landing the plane. Next item, Madam Clerk, please.
May I?
Legislation.
Mr. Mayor, please, through. I just wanted to talk to the city manager just for a second about this,
No, please.
No, I would like to see a report of lobbying services that are being done.
We can ask him that.
Okay,
yes.
Because I never got a
Move to
call about
introduce
anybody.
ordinance
so that's what I
number
need to know.
11.1.
Thank you so
Ordinance number 2025-12. Second reading.
Madam Clerk, or Mr. City Attorney.
You got a second for me?
A second.
Okay. Item 11.1, ordinance number 2025-12. This is second reading. Suspension of delinquent accounts for a solid waste commercial account, sponsored by the interim public works director. An ordinance of the mayor and city commission of the city of North Miami Beach, amending chapter 18 entitled Solid Waste Management, sections 18-3 entitled Garbage and Trash Collections Fees Schedule of the City Code of Ordinances to create section 18-3.1 entitled Suspension of commercial dumpster account service for unpaid bills, requiring mandatory commercial solid waste service, authorizing the suspension or removal of commercial dumpster service for delinquent accounts, providing for enforcement, liens, fines, and reinstatement requirements, providing for notice, procedures, providing for conflicts, severability, codification, and for an effective date. Second reading, Mayor. Public hearing. All right.
Procurement Director.
Good evening, Mayor and Commission. Curly McHenry, Interim Director of Public Works. This is the second reading for just a request to move forward with suspending commercial accounts based on non-payables. And we're wishing to provide late notice after a 30-day delinquency, after 60 days of non-payment, to really just move forward and remove the dumpsters.
City Manager.
Yes, I just wanted to say, Mr. Mayor and Commissioner, this was an item brought to you last month. This is the second reading. I don't believe there were any requests or changes to what was proposed the first one, so I just wanted to say that.
Thank you so very much. Since the second reading, I bring it up before the day. Commissioner Smith. Commissioner
Move to
Florbach?
adopt.
Second.
Madam Clerk, do a roll call, please.
Commissioner Chernoff.
Yes.
Commissioner Florimon.
Yes.
Commissioner Smith. Commissioner Smuckler.
Yes.
Commissioner Sue.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Jean.
Yes.
Mayor Michael Joseph.
Yes.
Passes. Thank you.
I had a question for this one. This was the riddle that we had from the last time. So we increase the capacity until they pay. Is that basically in a nutshell?
So this
Fine,
is
that's fine. We can get clarity.
Yeah, that's fine. So this is the last time when you asked the question. So the answer to that is the cubic capacity of the dumpster asset is set to actually hold that much trash. Unfortunately, today there's nothing in place, right? So it continues to overflow over a really long period of time. Here, we're actually putting a stopgap behind that, and we're following through with code enforcement to make sure that we actually create a stopgap and address the situation.
All right.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Next item.
It's 18-2, 11-2, someone needs to introduce.
Second.
Ordinance number, item 11.2, ordinance number 2025-09. This is also second reading. Oh, I'm sorry. This one was
No, it's fine.
voted back in. I'm sorry. Okay. Establishing the Housing and Economic Development Department, sponsored by the Interim Assistant City Manager. An ordinance of the Mayor and City Commission of the City of North Miami Beach, Florida, creating the Department of Housing and Economic Development of the City of North Miami Beach, providing for the establishment of the department and appointment of the director, providing for codification, conflict, scrivener's errors, severability, and providing for an effective date. Second reading, Mayor.
ACM.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and Commissioners. Again, this is second reading of the ordinance to establish the Housing and Economic Development Department, with the focus of providing effective and efficient administration of housing policies, and also to provide focus on economic development activities linking to jobs and housing. Establishing this department would align with the strategic plan. This is what we worked on earlier this year with FIU. Pretty much with all of the 8 pillars that were identified in that strategic plan, which are listed here. In addition, we also worked on our economic development strategic plan with FIU, and the 6 enhancement strategies that are identified on the screen also reflect supporting reasons why the Housing and Economic Development Department should be established. This is the org chart that was presented to you all during the budget process. Essentially, you would be creating a new position to hire a department director, an administrative assistant, I can't see this, And then the remaining positions are current position, would be filled by current staff. The titles may change and be reassessed based on the BTR office that would be moving to the department. So this ordinance would allow for the establishment of the department, identifying that on the housing side, there'd be housing oversight and administration, which is what we only do for home rehab. But in this case, we would be supporting the housing policy and housing study that the Community Development Department began to oversee and is currently finalizing. In addition, this would allow for the planning and support for comprehensive human services, which we lack in the city currently, as well as advocacy for social and economic concerns of residents. And of course, in addition to that, on the economic development side, this department would be responsible for implementing the strategic plan, creating the business tax receipt program that's more of a concierge service that we currently do not have, working on workforce training and development opportunities, tourism development, marketing and branding, entrepreneurship and small business support, retention, expansion of existing and attraction of new local businesses, as well as partnering with key stakeholders to stimulate economic growth. What was approved in the budget is listed before you in the summary. Operating expenses equate to $540,000. That would allow for the continuation of the home rehab program, job fairs, the quarterly business luncheon, business assessment and training program, the nursing assistant program, a web developer training program, which is new, trade shows on conferences to continue to promote the city, and the partnership that we currently have with the Begin Council. And so the recommendation is to approve the ordinance based as how it's presented to you all tonight.
All right, bringing it back to the commission. Commissioner Trenoff?
I'm good, thank you.
Commissioner Sue?
Okay, so I think we had a conversation about this. So there was several things that I wanted to bring up. First of all, where is the economic growth at this point? Like, how are we measuring that right now to see the effectiveness of what this department would do?
That's one of the things that we actually need to work on, which is why I'm recommending the establishment of the department. So you have a director who's focused on identifying what the KPIs are and measuring and tracking our data.
Well, I think that we should determine that before, right? I just can't even imagine thinking about, like, let's jump in the pool first and let's get a bathing suit. So, you know what I mean? Like, I think that we should find out first what temperature that water is, and then whether we should go in with a scuba outfit or whether we should go in with a bikini. But like right now, we don't know anything, and we just want to establish this, put in $934,000 into this budget. And this budget is, I don't know how accurate that is because I didn't see the line item in the budget book of all the employees that are in there. I only see the ones that are going to be hired, right? So I am asserting that 400 some $1,000 is for the new employees that are being hired, not the ones that we are borrowing or bringing over from community development. So that means that budget is not accurate. And that's all an assumption. I would love to hear you address that because I think a department head is usually around 150, and then the employees and all that with the benefits and everything else. So can you explain
Sure.
that to me?
During the budget process and at the request of the finance department, we did look at ways to reduce spending in this fiscal year. Some of the positions would be hired at a later date. I think one of which was administrative assistant that wouldn't be onboarded till the fourth quarter. But in any event, the budget that's presented is what was approved by you all through finance and the exercise that we had. And then for the BTR staff, it would essentially be those staff moving from community development into this department.
Absolutely. Now, thank you for that. So I was going to say that, you know, when we approved that, the 450,000, you wanted to hire somebody under community development, the salaries would be lower. So that's why I think that's what is, you know, that was what we would understand, is that it would be distributed among other employees. So now that when we're seeing the actual presentation, so if you could go back to that org chart that you had created, or you were showing. All right. So the two on the left-hand side, those two are the ones that are, that's already in existence at the Community Development Department. Is that correct?
Not with the exact titles, but yes.
Yes. Okay. So then we're hiring 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Now, if it was a division head, oh, you have one, or you have the coordinator, economic coordinator is Ms. Mosley, right?
That would be your opportunity to apply for that position, ma'am.
Oh, okay. So nobody's filling these seats yet. These are.
So again, the BTR, Business Development Specialist, the ED Program Specialist, the Housing and Social Services Coordinator, and the Housing Program Specialist would be staff transferred from BTR and reassigned.
Was that included in the budget?
Yes.
It was included. So this 980 minus the 500,000 on all the what is it you call them, programs? Thank you. So minus 500. So only 434,000 are going towards salary.
So during the finance exercise, it was stated, because you all have to vote on this department to be established, the funds for said positions in community development would stay there until it's time for them to transfer over. So what you see is reflective of what exists on economic development now, which will also include the director and the admin assistant position.
So the director, you're saying that this 434,000 is inclusive of everybody in this organization chart. We don't need to do a budget amendment. Is that correct?
You would not need to do a budget amendment. The funds would come from community development and transfer over into the new department.
Okay,
for the positions that are
so the funds will come from community development. So that means
We voted it in a budget.
I know we did, but we voted on it assuming that it was only going to be a division. I didn't vote on it assuming it was going to be a department.
No, well, no.
Because there's also an asterisk
No,
on the budget.
no. I meant because, I mean, when we were going on the budget, and I know you weren't here during that time,
Mm-hmm.
this was discussed. So, yeah, it was discussed.
Okay, so I still have another question about this because I think that, where was I? Okay, so we were talking about the KPIs on this.
Mhm.
So you still don't know, regardless of the study that we've already done, right?
I mean, we have the two studies, the strategic plan and then the economic development strategic plan. Those give you identifiers, but what you really need is someone who has the focus on economic analysis that could sit and do that type of study or provide that type of information. We do not have that right now. We have simple programs that are being executed by one person.
Okay. I still think that after this, you're saying that the Community Development Fund will be transferred over to Economic Development for those employees that are coming from BTR.
That was the conversation with finance.
Okay, so it will be increased. Is that, I mean, I just need to get that.
You're not doing an additional budget amendment, is the answer.
All right, fine. Okay, great. The next thing is, how is it not overlapping with what the CRA is doing?
Thankfully, you all are the body that also oversees the CRA. In this particular case, the CRA and economic development should work hand in hand, and they should be reflective of each other in a sense. The CRA does have different programs and different funding, a lot of it, to implement different facade and other streetscape improvements. In this case, you are focusing, at least in this year, on workforce training programs, and a home rehab program. So what you see in the department would be reflective of how you want to see it. In this case, it's a start. It's to develop the initial department and then build from there. In this case, it's not comparison with the CRA and what they're doing, and there's no comparison yet.
There's no comparison?
And further, the boundaries of the CRA are only within a certain limit.
I think most of the CRA boundaries are our commercial corridor on 163rd and 167th.
Yes,
Right.
but
So
there's
it
no
actually covers everything. The only thing that we don't have now would probably be the Biscayne North and South and Miami Gardens Drive, right?
There's a lot of
No, 163rd goes all the way down.
no. It goes to the 50.
It also doesn't cover any of the homes, and you have a home rehabilitation program.
Well, I mean, homes and economic development, I don't know how that is related because I don't see us having like a first-time home buyer program actually facilitating anything to do with economic development.
I would beg to differ on that. I'm sorry. I don't want to break your train of thought, Commissioner Suzerain, just so I can go on the Vice Mayor.
Please go on to the Vice Mayor. I'd like a second.
No,
the
wait.
apple later.
If I decide to open it up, but like Vice Mayor, you go.
Okay, thank you so much, Mr. Mayor. I think anyone that votes against economic development is voting against the interests of the city. So I think it's clear that this is something that's needed. I don't think that's something that we can refute. I think the key here is that the presentation, for example, and this is what I always say to all departments, we deserve to see that. We deserve to know that. I voted against the budget for one of those reasons, is this particular reason, because we didn't get briefing. We didn't get briefings. This particular item, they could have been a presentation that you provided to all the commissioners so that we don't have to squint and see, oh yeah, okay, I can see that. Each of us should have had it to be able to review. I think that's a fair statement. But also, with what Commissioner Sue was saying as it relates to the breakdown, these were things that I've been asking for. And I think that's the premise of me harping on this, that we deserve to see this stuff. We deserve to be able to read it and know it. We approved $500,000 for a roofing program that was not yet, we didn't have all the funds together because of delayed POs and different things that were going on, increase in materials and so far. Okay, so also remember the administration of that program, we're always putting those two things together, which can be bifurcated, meaning the financial part and the administrative of the program. Those are two different things. When you look back at the ARPA funds, for example, there were a lot of programs that we still don't know what happened to those programs. That has nothing to do, per se, that has both to do with finance and the administration of those programs. I know none of us want to harp on that piece, but the programs still have to be administered. So if they're presented to us and then we say, oh man, 20 homes didn't get their roof, okay, we have to get $500,000 from the general fund to fix that. But what happened? What happened in that process? For me, that's the part, because when it's raining season, hurricane season, that person is not able to get the roof because of delayed processes within the administration, and you and I have had those conversations in the past. So I think that's the point that I wanted to make. And I know everyone is like, let's pass it, let's do it, let's do it. However, when residents come to us and say, what happened to this program? What happened to that program? And we've had consultants work on this. So it was not only Mercedes per se working on this, there were consultants helping this program being facilitated. So I think we just have to have a clear, transparent conversation and saying, okay, look, we may have dropped the ball here. It's okay to have that sort of accountability. There's nothing wrong with that. But if you're going to put a department forth, I think, because all of us are responsible for the residents that come to us and say, what happened? Or the businesses that are closing because grants or whatever else. I also wanted to highlight this point. We're not an entitlement city. So when it comes to certain HUD funding, et cetera, how do we justify housing, for example, when we don't have a reoccurring fund that will help us facilitate more programs? So long term, what's the grant? CMG, whatever the grant is that helps with housing, sometimes we don't qualify for that. We would have to go through an MDEET to be able to get funds for a first-time homeowner program. So I do think the transparency and the accountability in the conversation is valid, is needed to be had. I'm going to vote for it because right now, there's no way that I can vote against economic development. But I wanted to highlight the fact that all of us should have gotten that report. All those things that you presented to us tonight, we should have been privy to that because we all want to champion it. That's fair. But also, again, I'm going to be harping on this every time I have the chance. ARPA, that proves that we had programs for our residents that were not well administered. Outside of the fiscal hangups that we've had, it was not administered properly. Okay, so if we follow that trend with this new department, we'll be in the same shortfall that we have been for the sake of our residents.
I just want to say that depending what happens in Tallahassee, we may not even need that BTR. So that's it.
Commissioner Flourmont.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just wanted to say that some of the concerns that were voiced here are valid concerns, but I think that in how we move forward with this department, we'll get to address those. And in addition, what I'm hearing consistently is if we can have the conversation before we come here, we wouldn't need to have the conversation here, right? And so I think that's very important, very valid, because this is game day for us, right? And so, we want to be able to execute and move these meetings along, very, effectively, and as Commissioner just said, expeditiously. And so, more communication is definitely needed. But what I will say is this, and you already answered the question about some of the studies that have been done relative to economic development and strategic planning and the Beacon Council and how all of this incorporates. FIU took a while, did a study for us, spoke to each and every one of us so that they can put this study together. The Beacon Council came here and we were very proud of the fact that we were able to put together an agreement with them to help us with our economic development. We have to see that through. We have to see it through, right? And so this is part of seeing that through. And so we have a lot of people who are on the Economic Development Commission working very hard. And I'm seeing what's happening, especially with the Beacon Council and their movement. And I can't wait for that to start happening here even more so through the establishment of this department. And I'm glad you addressed also how we're just shifting as it relates to positions that are being shifted into this Economic Development Department. So I'm ready to call the question.
Mr. Commissioner, I also wanted to add to your comments that we do have an MOU with the CRA. So we do get funds for certain things that the city needs pertaining to that MOU. So there is a time between
I'll add to that point because I want to go to Commissioner Smith. The CRA is very restrictive in what it does, and I'm always reminded by our CRA director, Adam Old, of how targeted our CRA has been and will continue to be targeted. So it's not as nimble as people might make it seem to be. It's not. Mm-hmm. It really isn't. We have a county commissioner that really wants to go after and destroy it. And we have a state legislature that's always gunning for every legislative session. So we got to be very careful how we use the CRA. I know there's a lot. It has a lot of resources because we haven't been able to program it. It's because we have to be so sensitive in what we can and cannot do. Commissioner Smith.
Thank you. I'm going to read right from the ordinance where it says the director of the Department of Housing and Economic Development shall administer the Code of Ordinances of the City of North Miami Beach, supported by two divisions. One is housing, and two is economic development. The director shall have the authority to execute all discretionary acts allowed to promote and administer the Economic Development Strategic Plan, the Home Rehabilitation Program, develop and support comprehensive human services policies and plans, and act as an advocate and liaison for social needs and concerns of the city's population. Further, the director shall also oversee the issuance of business tax receipts and promote programs, policies, and initiatives to support workhouse training and develop tourism, marketing, and branding, small businesses, and entrepreneurship support, business attractions, retention and expansion, and identify partnership opportunities that stimulate economic growth. That's it. That's it in a nutshell. I had an opportunity to speak to somebody that worked for city for 20 years. Amazing. Took it from a nothing to a destination that you have to get to. And you know what? Those are the kind of people, if you put them at the head of this, you're going to see what has sat dormant for years, trying to put a person here, a person there, open up a committee, nobody shows up, nobody cares. If you have a real professional with all that experience, you're going to see a change. You're going to see a vast change. And I want to tell you, there were plenty of people that applied for manager that need to be involved, 100%, that need to be involved 100% with economic development in our city. Not everybody on that 100 and something list can be the manager, but everybody had qualifications that were looking to change their positions, and they're out there just waiting for us to grab them. So I'm just saying, I read to you why we need Economic Development Committee. I read to you exactly what it's going to do. And I tell you, as every committee has things that during the term of the committee, they change. Look what we had now with the committee for the special taxing district. Over time, it'll change and evolve for what we need. But this city needs it, and it needed it 3, 5, 7 years ago. But one thing about government, if you get it started, something will happen. So I'm hoping tonight it will pass, and I'm hoping we'll get it started. Thank you.
Motion to approve?
Second.
We have a motion and a second, Madam Clerk. Can you do the roll call, please?
Commissioner Florimon.
Yes.
Commissioner Smith. Commissioner Smuckler.
Yes.
Commissioner Sue.
No.
Commissioner Chernoff.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Jean.
Yes.
Mayor Michael Joseph.
Yes.
Passed
May I have a
6-1.
point of privilege, please, Mr. Mayor?
We have a.
I know. I'll make it brief.
No, Madam. No, Commissioner Sue. Can we go to the next item, please?
Move to introduce 11.3, ordinance number 2025-13. First reading by title.
Second.
Item 11.3, ordinance number 2025-13. This is first reading. Regulations for home-based businesses introduced by the Community Development Director. An ordinance of the Mayor and City Commission of the City of North Miami Beach, Florida, amending Chapter 12 entitled Local Business Tax Receipts and Regulations. Article 1, Section 12-1.20, renamed Home-Based Businesses. Chapter 24 entitled Zoning and Land Development. Article 2, Definitions. Section 24-21, renamed Intent and Language. Section 24-22, Definitions. And Article 5, Zoning Use Districts, Section 24-41, Residential Single Family -1 RS1 District, Section 24-42, Residential Single Family -2 RS2 District, Section 24-43, Residential Single Family -3 RS3 District, Section 24-44, Residential Single Family -4 RS4 District, Section 24-44.1, Residential Single Family -5 RS5 District, Section 24-44.2, Mobile Home MH District, Section 24-45, Residential Duplex RD District, Section 24-47, Residential Multifamily -19 RM19 District, Section 24-48, Residential Multifamily -23 RM23 District, and Section 24-49, Residential Multifamily -32 RM32 District of the city's Code of Ordinances to ensure consistency with Florida Statute 559.955, home-based businesses, local government restrictions, providing for findings of fact, codification, conflict, scrivener's errors, severability, and providing for an effective date. First reading.
And this is first reading, Madam Clerk.
Introduced by the Community Development Director.
Madam Clerk, can you open up the floor for public comment?
Good evening. The floor is open for public comment. If you wish to speak on this item, please come forward. Can't do it. Thank you.
Good evening again, everyone. My name is Mubarak Azan. Mr. Mayor, especially for you, they have a saying, be nice to the people on your way up, because you'll meet them on your way down. Tonight I asked for an extra minute just to speak, and I was denied that 1 minute. But yet you allow the people from Eastern Shores to speak 1 hour. I just wanted to say Happy Hanukkah to the Jewish community, Merry Christmas to the Christian community, Happy Kwanzaa, Happy New Year, because this is my last meeting for the year. That is all. Took less than a minute. This ordinance here that City Attorney read out, you could have allowed the gentleman to explain it first. But because of how you made up, you would not. As I said, be nice to the people on your way up, because you'll meet them on your way down. Now, they're talking about home-based businesses. What is this, like baking bread, pastries, making fireworks? What are you going to be doing to protect the residential communities when they have these home-based businesses, be it if it's an office or what? We do not know. But, Mr. Mayor, your time is coming up. Thank you. Thank you for having me.
Any other speakers? None's come forward.
Public comment is now closed. Mr. Director.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and members of the commission, staff. This is the home-based business ordinance is an ordinance that has been created to be in compliance with the Florida statutes. Florida statutes have been updated since 2021, and it defines what are the rights, property rights of a homeowner, and what a homeowner can do in that property. And this ordinance basically recognizes that and provides for the proper administration of the businesses that are home-based. The Chapter 12 of the Local Business Tax Receipts, Article 1 in general, and Section 12-120, Occupational Use of Residences, regulates the use of residential dwellings in residential zoning districts for business purposes. It requires, it requires a business tax receipt, clearance of any outstanding code violations, and other provisions more restrictive than Florida statute. Chapter 24, Zoning and Land Development Code, basically guides the uses of properties properties within those the zoning district, and this ordinance aligns the uses with the business tax receipt purposes, occupational use of residences, and now it is termed as a home-based business district. Article 5. Zoning use districts, section 2441 through section 24-49. All residential uses are covered under this district, so within all residential zoning districts. The occupational use of residences is now referred to as home-based business, listed as permitted use. Yeah. Chapter 12, the section 12-120, occupational use of residences, has been renamed to home-based businesses. The revisions include establishing criteria consistent with Florida statutes, including employees, parking, appearance, signage, remove restrictions not permissible under the current Florida statutes, and renumbering and reformatting the requirements for clarity. The city ordinance and other proposed revisions for internal document clarity, Chapter 24, Article 2, the language has been redefined to include retitle section to intent and language. Intent statement has been added, and clarify intent of words, structure, building, and person. So that these are some of the language clearance clarifications have been provided. add interchangeability of words like lot, parcel, folio, so those are more consistent with the real estate and the zoning district languages, and add intent of words like city commission, planning, zoning board. So definitions have been clarified in this revision. Chapter 24, Article 5 defines Section 24-41 through Section 24-49, which is all residential districts, standardizes the district's naming convention. Example, old MH1.
Zafar, let me just ask you a question, okay? What is this replacing? Is this promoting more home-based businesses or not?
It's clarifying terminology that has been used interchangeably in various zoning districts. It basically aligns the ordinances of the city with the state statutes. It clarifies definitions, and it basically allows better administration of BTR and consistent with the business practices that we have for non-residential districts.
So the home...
Commissioner, the bottom line is the state legislature, once again, has sent down a bunch of regulations that are not designed to help us, that's designed to enforce what they want to see happen, and we have no choice but to correct our ordinance to align with the new state statutes. That's really what's going on.
It basically talks about the property rights
can I just-
and what the definition of property
May I
rights
make a
is.
motion to approve?
I'll second that.
Thank you, Director.
Madam Clerk, can you do a roll call, please?
Commissioner Smith is off. Commissioner Smuckler?
Yes.
Commissioner Sue?
Yes.
Commissioner Chernoff?
Yes.
Commissioner Florimon?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Jean?
Yes.
Mayor Michael Joseph?
Yes.
Passes.
Move to introduce 11.4, ordinance number 2025-14. First reading.
Commissioner Jean.
Thank you so much. I don't know if the director wants to give us a nutshell of what it's about.
This is an ordinance of the workforce housing.
There was a second, right?
Yeah, second.
Okay, thank you.
That's second.
I'm
Workforce
sorry.
and hero housing.
Ahmed, excuse me.
You want to?
Apologize.
And before, when you read it, Madam Clerk, can you open up
Do I, should I read it before?
Yeah, read it before.
All right. Pardon me again, Mr. Ahmed. Item 11.4, ordinance number 2025-14, first reading, creating workforce and hero housing program sponsored by Vice Mayor Daniela Jean, an ordinance of the Mayor and City Commission of the City of North Miami Beach, Florida, amending Chapter 24, Zoning and Land Development of the Code of Ordinances to create a new Article 21 entitled Workforce and Hero Housing Density Bonus Program, providing for legislative findings, providing for definitions, providing for criteria, and development incentives, including fractional density calculation for qualifying units, providing for administration and compliance, providing for codification, contracts, conflicts, scrivener's errors, severability, and an effective date. First reading, and again sponsored by Vice Mayor Jean.
Madam Clerk, can you open up the floor for public comment, please?
The floor is open for public comment. If you wish to speak on this item, please come forward.
Mubarak Azan. Once again, Mr. Mayor, the gentleman was about to explain, but you, with your mind and thinking, oh, go quickly, don't take this explanation, don't let the residents know the explanation. But what I see here with this ordinance, back in 2009, 2010, a lot of buildings were foreclosed upon. A lot of it was underwater. And the government had a program where they dropped the house prices to like less than 25% of what it was before. And they put these houses on the market. But the only people who could purchase these houses were, I think they said, emergency workers. They're going to be like a house next to me was like $50,000, $53,000, but I can't buy it because I was not an emergency worker. But the police officers, the firefighters, and whomever they claimed to be emergency workers, they could come and purchase the house. This is a discriminatory law, this ordinance here, where you're, in this country, everybody is equal, but what you're making it out to be is like certain employment have better privileges than others. There should be like for everybody, not just heroes. You know, the guy who goes into the sewer to clean it, that is a hero. That is one of the very silent heroes you don't hear about. The guy who climbs FPNL poles to fix the electricity that can shock him and kill him, that is another hero. But I did not see it in the fine writing here. This here to me is like a discriminatory ordinance that should not be singling out certain workers to be better than others. I could have bought a $50,000 house right next to me, but that didn't happen. That did not happen. That is because the government said that you don't discriminate against race, sex, religion, this, that, but you can discriminate against employees and employment. That is not right. Thank you very much for having me.
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to make the point to the clerk that I was a yes vote on the businesses. Thank you.
Well, no, Madam Clerk, thank you for that point of personal privilege. Any more public speakers? Seeing none, public comment is not closed. Vice Mayor.
Thank you so much, Mr. Mayor. I did definitely want to highlight the point that the resident made. We're piggybacking off of a state statute that's already in place, so this is not something that we're reinventing per se, just for clarity. And also, I did want to send a shout out to our police department. So a young lady that works in the police department, Nikki, we were at the Miami-Dade County Fire Department. They had a job fair here. And housing obviously is an opportunity for everyone to have, and that everyone is not privy to that same opportunity. But frontline workers, even more, who risk their lives on a daily basis for our country, for our city, oftentimes they're marginalized because their financial situation also, in addition to them putting their lives on the line, does not usually equate what they bring home. So in light of what the state of Florida already had in place, I believe that this legislation is in line with even helping us acquire more great talent that may want to come and work for the city when we have a shortfall of police officers, et cetera, but may not have the ability to get a home. So we all want to be safe, right? And we also want people who can work for a living and also have a place to live within our city. And I think it's a noble cause for us to consider this. But again, this is basically piggybacking off of what state law already has. And thank you for our director for crafting it a little bit more to what we need here.
All right, turn off. Oh, sorry. Commissioner Sue.
Okay. I just wanted to ask, the fractional calculations and all that, I'm just thinking about density and the zoning. Can you say more about that? Because I know that it's moving from 24 to 21.
So this basically feeds off the fact that a building has a volume and a height, and within that height, units are provided. And within the zoning language, the number of units is equal to density. Now, by this legislation, assigning this specific units proportionate density because they are for special purpose units. So, for example, a one-bedroom would be a 0.5 density unit, a two-bedroom would be 0.75, and a three-bedroom would be 1. So that means that within the same number of density cap that a zoning regulation has approved, you could add additional units to fit within that same density cap and within the same envelope and the same height. So nothing changes within the building, but you are adding more units for the purposes of the specific population that we are targeting. So that's what it means.
I guess then my follow-up question is like, what are we, the most expensive thing about any development right now, it seems, is parking, right? Everybody wants to reduce the amount of parking, but with the density that's increasing, I want to make sure that we don't have that spillover that we do in Lazul, right? We have the spillover where people are fighting over parking. Nobody wants to drive upstairs and they just want to, leave their cars around town there. That's something that I'm a little worried about, and this is where that zoning thing that I mentioned or asking you is, so which zone are we doing? I mean, if it's in a high densities, low density?
Basically, all mixed-use districts qualify for this, and more importantly, the purpose of the intent of this ordinance is to reduce commute times. So it'll be closer to, mobility centers and mobility locations, the TOD, and those areas. So that's where these will be provided. So there'll be reduced need for vehicular traffic as opposed to transit-oriented traffic. So that's the location matters.
Thank you.
Mr. Smuckler?
I think I should say this every time. Depending on what happens in Tallahassee, we may not be able to do this.
That's true.
Right?
That's true.
So with the property tax, yeah, with everything, pretty much everything on this on our
Could be.
agenda, yeah. All right, that's it. Thank you.
Commissioner Florimon?
No, I'm in support of this, and we definitely, to what Commissioner Smuckler is saying, have to continue to fight in Tallahassee, and all of us be home rule heroes, because there's a lot of work to be done.
Well, she's the one that does a nomination. she's the one that does it now.
So, I know that a couple of weeks ago we had a few of our colleagues, Commissioner Smuckler and Commissioner Sue, and I'm not sure.
You guys went to the day delegation,
and so we're constantly up there, and we have to remind Tallahassee that there's work to be done locally. So, and support. Thank you,
Commissioner Smith.
Okay, I have a few questions. I'll make it quick. What are we doing about the parking with extra units? What are you doing? Are you increasing the requirements?
No, we're not increasing any requirements. It'll be still the same requirement. The emphasis is on commute and transit-oriented
Yeah,
development.
but there is no commute. There is no commute. We don't know where
The
these
locations of TODs will be closer to a train station or a transit station.
But that's going to be the requirement. It's not in the ordinance. Is the requirement going to be, in order to qualify for a workforce property, you have to be near transit?
No, it'll be discussed in the pre-application process, and that's when we will define that. But the location of the projects will be within mixed use and near transit-oriented developments.
Mr. Attorney, can we make that a requirement of this, that in order to qualify for workforce and hero housing program, that it will be near transit? Because they're not going to increase the parking, and yet they're increasing a lot of units.
I'm a little
Mr.
skeptical.
Attorney, before you you speak to that point, does this ordinance negate what we have currently for the parking?
I'm going to rely in part on the community development
No,
director
as I
for
said,
that. I don't
it
think
basically
it's
adheres
a
to
new
the
district, right?
adheres to the current parking requirements, and because of the density
But
cap,
a
it will.
three-bedroom is going to come to a one-bedroom, and a one-bedroom only requires one parking, whereas a three-bedroom, in some instances, requires three parking. So if it adheres, it's still going to be short. They're not going to have one car in a three-bedroom.
The fact is that, again, I'd want to confer not only with Mr. Ahmed, but also I need to look at that. This is a state statute. And our ability to say, oh, well, we'll take the state statute, but we're going to take it the way we feel like taking it, is frankly rather limited. If we want to take advantage of this, it may well be the case that we have to take the part we like and the part we are not as crazy about together to be able to utilize this. So I can't really.
It is first reading, by the way. It's first reading.
I wanted to bring it up at first reading so we can see if there's a resolve.
We'll look at
May
it.
I offer a
Mr.
clarification?
Ahmed,
And I want
May I
to
offer a clarification?
want to thank the committee and the clerk for giving me the minutes. There was one person that voted against this on the board, And when I contacted them, there were several reasons, one of them being that parking, and it made sense to question it. The second reason was that community development is going to be the one that's going to oversee and make sure that the people qualify. What people don't understand, the advantage of having your workforce in your city, to have your police officers next to you, to have your nurses and your teachers where they don't have to have a long hour wait in traffic, is an advantage to both the public servant and also to the city. But community services overlooking it, they feel that in 2 years that'll fizzle out and people will stop checking identifications. Well, we have no right up here to vote on what could happen in 2 years. Correct. I mean, all of our programs could be not handled correctly and not be by the right person in a year, 2 years, 6 months, 10 years, who knows?
Or they could be handled correctly.
And well, hopefully they are. Hopefully. But I think the issue of the parking is a very sincere issue, and for the second reading, I'd like some answers on that, please.
All right. Mr. Ahmed,
I think
will confer.
Okay, can I make a quick?
Yes, go ahead.
So basically, the parking is based on residential unit size, right? So if it's a 3-bedroom, there's a parking standard. For a 2-bedroom, there's a parking standard. So all those standards will be met within that development, because it starts from the planning stage. So it's just because the unit sizes have changed doesn't mean we can't provide parking for them, because the parking is provided by the unit size. 3-bedroom has a standard, 2-bedroom has a standard, and so
and thank you for clarifying.
Even though they're considered as a 1-bedroom.
A 1-bedroom unit would get the parking assigned, because the parking regulations do not affect the housing type. The parking regulations are based on the units provided, and the developer has to then provide the parking accordingly. So the parking will be provided at the design stage. That will be addressed as part of the pre-application and the application process. So I don't think we're going to compromise on the design standards. We are going to simply enhance the number of units that will be there. Instead of having 3-bedroom, 15 units, there may be 10 3-bedroom units and more 2-bedroom and 1-bedroom units. So
but the parking numbers won't change. That's basically what you're saying. So I have a motion and a second. Madam Clerk, please do a roll call.
Commissioner Smuggler,
Yes.
Commissioner Sue,
Yes.
Commissioner Chernoff,
Yes.
Commissioner Florimon,
Yes.
Commissioner Smith,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Jean,
Yes.
Mayor Michael Joseph.
Yes.
It passes.
Next item is resolution.
And thank you to our police department for always taking care of us.
I'm sorry, somebody.
2025
No, I was-
202.
I was just saying thank you to the police department for always taking care of us, and we would love to have them living in North Miami Beach.
Yes.
That's it. We only have one officer living in North Miami Beach.
True.
Well, we had. I don't know if he still does, but we need more.
100%.
There was motion and
Yes, motion to introduce and second.
second. Okay. Item 11.5, resolution number R 2025-202, adopting fee schedule for solid waste violations, sponsored by the interim public works director. Resolution of the mayor and city commission of the city of North Miami Beach, Florida, establishing public works fee schedule for solid waste violations, providing for administration and compliance, providing for codification, conflicts, scrivener's errors, severability, and an effective date. It's a resolution sponsored by interim public works director.
Good evening, Mayor, Commission. Curleen McHenry, Interim Director of Public Works. This one is a long time coming. This is in alignment with the beautification program goals to really put some strategic effort behind beautifying our city. About a year ago, we've begun some robust modifications and integrated some work order systems to really collect some data. We've been working hand in hand with Coastal. Our fiscal year 25 and 26 budget realigned our org structure and our beautification, as well as our beautification, as well as our solid waste team. and we beefed up the operation a little bit. And so we've captured information, and we are now requesting to do a little bit of benchmarking across some neighboring municipalities that we want to be like. Their beautification programs are among some of the best. So we benchmarked City of Coral Gables, we've benchmarked City of West Palm Beach, and we are looking to adopt a solid waste fee schedule.
Thank you. Okay. Do I have a motion? Or do I have a... Oh,
Yeah, I
Mr.
have a
Kurnoff.
question.
Go ahead, Ms. Kurnoff.
In regards to the bulk trash that we're having the problem with right now, which is when it's too big that they take some of it and they leave the rest, and then we have to call to have them pick it up, and we cite the person. We have to have a formula that allows a neighbor that never does it and puts it out one time and it's above the ordinance not be cited because they never put it out. They don't do it every month. They do it once a year. They put out something, cut their trees or whatever. We have to have some way of rectifying that, because what we're doing is we're catching them in situations where they put out too much and half of it's left, and we don't know how long it's left there for until somebody complains, and then the city has to call Coastal, and Coastal will come out and recharge us or whatever. There's extra charges, but we've got to rectify that somehow, is what we need to look at.
So putting structure and putting a fee schedule behind it actually introduces that type of a structure, right? The ordinance has limitation as to how wide a bulk yard pile can be. It almost forces them to meet standard and put it out at the interim. Early outs or late set outs, there are fines, there are violations for those things, and it almost forces conformity. And that's what we're attempting to do here. The TPUs are very, very costly to the city. And so that translates in 5 years, $1.7 million to the city. So as we pick up these TPUs, and this is just one of the violation types. There's many, many of the violation types, right? This is actual cost of what it's costing the city of North Miami Beach just for that one violation across 5 years. It's very impactful. We could repurpose that money for many, many other efforts. We don't have regulatory regulations. We don't have fee schedules. Those are the type of things that happen. I put it out when I want to. I put whatever size I want to. And this forces to put it out every month and to ensure that it's within the parameters of what the city ordinance dictates.
Now, I understand what you're saying, Commissioner Turnoff, because of the issues we have in the Surrey West and Sky Lake area.
Yeah.
Because you're right, not everybody does it. And some of them just wait, and sometimes they overfill it because they think that's the size, and the education has to be done.
That's absolutely
It's the education part of it.
The education is very, very important.
So, but I understand what you're saying. They shouldn't be like, if that.
Well, if we educate them that they're going to be fined, and everybody knows that they're going to be fined if it's over, then they're going to be smart enough to put half of it in their neighbor. And so on and so forth.
That's happening. It happens.
Yeah,
it happens. I get it in my block.
I'm not saying it's wrong because the neighbor doesn't put it out, so they have another pile that they can put it in, and then they share it. And I know we don't like that, but listen, it's a service that we offer, and they don't take it up on it, so why not?
So we definitely are not introducing this because we want to fine everyone. That's definitely not it. I definitely agree. The education part is really a very good key. We talked about having door hangers, town hall meetings. So we've been working with our communication team. There's definitely going to be an ability to kind of push this through. However, we do have other situations, right? People having businesses and just dumping in our alleyways, and we're picking up the cost because they don't want their business to pick up the cost. There's other issues, outlying issues that we really want to make sure we bring in. Yeah.
Do we have anything for
Vice Mayor.
violations or one-time offenders based on what Commissioner Chernoff is saying? Is there a warning?
Yes, absolutely.
There's
Absolutely,
warning
yes.
systems and maybe first-time offenders or something like that. People who may, to his point, there's that once-a-year thing.
Pretrial deferred.
But also, I wanted to know, since the mayor mentioned the education part, can we make that as part of this approval? When are you going to start this educational campaign?
Well, as soon as this is a go, as soon as it's a go, we are definitely wanting to do it with more education and more door hangers and more in person. So it's going to take a cross-functional approach to really, help the residents. And then obviously this will hone in on the ones that just doesn't want to do it.
But also the problem with you put in a flyer that you're allowed 2 tons. That homeowner doesn't know what 2 tons is. They have no idea.
No, not tonnage. It's actually dimensions.
Just an example.
It's dimensions, yes.
Just an example.
Yes.
Yeah, so again, we have a certain size, and they don't know what that is.
That's true. I mean,
Motion to approve.
second.
Well,
Commissioner Sue, you can close
Thank you.
off, please.
Thank you so much. Okay. This is just, I'm just asking about, we have coastal that we had just approved for them to an ordinance, right? There are some uncollected fees. Do we have any of that? What is our balance? Have we been collecting well? Everything is going well?
Oh, for the previous agenda item that we just approved, that was specific to commercial dumpster
yes.
accounts, correct?
So what is our residential?
I'm sorry?
What is our residential? Like, do we have any balances? Everything is collected? It's 100%?
I'd have to get back with you in terms of what that number looks like and where we stand at that point, yes.
All right.
That wasn't an agenda item, so I'm not prepared to.
Got it, yeah.
But I can definitely follow up with that and give you a bill of account for this fiscal year.
The reason why I asked that is because, like, I'm wondering if, I know the increase in fees is long overdue. I just wanted to check in and see if, like, we have any issues where residents are not able to afford, could not afford this and are not paying or are not paying them.
We can look into that. I don't believe residential trash, that's in their water bill. So I don't believe we're having an issue there as much as we're seeing the impact of the arrears of non-paying accounts on the business, on the commercial dumpster side.
Gotcha. Okay.
But whatever that number is, I'll make sure that I get it to you.
Thank you so
All right,
much. Thank you.
I have a motion and a second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Passes unanimously. Now I'm going to do a motion for all the appointments for one swath. Mr. City Attorney, can you make that motion for me, please?
Yes, sir. The motion would be a motion to approve appointments listed under Section 13, being 13.1, 13.2, 13.3, 13.4, 13.5, 13.6, 13.7, 13.8, 13.9, 13.10, and 13.11.
Right.
Approve.
Second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Passes. Next, we go to discussion items. 15.1, Commissioner Sue. No, when do you, the League of Cities, when do you get it? Oh.
Come
on. Yes, discussion item 15.1, Commissioner Sue.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So again, I want to stress again about fiscal responsibility. I think that this, the issue of this is that we're utilizing the general CIP fund of $450,000 to that was approved for traffic calming. I think we heard about issues that residents are having with accidents, things are, going on. I know this is not in this location, but I just wanted to bring up that, like, by doing this, we are potentially postponing all the traffic calming to 2027. Meanwhile, what we're doing right now is we are, taking care of the 164 drainage improvement. So I think that if we were going to do this with the CIP, I think it should be structured better in terms of finances. I'm not against doing the drainage for Northeast 164th, just to be clear. I just wanted to make sure that the interfund loan is done correctly so that we are financially transparent and being responsible with all of our expenditures. So that's
it's just removing the traffic calming in Eastern Shores, not in the rest of the city.
Correct. Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. So it's only removing the traffic calming that's going to happen in Eastern Shores, and that's a CIP fund that was created for it. But now, so we're using the CIP to fund the stormwater infrastructure, right? And then later you'll see in item 15.2 and 15.3, then the stormwater is being used for something else. So I just wanted to make sure that, I don't know if I had I had a second look at this. I had a third look at this. I've asked the manager, I've asked the CFO, and I really want to ask your opinion about this, right? I think that the situation that we're in right now, and I know our mayor had mentioned it, like we have things going on with the county that has to do with spending money from different pockets, right? Where there's a surcharge that we need in the general fund and so on and so forth, and I'm not going to go into that, but I think we all understand. And this is just a second look for us to right the ship. So basically, it's like if the funds are being used a certain way, they are loaned out with payment agreements and so on and so forth, so that we're making sure that everything is being done responsibly and it's clear. Right now, it's just we're commingling this fund and that fund, putting this together and that together, and I see that this can be problematic for us and it could be used against us. So with that said, like there's, obviously another one where we're using stormwater to fix the door, which is a public works facility issue. I know that Public Works is also taking care of stormwater. So then we have that, right, to fix the Yes Center door. There's no clear cut in terms of, Mr. Manager, I wanted to, we were on the phone and you and I spoke about this, and you said that the general fund is funding stormwater and therefore the general fund can use stormwater money. Now, I went into...
Just for clarification,
Yes.
I said that the fund that we were using, the CIP fund for stormwater, was being funded by the general fund, and not the stormwater fund. It was just specific to the CIP funding was general fund for the stormwater master plan. It's being funded from the general fund, not from stormwater.
Okay.
So I wasn't saying stormwater fund in general. I was saying specific to that CIP project.
Can you repeat that again?
So the stormwater master plan funding,
It's being funded.
the 300,000, whatever that number was, was being funded out of the general fund CIP. And then we talked about, you can't use stormwater. And I said, it's not stormwater funding. It was general fund dollars being used to fund a stormwater master plan.
Okay. All right. So what happened to the stormwater fund that we collect through our water bill?
Oh, I can answer that. I'd like to first clarify the first point. So, manager's absolutely right. You approved in fiscal year 25, 300,000, in fiscal year 26 to fund the stormwater master plan update.
Yes.
With Fund 399 General Fund.
Yes.
The actuals came in a little bit lower. What we ask is to, for 164th, is to repurpose the funds that are just sitting and in a holding pattern for Eastern Shore's traffic calming. That project is in design. By the time it makes it through permitting, the funds are just sitting there. We will not be entering construction until the next fiscal year. So it only makes sense that we have an emergency situation, and it's not uncommon in many municipalities to reevaluate your capital program. Priorities will shift. There are new discoveries throughout the year. As we do our condition assessments, we find different sense of urgency for different projects, and to really dynamically just reevaluate the portfolio and say we're going to shift this project to a higher priority because it needs it at this point. So it is very important to say that everything that you voted on last commission meeting, no capital projects stalled or stopped at all. 168th and 171st, the reallocations were from CIP projects that had, when we kicked off those projects, we had reserve funds, and what we asked is that you reserve those funds for a discovery of an emergency situation on 168th and 171st. So in no way, shape, or form did any CIP project in the portfolio stop or got unfunded. Okay, I just wanted to be clear and put that on the record. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you. So that's the action, right? The action of what the funds do. I think my concern is about the funds itself. So when a fund, which is a 399 that you mentioned, right?
Which is a
That's
general
the
fund.
CIP, right? A general fund CIP. This one is we have a resolution that governs this, which is 2023-108. That was before my time, but basically using that restricted utility, there's once it goes into the CIP. CIP is the only fund that you can carry over year, right? And we didn't have that before 2023-108. Then once we did that, now if the funds are able to be carried and then now we're using it, and then therefore the funds that we want to carry up further, because we have already submitted our budget, is going to be compromised, right? It's bringing the amount down. Hang on, just hear me out. So what I'm asking, right, is it possible for us to do a loan from CIP, right, to fix this sliding door of 21,000, and then eventually when Public Works does whatever they do, can pay back this amount back to CIP, such that we're not reducing the funds that could be rolled over. Everything else cannot be rolled over. The CIP could.
Okay. I think I understand now where your confusion is. I think what you're indicating is that the 164th, 168th, and 171st project are operating expense project or maintenance projects. That is not a true statement. They are capital projects. So we asked, according to the resolution states that the funds would carry forward for these projects, which means we would not lose the funds so we can keep trackability of where we spend the dollars. It also states we come to the commission when we need to recalibrate, right? And the recalibration occurs among capital projects. So the projects that we came to you for reallocation last month are all capital projects. So in no way, shape, or form did we want to use stormwater operating expense funds to fund a non-stormwater project. So we 100% asked for reallocation of a capital project, and it was from a general fund source. It was not a stormwater operating fund source. So I hope that kind of clears it up for you. They're capital projects. They were not operating expense projects. We have a $500,000 expense. We have a lot of work to do on
Which one are you talking about, 164th or 168, 171st?
Oh, we have no clue what we're about to hit in 168 and 171st until we get the CCTVs.
That's going to be a
yeah.
Oh,
yeah.
No, it's been a long time. It's been a long time. Since
Once we get the CC, well, it's been 17 years since we went underground and changed the pipes. So I don't think it's going to be that bad. We have been doing a lot of work and looking at a lot of drawing CAD files. It's been about 17 years, so we have no idea what we're about to see. But based on the pictures, it could be some work. Yeah.
Okay. Now, so I still don't think that. Now, I guess I'd have to ask the CFO this question. Can you help me? Can you help explain this? Because I'm seeing this as a CIP fund could be allocated for use, right? Now she's saying that the 164th, 168th, and 171, all of this is a capital project. Okay. Now, I understand that there's part of this that is stormwater also. So 164 definitely is a stormwater, right? And it should be using stormwater funds.
If your stormwater can't support it, your general fund supports it. It's a capital project.
Right. That's what I was wondering, like, if we have the amount of money, because
you don't have it. Your stormwater cannot support this magnitude of a project. Which is why we're going through a stormwater rate study right now. Right. You're in a deficit. I mean, you had a hard time last year, balancing the budget. This year was
I think by
a nightmare.
There's already an amount of whatever I don't know what the unit is called, but basically they charge you. I think $5.06 per household of whatever size, depending on, what flow and all that other stuff is. There is a state statute that governs this and controls that amount. So that stormwater fund that we are collecting in our water bill is actually that times 3 roughly. So everybody pays about $15 every month into their water bill.
Yep.
And that's why I'm asking, like, where did that fund go? And why is it that the general fund is funding that that. You see what I'm saying?
Oh, no, I can definitely help share that with you. So we have, how many drain structures? We have about 4,500 in the city? 3,800. We have 3,800 drain structures that have to be inspected. They have to be maintained. They have to be repaired.
I understand.
So that's where your stormwater, and you have labor that has to go into that.
Right.
You have mild operational repairs that has to go into that. So that's your operating expense. And what I'm saying is the revenue that you bring in from that doesn't even cover the operating expense, which is why
But
you're
you
going
don't
through
know what the revenue is, though, right? I know that there's a lot of expenditures, Mr. Mayor.
What?
No, but I mean the total. We collect $15 per household, but I mean I don't know what.
Oh, if you want what the total is, yeah, I don't have the budget with me, but I can definitely share the budget. That's something very easy to do. It's
I
you're
think
capped
it was-
at
if I
whatever that
looked at
revenue
the-
is.
If I looked at the budget correctly, I think it's $6.6 million. I think. I was looking at the budget, but I'm not sure. I mean, Mr. CFO, maybe you can help
So,
me check.
Commissioner, so you said you looked at the budget and you saw $6 million in what fund?
For stormwater?
I can only, like.
So
Colleen
account
said, I have
number
to check.
400.
Yeah.
Which
I mean,
is
if
an
you want a
enterprise fund.
breakdown of it, I can put a memo together for you. I mean, there's a lot that goes from that stormwater budget, and I can tell you right now, a large percentage of it goes, some of it goes back to the general fund.
So what I'm saying is this is the
Some goes to the
issue that
IT
I'm
support,
wondering
IT
about,
services,
right?
some goes, so it's the budget is broken down in many different line items.
Madam Director, I
yeah.
mean, you said it yourself that we have neglected stormwater for 17 years.
I did
That's
not
a
say we
lot.
neglected stormwater
Did
for
you-
17 years. That's not what I
What
said.
did you say just now?
No, that's
I
not what
said
you said.
last,
No, no.
No, I
the
want you to
last
repeat.
major
No.
capital improvement project that occurred on 168th and 171st was about 17 years ago for our storm drainage. PVC pipes can last 40 years. So what I'm saying is that's for the record, that's what I stated.
I see. Okay, so
yes.
you only meant that street. Okay, I got it.
Well, that's what the agenda item is
Yes,
for.
thank you.
So I'm
Okay.
sticking to the agenda item. Facts.
All right.
Yes.
So 17 years, it hasn't been maintained.
I did not say haven't been maintained. The last capital projects. We're talking about
Okay, the
capital
last capital
infrastructure
project.
projects when we've gone underground, replaced pipes.
Okay.
Okay, can we move on?
Next item is 15.2. Commissioner.
Yes, again, so this, so basically what I'm trying to say to you,
No, that was just yes and sure.
She,
yes, I alluded to that a little bit because like,
so
again,
now we're in full.
again, now we're using stormwater capital for real,
So
right?
are we on
General
15?
fund.
Wait. Hang on. Are we in 15.3 or 15.2, Commissioner Sue?
15.2.
Okay.
To be clear, this is what we just spoke about, that this is general fund dollars that was funding the stormwater master plan that we budgeted for about $300,000. It came back a lot less, $115,000. And now we're asking for a piece of that to be repurposed for a new CIP project with general fund for the Yes Center doors. Did I get that right, Carlene?
Correct.
Okay, so you're using the study, right? This is not account number 400. You're saying that this is the 399.
This is Fund 399, general fund.
Okay, got it. So then there's nothing wrong. All right, fine. All right, next question. All right, 9.9, here's the hot topic. So this is about spending, this is also the stormwater master plan money left over?
What's 9.9?
That's 9.9. What is it?
9.9 is the repaving of 168, 171st.
Oh, you mean 15.3?
Yes, 15.3.
Okay.
So for 168th and 171st, it's not just repaving. So are you asking for where the funds are coming from? So we are not unfunding any capital projects for that.
Yes.
So in the actual memo, I believe I gave a breakdown on the second page, and I will, for the record, state what that was, which projects. So we asked for $163,000 to come out of the $300K that was reserved for the stormwater master plan from the general fund. We asked for $40,000 to come from the police garage study There was 75,000 allocated for that. The actual cost for the study came back at 35,000. So we asked that the reserve, that the 40,000 remaining balance at that general fund go towards assisting that. And then bus shelter installation, there was about 200,000 that was allocated for that. And if you recall, a couple months ago, I came and I asked if we could move forward with bus installations. We were done with the proof of concept study. I mean, on 163rd and 8th. So please visit it and let us know how you like it. There's 50K there. We would like to use that 50K. So we're asking for the 163, the 40, and the 50K because we've already kicked off those 3 CIP efforts. We're trying to move without a CIP program manager. We're trying to keep the wheels, the vehicle still moving. And so these, we already know that we have some available funds there, and we're asking, can we immediately not have to wait and repurpose it towards an emergency situation that is currently happening in
That's the Eastern Shores
our city.
one that's in question.
That's the one.
So are we still, through the mayor, are we still actively looking at the legal portion of the contractors? Are we still? We didn't get an update there with
City attorney, we're talking about
city
the legal.
attorney.
We're talking about the legal.
Want me to
ears are still
repeat back
working.
verbatim what the vice mayor said and then what you said, Commissioner?
No,
Because I'm not staring at you doesn't mean I'm not listening.
No, I get it. I get it. But because this is such an important element,
I'm happy to
I like
comment if asked.
that would be
Yes,
perfect.
Mr. Attorney, if you can.
Thank you. We did some substantial investigation into this matter. I happen to like Mr. Lamberto. I don't always agree with him, but I did agree with some of his remarks on this matter when he spoke earlier. The work that was done, as far as we can determine, was just a resurfacing. And they weren't engaged to smooth out every issue that might exist. I understand that there is a very strong belief on the part of some people who live on that street that the situation is drastically different from what it was before the work was done. But as Mr. Lamberto said, and like I said, I like the gentleman, don't always agree with him, but our understanding is the work that was done was 1 inch was removed from the underlying roadbed. And then on top of that, there was a new asphalt repaving. 1 inch is unlikely, typically, to cause that kind of what's being reported is a pretty severe problem. I've inquired of multiple people in the city to try to find support for litigation. We don't bring cases that are not meritorious, not just because it's not good for the city or our reputation, but I have an ethical obligation. I will not bring a case that I think is meritless. That would violate my oath. But we haven't reached a final conclusion. We've had some inquiries, I think specifically from the interim public works director, who is quite diligent.
Did you read the report?
Pardon?
Did you read the report?
Yes, ma'am. And there was some indication, at least in one report, that there were some pre-existing problems there. But again, I don't necessarily accept that as definitive. Most recently, I think in the last, I'd say in the last 10 days, maybe it's a couple of weeks, I've indicated to the manager's office that we would like to convene a meeting with everyone from various departments, because there's, you know, more than a few irons in the fire here, where we can all sit in the room, look at each other, look at the reports, get interpretations. I'm certainly not a traffic engineer by any stretch, and see if there is a basis for litigation where we could successfully establish that the problems that are there are due to the work of this contractor.
So you're saying that it's worse because God said, let's make it worse.
No, ma'am, I'm not
Okay.
saying that.
So you're
I never
saying,
quote God.
so no. So why, explain to me, as an attorney,
Yes, ma'am.
explain to me why not just my house, because this is not about my street, as misinformation, okay, and I have pictures.
Yes, ma'am. There are
Mis-
hundreds of people
yeah,
who live on
Mr.
that street.
Lombardo
By
has
the way,
gotten to
excuse
the,
me,
excuse me,
let me
I'm
say
not
for the
finished. Hold,
record,
hold on, I just want to say
I have
something.
to say this for your benefit.
Okay, say it.
Commissioner. Let me say for the record that there have been very ridiculous and unsupported charges that you might have some conflict of interest because you live on the street. And I want to say clearly for
I
the
know I
record,
don't.
you have no conflict.
I know I don't.
Hundreds of, well, you know that. I'm saying this for the benefit of the public. Hundreds of people live on that street. You do not have any special benefit by a whole street
I know
being
that.
repaved. And the record should be clear. Excuse me for
Okay,
interrupting.
I know that. I also want to say that, Mr. Lombardo keeps on coming by my house and taking pictures. You talk about stalkers, right? Because this is what he's doing. Sergeant at Arms, maybe I should have one because he keeps on going by my house taking pictures of my house. So, this is not about my house. There was never a puddle there before. There was never. I have pictures that I've shown him whenever I've shown you when you're sitting next to me at times. I've sent them to staff. There's pictures of flooding that never happened before. And no, it's not King Tides. King Tides is over. It's not King Tides. King Tides doesn't last forever. Now, it has rained less this year, and guess what? It's flooding more than before. And my street was done twice, by the way. My street was done twice because the first time it was done wrong. So was the second time because I don't think they compounded it enough. It wasn't hot enough. But I'd like to ask our interim public works.
Can I say one last thing, Commissioner? I want to be very clear for the record. I don't question what you're saying. It's absolutely not a matter of thinking that you're not correct or you're not observing right or anything like that. But when we bring a case, I have to judge what the evidence I can present in court. I could put you on the stand to say this problem has gotten much worse, but we would need more than that, in my opinion, to win. I'd need professional reports from engineers and some reasonable explanation of how the work that was done was specifically responsible for what seems to be, from your reporting, a worsening of the situation. And if I can find support for that, and I want to be clear on the record, I haven't given up that possibility, but I have to be armed with evidence that's admissible in court and that will be convincing in order to bring an action. Otherwise, it's not only a waste of money paying us to bring the action, but we do have possibly
All right, so you know what?
liability.
We shouldn't have paid it in the first place because there was emails coming for weeks and months. People were sending emails, sending me emails, sending the city emails, sending me emails that I would forward, saying there's flooding, there's flooding, there's flooding. Okay, not just me, many people. We should never have paid this. This should never have been paid. You don't pay something if it's broken. You
Well,
pay
let me
it
say
when
again, Commissioner, I appreciate what you're saying, but there has to, in order, we would be sued if we failed to pay, and we would.
Well, you know what? Sue me. If something is broken, I'm not going to pay for it. If you're going to sue me, please take me to court so I can show you that it's broken. You know what? It's been paid. It's over and done with. I'd like to ask if through the manager, may I?
Last thing, Commissioner, just we always take the position as we did when we were talking on some of the issues with Eastern Shores, where they were talking about, for instance, a study on that Texas, Oklahoma, whatever it is, Louisiana, one of those states, that if there's a problem, that the city does have a responsibility to address problems, whether there's a cause of action or somebody else can be held responsible.
I want to hear
we
Carlene
still
speak.
address problems. We always recommend that.
Through the manager.
Okay,
Through the manager, I would like to.
No, wait, before we go, all right, before we go there, Commissioner Smith was.
Oh, okay.
Had a thought, so
Well,
please.
here's my question about this. You know, sometimes we vote on things and then we find out a lot of information after. I did speak to the attorney because are we going to be able to recap the money? And if we're not going to be able to recap the money, then the city's spending the money to do the street. But my question is, having pictures being sent to me, the staff knows about one of the residents who has dirty rocks. She has dirty rocks on 171st Street. She's a marvelous woman, has cancer. I can go on and on about her. But 171st Street and West Dixie Highway is closed when it rains. She can't come up to her street and get out of her car and go in her house. Her dirty rocks come from people that when they do go through the flood, all the dirt goes on her rocks. We have people on 174th Street that have to wear boots to their knees. My question is, having talked to the attorney about the possibility of recapping the money, about recognizing that there's so much else that's very bad, even though that's bad, having spoken to the next door neighbor that lives next door that thinks it's absolutely not needed and it doesn't need to be paved. Having done this research, my question is, should we do this now this year out of the budget? Or should we postpone this and do some really severe needs this year with the rain and then not forget it, but come back to that? Because after you do the research, you find out, even though you voted, you find out that there's priorities that may be taking a bigger importance where people literally can't go into their home. And so that was my question about
I can't
this.
take out my garbage because where I put my
Okay, but your
garbage
next door neighbor can, so
No,
it's a
and
yin
you
and a
know
yang.
what? She actually said on the app that she's having flooding too. So she may have told you one thing, but this week.
But
she
here's the
said it.
question: no matter, even though it needs to be done, and nobody's disputing that, the question is, does it need to be done now and use the funds instead of some of the severe things that people have written about to us after they have seen this go through? So I listen. Ray Marin, may he rest in peace. You couldn't go home ever without going through a flood in front of his house. It was always a flood. I'm talking flood. I'm not talking that puddles got deeper. I'm not talking there's water. And I've seen all the pictures. And I've seen the emails. I've seen everything. My question is, do we as a body think that there's other priorities this year and then the following year? Because until we find out, do we have a case? And until we find out, do we have a case to have a chance to recap the money, then this is strictly money that's coming out of our coffers. So, okay, if it has to be, it has to be. But does it happen when we have a shortage in the reserves? Does it happen when there's so many needs? When we see a doctor who keeps telling you how successful he is and how grateful he is for his success come before you and ask you to fix potholes instead, do we take that into consideration? That's my question. Not that it shouldn't be done, Commissioner, not that we're not supportive, but should it be done now when so many people
there's
have...
never a time to do it. Because
there's people with grave needs.
No,
I
know
wanted to chime into the
wait,
conversation
I'm
if
not
I
finished.
can, Mr. Mayor.
There's always people
After
with
she's
grave
done.
needs, and there's always people that need more than we have. But there's never going to be a time to do it. I don't want it done. I don't want it to come. I want the contractor to be held responsible for this.
But why don't we find that out when they meet? They're all gonna meet.
Because our attorney seems to think that we shouldn't do it, and I think
that was the first direction he gave me.
I don't know why this was paid. I want to know who paid it, by the way.
Well, that's another question that we should maybe wait.
Why was this paid?
Hey.
Why was the contractor paid? I want to know why the contractor was
Okay,
paid.
so my thing is this, right? If you can get that information to our commissioner, that'd be
But I
great.
still wanted to speak through the manager's permission. I wanted to ask Carlene a few questions.
Public, so we can move to the next item. So
Yes,
please come forward.
I would
Thank
like
you.
to move to the next item.
No, we're gonna have.
No, I'm saying
Oh,
I
go ahead.
do want to move. So, did the contractor of what you've seen, did the contractor reinstate it to the original elevations, or?
So we did, we completed a survey. We received the results of that survey on Monday. We did publish a report to the commission and to the city manager's office. So no, they did not. So we compared this survey with the survey prior to them doing the actual, to the actual job. So the elevations are completely different. So no, they did not.
Okay, Mr. Attorney. What does that mean? Does that mean
That means that
that they
the
didn't
meeting
do it?
that I asked
Okay.
for,
Mhm.
where these are going to be presented and we can study what evidence there is. I mean, Commissioner, I got to just say to you, I know a lot of things that I can't prove in court, even though I know them. This is about proving it. Now, if there is, that's why we haven't said there is not a case here.
All right.
I've
just want to
asked
know why
to
this
be
was paid when so many people
asked
were complaining
for
about
a
it.
meeting
Okay, go on. Just
with
have the
our
meeting.
professional staff where they can present evidence that would support a case if we bring it in
Okay,
court.
can we just
And if there
can we
is
go on to the
evidence
next subject,
that
please?
will support that, then we will
All right,
certainly look
can
at
we
bringing
please
a
go on
case.
to the next subject?
And,
where-
and can
because
I just say something real fast? Commissioner, if this isn't about you, could the rest of us talk? If this isn't
yeah,
about you.
no, it's just that he just
I mean,
talks a lot.
I just want to
so.
say that I
You do.
understand.
You know you do.
I understand that there is a problem, and I understand it needs a remedy. But I also understand, since that vote, how many people came out of the city to tell me about their potholes, to tell me about their broken sidewalks,
We know
to
that.
tell me about their floods in their streets. And I'm just questioning, should we spend the money this year? Should we know that it's coming and know that we're going to do it? But should we take that money and utilize it for people that have severe problems?
I think
That's
that-
all that
Hang on. Look. This is it's getting late. They're gonna have a meeting. Let's move forward. There's other items on this agenda, please.
I need to make my point, Mr. Mayor.
You have a point of personal privilege, please, so we can move on to the next item.
Thank you
Go
so
ahead.
much for recognizing me. I want to say this. This is all how this was framed. Initially, when it was brought to us, it was an emergency. It was that the contractor did something wrong and that we needed to, there was a lot of blaming and the departments were not coming together to really, to do what should have been done, which I had made a mention to. Have we workshopped this within the departments, right? Was there, you guys were pointing blames between the departments versus trying to get together and really remedy the situation. Commissioner Smith's point is valid as far as the priorities and the transparency that Commissioner Sue is talking about with the funding. So even if we decide as a board to fund something, there should still be transparency and processes as it relates to how the money is being found to remedy the issue. So for example, the director just made clear that the different line items of where money was found and so forth and so on. But those are the things that we're looking for as a commission because we want to be transparent in the way things are being resolved. So these things cannot just be swept under the rug and say, oh, no, because there was a lot of finger pointing, a lot of blaming, a lot of muscling through, and now we're at this point. So we all have to take responsibility for where we are now.
Okay, thank you so very much. We are.
I'm supposed to get to reconsider my vote, so I would like to restate my reconsideration.
I think it was too long ago. Now, if there was going to be a change, the attorney would have to draw up a different.
Yeah.
Oh no, I mean it's just a reconsideration of the vote that had been made last time.
It
that
wasn't last time. It
It
was 2
was
months.
2 months ago. Next item.
Wait, hold on, no, it wasn't 2 months ago. It was last month.
That correct? Or me, it was 2 months ago.
It was 2 months ago.
No, it was last month.
The repayment for that was like 2 meetings ago.
No, it was last month. You could look it up.
Okay,
on the agenda.
so let's.
So my point is that I need to reconsider.
Let's
the
just say that it wasn't. So let's just do that. Let's do that. Are you making a motion?
I motion.
Do you have now? Do you have a second? Hold on, I'm sorry. No, she wants to reconsider our vote on this, even though I think technically.
Which item? Yes, clarify which of the items.
Number 15 point.
1, 2, and 3.
No. Oh my God, we're on 15.4. We're on 15.3. That's what we're on. So on 15.3, right? Even though we voted on this several meetings ago or whatever.
No.
Mr. Mayor, if I may, Commissioner Linsu is asking for a reconsideration on a particular vote, right? I want to make sure that if it happens to be that she gets her wish on the on revoting on something, that we don't come back and say, oh, it was 2-3 months ago, and then the vote doesn't count. Can
If I
we
may,
get
Mr.
clarity
Mayor?
on whether or not this was...
Okay.
Really quick.
ACM, can you tell me what?
Just want to confirm Commissioner Sue is correct. It was at the November 17th meeting. 9.7 resolution number 2025-16.
That's the repavement one?
Yes.
Okay. So she has a motion. Does she have a second?
To reconsider?
Yeah.
Yes.
I'll give it a second.
Thank you.
Okay. Now we've had a discussion on this issue. Now we've had a discussion on this issue. Now is someone wants to call a vote on that?
Just to clarify for the record, my understanding is the item passed on consent.
Yes.
And I believe that Commissioner Sue was present, so she did vote.
She voted for she voted for on consent.
I could not verify what meeting it was, but that's been done by the manager.
It was the last meeting. So I want to reconsider.
Wait. Question. I want to clarify this. Who has the minutes from that meeting? Because from my
It's in the agenda.
and you voted for the consent item?
Yeah, I voted for all of them.
Wait.
The Yes Center item was on there.
No, I know,
the repaving was on there.
That was the consent. Whoa.
Yeah, that's different.
Wait. Hang on. No, hang on.
Whether it was pulled from.
No. I remember that meeting. Let me be very clear. I wish the clerk was here. She is here.
Where is she?
No, she's here. She's here. But what I'm saying is that during that meeting, there was a lot of bifurcation on that particular agenda. And from my understanding, I don't think you voted for the approved, on the consent. All right.
I appreciate that. I don't think it's about what we thought happened or what we thought didn't happen. I think we need to be very clear. If we don't know, we don't know. So
no, I want to know what on the consent item that she's trying to revote on, right? Does she have the ability to bring it forward if she was on a prevailing side, and if she did vote on the affirmative? I don't think that's the case. You're saying that it is, but I'm remembering how we bifurcated everything. I don't think you voted for the consent agenda the way it was placed.
But what we can do is very simple. I think the attorney provided guidance so that we can respond to what Commissioner Sue is asking, and we can also take into consideration everything that was said this evening. We can actually vote to have this conversation when they're concluded with their meeting to get all the details for us, right?
No, I thought that's what we're doing.
That's what I would like to do.
I'd like to do that.
Do
I
what?
rescind my second.
No, you don't have to.
Do what?
Okay, go ahead.
Wait. So So she rescinds her. This is what I thought we were doing is that the vote has carried forward or whatever, right? What we're trying to do is to have this meeting moving as you mentioned, right? To get additional clarity. That's what I thought we were going to do, and we're moving the agenda along.
Has the work started already?
No, the work hasn't started, but Carlene?
Vice Mayor,
Her-
a piece of the work has started, which was the survey.
The survey.
The other
Yes.
two parts, the
It's been-
CCTV, and then the repaving has not started.
When was that received, the survey?
Monday
Yesterday?
and early Tuesday.
Yeah.
And early Tuesday morning, I sent the report, the survey, and a memo.
Okay, but it was received yesterday. I have to tell you, I haven't.
No, I understand that. So that being said,
So you
I'd rather
haven't
try to
looked at
move. I'd rather try to move to have more for you guys to have that meeting, and then I guess clear up all these issues in regards to how we move forward and possibly recapturing some of this money if not. But I just want us to move on, and that's what I thought we were agreeing to do.
Well,
But on the other hand, you need to allow her to have her ability to.
correct, and
send
I
it
was about to bring that up because
if we move it along.
because it'll be another month, right? So I think that's important, Commissioner Chernoff, important point. So how do we put that together, Mr. Attorney? Because
if she's able, if Commissioner Sue is able to even do it, because like I said, I really thought the way that we framed the consent agenda last time.
Well, she rescinded her second.
No, she rescinded her second.
Last time,
That's the bifurcate. I don't think you voted on the consent agenda itself. You didn't. I don't think you voted on affirmative.
I think I voted no on the, wait, hold on. I voted no on the accepting the changes.
No.
But I voted yes on everything else.
I don't think
on
that,
the whole thing.
I don't think that's.
Well, I mean, we could look it up right now. We have it
we
right
can
here.
always, Mr. Attorney, through the mayor, Mr. Attorney,
Exactly.
whether it's a month or 2 months or 3 months, can a resolution be amended?
No. Well,
Amended,
yes.
It's not a yes or no answer. I'm sorry, Commissioner.
Okay.
Let me
Sure.
say, to bring a motion for reconsideration, there are basically two things.
Time, sir.
You have to have voted in favor of it, or you cannot bring the motion.
That's what I'm saying. I don't
And it has to be at the same meeting or the next regular meeting. Those two things are necessary for a motion for reconsideration. Now, a motion to amend something you did previously depends on a lot of circumstances. There is a theory,
No,
for
no, no.
instance,
Wait.
called.
But Joe,
Yes, sir.
all we're asking is that if we ask things to be looked at, can we give her the ability to next meeting rescind her vote if she wants? Or reconsider her vote if she wants?
Her vote?
Her
No,
vote's
no,
not
see,
going to make a
well,
difference.
No. What I think what's being asked is that, okay, this is, I think.
It's not a motion.
No. It's going to be, so what we will agree upon is that the meeting would happen and that it will come back to us to reconsider voting on this issue as a collective. Like, meaning that can we undo?
Wish I could say yes to that.
I'm trying to find a balance between what Commissioner Sue is trying to do, or she would like to do, at the same time taking the considerations of my other colleagues saying like they want to have this meeting move forward in regards to what we discussed. That's the part I'm trying to drive. How do you make that happen?
A motion for reconsideration is very strictly determined. You can't just. Pardon?
Instead of a motion for
reconsideration,
Yes.
take that term.
an extra month went on.
Yeah.
Would you legally prepare something that would change what was voted on?
That we can undo that resolution based on a subsequent resolution outside of a
I
reconsideration.
could answer that yes or no. I would do so. I promise.
Okay.
But it's not so simple. There are legal theories like promissory estoppel. If Commissioner Smuckler said, well, that work hasn't started yet. A month from now, that might not be true.
So
Or-
technically, I guess it has started because they did the survey. I'm not sure if that's considered started or not.
Survey's already done.
It's the three components of the project: the survey, the CCTV, and then the repaving. So one component is complete, the topical survey. The other two have not yet begun.
So the CCTV tells us the condition of the assets underground. So if we're going to spend this much money to repave, but with what we've discovered in 164th, just want to dot our i's and cross our t's to make sure that the underground infrastructure is in a pretty decent condition before we go ahead and
People
repave.
who got the contract, if they've commenced in some fashion, and I don't know, I haven't seen this survey, it's yesterday or this morning when it was sent, they might have a right to come after us and say, hey, you awarded this contract and we've taken action based on it. You can't just change your mind without paying us down.
No, okay. So
Nobody's saying we're changing our mind. We're saying one person may change their mind.
If that's what's being asked, that's a very different question.
No, that's the question that's being asked, right? That the question that's being asked is that Commissioner Sue wants to reconsider. Her prevailing. She wants to do that.
Mayor, I can answer that.
Okay.
If the commission wants to take a vote that says that it would like to grant Commissioner Sue the right to record that she wishes to retroactively change her vote, you can vote to do that and grant her that right. I hesitate to comment on the legal effect of it, but if If Commissioner Sue wants to do that as a statement of her own intent, I think the commission has the right to vote to do that. And again, I reserve as to what legal effect, if any, that may have. It may have none, but if the commissioner wishes to be recorded as having changed her mind on the issue and saying that she wants to be recorded, no, I think a motion to that effect that doesn't affect the contract or won't get us sued, I think that's in order. Yes.
Mr. Attorney, through the mayor, Commissioner Sue, based on what I'm hearing, that's not what she's trying to do.
No. Right now, okay, she's trying to say that. No, wait. She's trying to say that she wants the commission to reconsider the vote on this particular item. I understand that. However, right? So just so we can understand how we got here, Commissioner Smith initially seconded her motion. After discussion, she pulled it, but she wants to continue on with that motion, right? So we're gonna do this again, right? I understand that I want us to have this meeting or whatever. She wants to undo the entire process to begin with. I still want us to have this meeting. That being said, she wants us to reconsider this vote to where we're back to go, right? So,
City Attorney, I have to ask you, because this is very important. Even if you waited until the meeting is over, if a contract has been signed and we don't follow through
please calm down. Please commit.
If a contract has
it's not your right. Go ahead, Commissioner Smith.
If a contract has been signed and we don't follow through it, we're going to have litigation against us. That's a possibility.
It's certainly a possibility. I can't swear it'll happen. It depends on the facts.
So let's.
Commissioner Smith, it's facts.
See if she gets a second. That being said.
May I explain this to my colleagues, please? I want to tell you that I had voted yes on the whole entire consent agenda in the last meeting. I'm pulling these 3 particular items because I feel that they're not fiscally responsible. Okay, and the last item in 15.3 that you see, or 9.9 in the last meeting, that is because I feel that even the engineering company who's sitting here sees, if I'm reading that report correctly, there are more issues to deal with in 168 and 171st, that it would be a waste of money for us to go ahead and repave that just to tear it up again and fix anything that we need to fix. Now, I'm not an engineer, so I am just saying that, in my opinion, I don't think we need to.
Okay, just for clarification.
Yes.
Okay.
Wait,
So before there's any repaving on 168, 171, they're going to do CCTV and see what's happening with the drains. So there won't be any repaving that will happen. If something comes back and says, whoa, we have a big problem here, then we would come back to you and say, hey, we got a big problem here and we're going to need X, Y, Z. So there's no just repaving without the results from the steps. The survey, number 1, the CCT, number 2, then the repaving. But if something comes back with the CCTV, then we'll be back here with you with that situation.
Okay, that's great.
Just because I happen to have had a client in that business years ago, sometimes when there is a drain problem because there's something that's wrong in the drain, there are ways to fix it that don't involve tearing up the street and pulling up the drains themselves. There are other kinds of technologies that can be used to address the problem without requiring a repaving.
So my point about the reconsideration of the vote, just to get back to that, I don't want to go into the details of this, but just for these 3 bills, I would like to. Thank you. Yes, sir.
Just Sue, this is where we are. You understand what the engineers just say. Do you still want to move forward with this motion for reconsideration?
Yes.
Okay. We're gonna follow this process. Does Commissioner Sue have a second for the motion for reconsideration?
Second.
All right, she has a motion and a second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say oppose.
Oppose because I want to see them meet.
It fails
with findings.
Next item, please.
Okay, thank you. Wait, can we
15.4.
just do 15.1 and 2 as well? I just wanted to vote my no in there. It'll take 2
No,
minutes.
you didn't ask for that,
It
Commissioner.
says reconsideration.
We went
Go
through the
look at
entire
agenda.
Commissioner Sue,
Because we bled from one topic to the next.
Commissioner Sue, with all due respect, that's how you went through the. No. Next item, please, Madam Clerk. Okay. So last meeting, we're gonna we were discussing the following dates for interviews. I spoke with the manager. We're looking at December 7th at the 6th.
January.
January 7th and the 8th to have those interviews. He's gonna schedule it with the applicants that have
What days?
the 7th and the 8th. Those 2 days
For us.
to have those
Are we sure the 6th or the 7th or the 7th and the 8th?
seventh and the 8th.
7th and the 8th.
Hold on.
Okay.
The 8th is the monastery gala.
Is it?
And
that-
and both of you
Oh,
are being
yeah.
honored. Isn't the monastery gala?
Yes.
the 8th?
Yes.
Okay. And both of them
That's
are
why-
being honored.
That's why I just wanted to clarify.
These two and my
6 and 7.
6 and 7, and then we'll decide on the manager on the commission meeting on the 20th. Next, there is yes.
Can I get a vote?
All in favor say aye. Aye.
6 and 7 or
Wait,
6 or 7?
6 and 7.
Okay, thank you.
Nighttime. Nighttime.
Not 6, 7. Not 6, 7. City of,
Aye.
Wait a minute, I
Okay.
have a question on this. Has everybody to the human resource director, has everybody responded in reference to having their background check?
Come on, Jake, HR director, please. We're trying to. Jake, I don't.
Mayor, while he's coming up, the clerk asks me who made that last motion. And
I did, and I seconded it.
well, no, somebody made it.
I made it.
I made.
You can't.
He made it. I
Turn off-
seconded.
Oh yeah, I seconded it. I
And
seconded
the
it.
mayor seconded.
Yes.
And then the vote was, I think, unanimous.
Unanimous.
Yes.
6
And 7,
for interviews.
and then we have the decision on the 20th. All right.
Or Joe.
HR
6,
director.
7.
6, 7. Yes, yes.
Okay. 6. You have to say 6. He doesn't know why.
Okay.
Just
Background checks have they all been?
The background checks are not yet completed, sir, but would anticipate that we're able to complete this by then, absolutely.
What's the next item, Madam Clerk? Task force, yes. Mr. City Attorney. Yes, now we're going to the task force, yeah.
The Commissioner Smith asked me to give an opinion about that, and I don't know if there's a better time for me to do that than this. Commissioner Smith, if you still want that.
I won 2 reports from you,
Well, that's one of the 2 is the item that's now coming before us, 15.6.
which is what?
The task.
Okay, thank you. I definitely want an explanation for the public.
Okay. The commission voted to have a task force established. To be clear, the task force is a creature of the commission. The commission voted to do that. It voted to have consideration of items related to our water, the water plant related items. My understanding of that was that it was directly related to the fact that we managed somehow to secure a veto of the legislation that passed. We had presentations at several meetings of the Dade County Commission, at the committee, at the full commission, and something that passed. The city is voted to commence litigation. We're probably pretty close. I'm hoping to get that filed this week, frankly. Could it slip to Monday? It's possible, but it's very close to being done. And we want to be sure, because as was pointed out earlier, if the city does not speak with one voice on that issue, it is absolutely something that can and will be used against us. We've already had at least 2 near misses with it, and one may have been at least a partial hit, but at least one other near miss that I was involved in. And that said, It is, in my view, it is a rule
It's going to be in there.
established by the commission as to items to come before it to allow for some time and some consideration. It is as if the commission voted to say that no commissioner can have more than 2 discussion items at a meeting. You could do that. You haven't. I'm not suggesting it. But it would be a rule that is established by the city commission. You could have a rule that limits how many times people can speak. You don't, in my opinion, have the right to say that a commissioner may not ever speak on an item. That's why people have the right to pull things from consent if they find that necessary. But you could have a rule that says everybody only gets to speak once, or everybody only gets 5 minutes, or any other kind of rule. You use Robert's rules as a backup, but you have the right to pass your own rules as long as they are not inconsistent with law. And having a rule that says we want to be sure that everything gets looked at by this appointed task force. The task force is not superior to the city commission, be clear on that. Only the city commission voting for it makes that a rule. Nobody could just say, I'm appointing a task force and commission has to do what the task force. You can't do that. But the city commission has the right to vote for what is essentially a rule that governs the presentation of items. I find it entirely appropriate. That's not to say I recommend it. That's not my place. But the suggestion was to be sure that we spoke with a voice and that there was time to consider this, because it is a very important item. It has large financial implications, and we're entering into a difficult process of litigation. I understand it. I believe it to be legal. It is something that the commission is doing, to be sure that we don't run off in some direction without having some prior thought and analysis that takes place to make sure that we're not talking out of both sides of our mouth.
And what power does that task force have?
So there's the memo that talks about the task force itself, and then there's legislation as well. Okay, so I can you clarify the memo that talks about what you just said, which is the task force that is there to maybe respond to county issues or respond to state issues and make sure that everyone is speaking in one voice,
yes,
versus the resolution that provides certain authority to the task force that may be duplicating effort. Can you
yes.
comment on that?
The memo speaks, I think, for itself. We tried to, somebody said, why is there a comms person on it? Because, well, we always hear that we're not communicating well. So the attempt was to communicate.
But Joe, Mr. Attorney, what I want clarity on specifically is
the
legislation versus the memo, because the memo is very precise and concise.
Correct.
The legislation expands certain authority that I want to make sure is not being duplicated.
Legislation simply says that before a matter can be presented for vote at the commission meeting, that there needs to be a little 30-day cooling off period. In fact, the task force is scheduled to meet this Thursday at 2:30 p.m. And the legislation simply says that it needs items like that need to go to the task force and to the city attorney.
And having said that, that is not seeking approval from the task force. It is to give the task force enough time to respond to any questions and those types. Is that what we're
comment?
Okay.
And, to attempt to coordinate and work if necessary with staff and with any commissioner who has a concern, and if necessary, try to make sure all hearts and minds are clear. But it is only in the nature of a cooling off period. If the task force voted no, that doesn't mean that the item cannot come to the city commission, because the city commission is the boss. Now, it also has to come to me. I can say for the record that I'm not going to try to kill something whether or not the task force is for it. However, if the item presented is not legal, as I do on every single item that comes before you, I have to sign off and approve it as legally sufficient. And if something comes, I ask them to be amended all the time, but always to find a way to make it legally sufficient so you can vote on it. But if something came to me and I said, that is flat illegal, you can't do that, I'm not going to hesitate to say that. And there have been times, as you all know, that I've insisted that something come back because I think the way it was done was not legal. That's very rare, but it's not never. And I do not ever intend to exercise that authority to do anything but to find a way to make something legal, because I'm not here to tell you what to do. I'm just, occasionally I have to say, you cannot do something.
And as it relates to emergency items, because that's also a concern. If there's an emergency item that's needed by our water department, water utility, that needs to come on the agenda right away, how do we deal with that?
Oh, that's very simple. The rule about having to go to the task force and then being reviewed by the attorney, frankly, the part about being reviewed by the attorney is superfluous. It all has to be reviewed by me regardless, but it's in there for clarity so no one's surprised. It's a rule of you. It's really, I don't want to get into it, but it's kind of like the other thing Commissioner Smith wants me to report on. When you adopted a rule, it's just your rule. You can change your rule because it's your rule. If it's something mandated by law, you can't. But if it's just your own rule, you know, if there's some emergency and something comes in front of you and the manager or the DCM or the ACM, water department director, if it's whatever, says, this is an emergency, we need to do this right now, well, I guess the commission could say, no, because you're violating that rule we adopted. But I assure you, you also have the right to say, well, that rule was meant to apply for just routine stuff. This is an emergency. We need to do this tonight. That's your privilege. It's your rule.
No, I'm done. I think Commissioner Smith, I just piggyback off of what you were asking, but she really was the one that had the.
Yes, Commissioner Smith.
I just have two comments. Number one, everything the task force does, do we as a commissioner get to know? Do they, can they?
Yeah, of course.
Is that meeting open to the public?
It's a meeting of a body of this city. Yes.
Okay.
There is no such, let me say, to be precise, there are like two circumstances when you can have an executive session: labor negotiations and pending litigation.
Okay.
Now, if it was an executive session, that's not of a task force. An executive session would be a session among the members of the commission. So there is no scenario that I can think of that task force having a meeting is not completely open to the public.
The public feels that this task force has power and has power over the commission.
No, ma'am.
And I want that on the record.
Yes, ma'am. On the record.
Want.
There is no authority of a task force over the city commission that created it.
Yes, it does, Mr. Attorney. I wanted to chime in and interrupt, if I can, Commissioner Smith, because I know they were asked for reports from the task force, but who's on the? I don't even know who's on the task force.
And who appointed them?
That's by the mayor, and presented to you the names of who's on that.
Who's on the task force for the record? Who's on the task force?
Can we read out who's on the task force real quick, please?
I'd like to know where this was recorded. I mean, for us to see or for us to know about. Was it in the backup document?
There was a memo issued of the creation of the task force and who was on it. I saw the memo and I approved the memo.
Is this meeting, is the task force taking minutes on its meetings or no?
It's had a meeting since a recent meeting. There was like an initial one. I presume by body, I don't mean everyone. I mean every entity that's a public entity has to take minutes.
So here's the thing, and I think this is the mayor's thought. This is very sensitive information, right? You don't want to jeopardize anything. I think this is something that we all have to understand.
Correct.
In that same breath, I've asked for briefings and I've never gotten them about where we are on the legislation that the county passed. Where are we? No one really knows what's happening. And if you guys feel like this is the best way to preserve what we're trying to do, our end goal, so be it. But please don't say that it's as transparent. Because we don't know what's
wait.
happening.
To your
You know
point,
what I'm
to
saying?
your point, Vice Mayor. Look, this is a very sensitive issue. I don't take the city's position lightly because I know who's on the other side and what that group or that person is willing to do to upend us and to take advantage of us and to destroy us. He's made that very clear. This is not about ego. This is not about a power grab. This is about protecting and circling the wagons. And I just want to be careful in that. And I think the staff wants to be careful in that. And people saying, "Oh, I want to know." I'm not saying we're not purposely trying to not be transparent, but we also have to be like cognizant of the fact of people are going to take whatever information they can to hurt us. They took a clip from someone on the PUC pretty much saying that we were doing illegal stuff. Use that clip in front of a county commission that said, that looks perfectly, yeah, they look like they're robbing their own people. That's not, you got to understand who we're playing with.
And to your point, when you say we, it's like you're excluding the commission.
No.
So
Oh my, that's
you
not what I'm
just said
saying.
that.
That's
You
not-
said we. So what I'm saying is the task force, I understand the sensitivity, I understand the gravity of the situation. But what I am saying is if the body doesn't know what direction, if all of us on here can't understand the sensitivity and the confidentiality of the moment, then we shouldn't be sitting up here. With that being said, the fact that all of us are in the dark, Mr. Mayor, we understand you're an attorney, and I respect the fact that you can give the attorney more legal guidance based on your experience. But what I'm also saying is there's certain key players that should be part of the task force. Crisis management is not the same as just regular communication. Do we have the people who need to be on this task force on the task force?
Vice Mayor,
Yes.
just say to you, and I'm sorry to interrupt you, I apologize for that, but it needs to be said. I want to be 100% clear that there was a lot of thought as to making sure that different elements in the city, in the staff, because it is a staff task force.
The staff is green.
Okay, if I may finish, please, though. The fact is the staff is never, ever the boss of the commission, and all the other considerations we've talked about of confidentiality and sensitivity and all that, none of those change the law. The law is that every entity has to meet in public when it's a body, okay? Now, that doesn't mean every time two staff members talk to each other that that's subject to sunshine, but this has been appointed as a body. It can only have its meetings in public, minutes must be taken, and it has absolutely no control over the city commission because those are requirements of law, and we have no ability or intention of changing any of that. There are some considerations that may be consistent with that, but the law is the law. And to Commissioner Smith's point, so there's no confusion, the task force is not the boss of the city commission, has no power over the city commission, it has no authority, it has only what the city commission gave it. to try to review stuff, and the city commission is the authority and the ultimate decision maker, and that task force is just basically to have a little cooling off
The
period
task
and
force needs to be
take a little
dissolved.
chance to think.
It needs to be dissolved for the simple fact that if you're saying that's a sensitivity and it still has to be open meetings where notes are taken, technically, that still opens us up to whatever powers are out there to know what our plays are. So for me, dissolve it.
It's, what's the last
I
word you
motion
said?
to dissolve
I'm
it.
sorry, ma'am. I didn't hear the last
It's counterproductive. So if you're saying that
said to me, and then I didn't hear.
no, what I'm
the word.
saying is if it has to be public, also if you have to have minutes, then it technically counteracts what we're trying to do as it relates to what we're doing.
Exactly.
I can't change the law. There's no way around that.
I
That's
get
just
that.
the fact.
And
The law governs.
and everything on the
force is
task
relevant.
force that they are reviewing, we also get to know what they can't review something and throw it out and it never comes before us.
They can't throw anything out.
I'm asking.
Period. No, ma'am. Nothing can be thrown out by it. It doesn't have that authority. You didn't give it that authority, and it has no authority other than what you gave it. It is a creature of the commission, voted by the commission, subordinate to the commission.
Mr. Attorney?
In the nature, frankly, it's not exactly, but it is in the nature of an advisory board that reviews some issues and reports back to the commission. It does not have authority any more than any of your advisory boards have authority.
Mr. Attorney, what happened was I was submitting something to you. This is to be on the October agenda. This task force was created in September. I made a request for you to put in a legislation item and asked you if we can put that on. You said to me over the phone that you said staff reminded you that I cannot propose anything without going through the task force. Now, as of today, no task force meeting has been scheduled to review my item. Now, and
We have a meeting scheduled on Thursday.
you said you will have it Thursday, but
Just said it.
but as for my agenda item that was supposed to be on the agenda in October, and as of now, which is December 16, has not been heard. So that is more than 30 days of a cooling off period. So I want to remind commissioners and my colleagues that it is not Section 1 that is the problem to me when I'm reading Section 2. Any review requirement for, and this is the law, review requirement for agenda items related to NMB water. Any proposed agenda item pertaining to NMB water, including but not limited to matters involving water rates, billing practices, service contracts, capital improvement projects, or policy changes shall be submitted to both the task force on water charges and the city attorney's office for review no less than 30 days prior to being scheduled for placement on a meeting or workshop agenda. Now, I want to add to that not only are we being bottlenecked by that, when you say that we as a body, absolutely, as a body, we cannot stop any legislative items to go on the agenda, but us individually will have a problem because the group of us, we have already approved this task force and therefore must abide by it. But if us individually wants to do something, I assert that we won't be able to.
And let me point out to you, Commissioner, that based on what you read, it is carefully drafted. Please note, it does not say review and approval. It simply says review.
But if we want to have something on the agenda, or if we want, they review it, that task force reviews it, and they find it should not,
It still comes.
then the
There's
purpose
no
of the
authority
task
to
force.
find it should not. It says for review. It is not for approval. The task force does not have that authority.
Bye, Jay.
I do have a question, Madam City Attorney. This is
Yes, sir. Yes.
let me. I need to have the names because, I need to have the names of every person on the task force, which includes the police chief, includes a lot of people on there. I want that to be listed out. The minutes, I know Teresa's
The memo, man.
yeah, I understand that, but I don't think they're saying that they don't even know who's on there, and I'm trying to get some type
It
of
was sent to all the commissioners.
okay. Okay. So you've never seen the memo before?
No, I never did either.
Okay. So, but I'm just, and also this is what but the other question, the other issue, what I would also like to ask to be done is that the task force, that group, which includes the CFO, which includes the city manager, that group, have update briefings with each one of the colleagues. Each one of my colleagues explain basically, so we won't break sunshine, and tell them basically what's going on. I think that's sufficient enough. I just think that we need to contain what gets out, or how, or not being on the same page, not what gets out. I want us to be on the same one band, basically.
Mr. Mayor, I think there's definitely value to the task force and value to everyone being on the same page. But what's important to what Commissioner Sue is saying is that the task force not be used as a way to slow anything down or be given authority that they really don't have. Because you use the word
the review.
Right, but Mr. Attorney used the word vote. You know, this task force doesn't have, I think you said. They say yes, yay or nay, and it comes to you, it comes, that's it. Right, so when you say yay or nay as a task force, that's just from just an advisory.
It's an advisory body. It has no authority.
Right, so I just want to make sure that's clear, and also that if someone does submit something within 30 days, that it actually,
It says no less than
30 days, I'm sorry, that it actually gets the attention that it deserves,
I like that.
You know,
here's the only thing too. The people on this list, individuals on this list, professionals on this list, how many of them have experience with dealing with water and water issues? That's the other. What was the criteria? I understand, like, for example, having someone from each division that represents a different specialty, but this is, like you said, this is a very serious issue. None of the people on here have experience.
The water director is on there.
Well, he is the exception.
No.
He would be the exception. The rest of these individuals probably do not have experience dealing with litigation for a water plant.
And
this level.
No. To be clear, that's why because our outside counsel is a part of that. Our outside counsel is a part of that, and that's why I would ask you to have call a meeting of the task forces.
So
Let me answer you by saying that the attempt was to cover any division of the city that had any relation to these water issues and to the litigation. It was intended to be broad. Not every person on there is a water expert, but we put on the DCM, we put on the ACM, they have supervisory responsibilities. I'm not staring at it, so I can't tell you for sure. Everybody else, COM stuck in my mind because somebody questioned it, but it wasn't intended to be a panel of water experts.
No, not saying that it is, but most of our advisory boards usually yield that the people have some sort of experience. I understand from a legal perspective, right? Nevertheless, Mr. Mayor, I understand the point that you're trying to do as it relates to the city.
No.
But we're not brief. We're not.
Well, no, I'm asking for that briefing, but also I was looking forward to that PUC. I'm a PUC liaison. Been in PUC, I think, longer than anyone that's been on this commission. I started off with PUC. No, I want to explain my history behind this. So I'm not saying that that the knowledge I've gotten cannot be garnered by any one of y'all, right? I understand that as a body, and as individual commissioners or individual members or whatever, we do play a role. How sensitive this has been, how I've seen our advisory boards been used to our detriment, and will be included in whatever defense will be presented when it's actually filed. I'm ultra sensitive to that. This is, like I said, I think you guys should be able to be briefed by this by this task force. nothing's keeping you guys from doing that. You know who the members are. At the same time, I've seen people that are not even nuanced, but whoa, what the hell? All right, I've seen people that even on the PUC that don't have the particular background, but have this aspect that I should know everything, and if I don't know anything, I'm just gonna hurt it or try to like destroy it. That's basically what I've been getting from certain members on, at least one member on there that feels that he's an expert on everything. To me, that puts us in a position where we're putting someone's own ego at the detriment of the city's overall goal.
Mr. Mayor, and you know, I think when it comes to the water utility and what's been going on over the past several years, everyone is sensitive to how important this is, and how sensitive of a matter this is. And so, because of that, I think that we should value everyone's contribution, whether they're on this commission, whether they're on the PUC. We should value everyone's contribution. But also with these subject matters, as you have clearly pointed out, it's so super sensitive. I think we need to land the plane. Everyone should get their briefing. And the points that were made by each commissioner are very valid points. I think that the attorney is clear, and we're going to see whether or not that's what's really happening. Because if a commissioner can have an item that still hasn't been seen by this advisory or task force, then that's an issue that needs to be resolved.
All
Thank
right.
you.
First of all,
I do want to just
wait, Joe, please let me talk. First of all, we received this on August 30th. We received a list of the task force members, so I don't know why anybody's complaining today. We received it. If you didn't like it, you should have complained September 1st. And also, I'm looking at the list of the names. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I feel that many of you are more qualified than I am to do this. So,
But everybody should be brief. Everybody
okay.
should be brief.
But I'm just saying that I don't have a problem with the majority of this. You're much more qualified than than some of us here are. So.
Briefed on that, and I'm asking the manager to schedule that, make that happen as soon as possible, because we are going to file really soon, or hopefully this week. And it is going to be it's going to be a very interesting piece of litigation. Next item, Madam Clerk.
Commissioner Smith, did I answer your question? Are you satisfied?
You know, I was satisfied before. I was satisfied before I asked. I just want the public to hear it from the horse's mouth. I'm the horse.
No, I'm the horse here, man.
I'm the horse.
Maybe the front end.
That there is.
All right.
That there is there is no authority given to anybody except the commission. That's what I wanted to hear.
Next item, Madam Clerk.
Police detail, Commissioner Fortuna.
Yes, thank you so much. You know, it's so funny because I mentioned before about someone that's like coming to my house, taking pictures and telling people to walk by my house. He's the one that's beginning to freak me out. But anyhow, that's not why I put this on here. There's talk about police detail being used for certain commissioners, and I know we voted against it, and I just want to know, I just want an update. I want to know if we are, if we aren't, if we are, why, if we aren't, then it's time to leave, but I just want an update.
Chief.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commission. So I'm here to answer any questions you have pertaining to the Sergeant at Arms program. I just want to clarify that the Sergeant at Arms program has not been enacted. We do have a policy that I was asked to create a policy, provide some data as far as how much the program would cost, et cetera. That was provided to you back in April of this year. So the Sergeant at Arms program per se is not being used, but we do have a dignitary protection detail through the manager's office. We have a contingency in place in case there's a need for dignitary protection that's offered to anyone here on the dais. In case an emergency were to arise, we've had situations in the past where we've had to use funds to protect certain people because of perceived threats that they were receiving.
All right, so is it being used?
So the program itself is not being used, but we do have officers that are trained. They have been certified in dignitary protection. And like I mentioned, through the manager's office, we do have a contingency if and when someone from the dais would need that type of service.
Commissioner, let me answer the question. So our last meeting, which was the special meeting.
Wait, hold on. I can't hear with them arguing there. So I'm sorry.
Go ahead, Commissioner.
So at our last meeting, the special meeting with the city manager discussion.
I'm sorry. I can't hear with. I can't have two conversations going on at the same time. I can't. Sorry. Can you guys take this outside, please, because it's bothering me. All right, go on.
So at the last meeting, the special meeting for the city manager consideration and establishing all that. So at our last meeting, a gentleman came up and directed some public comment towards the mayor that was inappropriate, we found, and kind of threatful. So having heard that, and having a meeting the next morning at FIU, a big profile meeting, I spoke with the chief and determined that at least for the mayor, for that particular instance, until I could vet what the gentleman had spoken about, whether it be true, not true, maybe his history, that I gave the chief authorization for that one time to go with the mayor. And that's part of the protective services, not the Sergeant at Arms program. But so if any one of you all feel like the chief said, feel that there's a potential threat, there's a contingency set aside from the police that can I guess reassure or take care of that while it's being looked at.
All right, but so what I'd like to know is, I guess everybody will feel this in a different way, but like define threat to me, because like everybody feels threatened in different ways. Everybody may take things in different ways.
Mr. Manager, if I can chime in, I think for me, it was very uncomfortable for me at the last meeting when I hear a comment of someone saying they're a sniper and they're aiming at someone's head. I mean,
in detail.
And he made the same thing to the attorney. I know Commissioner Smith has said, hey, let him speak, but we have to be sensitive to certain things. I'm not justifying or condoning the fact that we need a contingency just in case somebody feels threatened. But has anyone watched the news? Has anyone seen what's happening in social media? I'm not saying for us to be egregious and saying, oh no, if someone stands here and say, and goes like this against another elected official's head, even if it's you or your family member, how would you feel? He did it to our own attorney. The attorney, you dealt with it very well, but do we understand the times that we're living in currently? Do we have that sort?
Is that the police chief's responsibility?
I was answering Commissioner Smuckler's question about what is a threat. It's not his responsibility. Is if someone feels threatened, and if there is viable, we all witness that. If anyone here thinks that that's normal,
I understand
right.
how you all felt. I know him, and I took it in a different way, but I understand. How
would the public perceive that comment?
If I didn't know him, I would probably be screaming, "Police, police!" Well, but the point is, and I understand in that scenario, but I'm not really talking about that scenario. What I'm talking about is how, is this going to be a thing? Like I'm concerned that someone believing it, right, that they're going to think that they're always being threatened.
I like what you mentioned as well, Commissioner Smucker, because I live in North Miami Beach. We all live in North Miami Beach. I've had people circle my house. I've had people parked outside my house.
Yeah,
I've had
well, I'm getting
we've
that
all had that,
No,
right?
wait,
So
wait.
I'm
Hey,
not asking for protection there, but I'm saying when someone circles your house 10 times or is parked outside and you're an elected official, you're not thinking, oh, maybe that person's going to take me out. But we're all living in tandem, trying to figure out when is a threat, a viable threat for us to say, hey, I need protection.
Guys, Mr. Mayor, and I don't, look. At the end of the day, we have to respect the fact that we have a city manager, and we have a police chief and a DC here who assess these things, right? And they have put a contingency aside. We had a whole conversation as to why we weren't going to do Sergeant of Arms, right? We decided that's not what we're going to do. They have a contingency for special circumstances if they deem that that's something that's necessary. We have to trust our staff to make those decisions.
If I call the chief and say, I don't feel safe.
Well, Commissioner.
Is he gonna say, and it's for a silly reason? He's not gonna.
Whoa. No, wait. Hang on. I want to wait. Whoa.
We have
Hang
to
on.
be sensitive and not have
No, I don't.
I'm saying me. I'm not
Right.
saying any of.
No.
I'm saying me.
Commissioner
Is he
Smuggler.
gonna say no to me if it's for silly reason? Silly, maybe not
Smuggler's
silly to
agreeing
me.
with you and you, Commissioner. She's agreeing.
Can I shed some light on this?
Okay,
To
yes,
answer the commissioner's question.
Yes, Chief.
So, with all due respect to everyone on here, okay, my job as the police chief is to provide public safety and to make sure that you all are safe at all times. If any of you come to me with a safety concern, it is not my job to sit there and perceive what you are feeling at the time. When a resident calls 911, the dispatcher does not sit there and determine whether or not an officer should be dispatched. An officer is dispatched immediately, and then we figure it out there. We're in a catch-22 situation. If we don't act and provide service and something happens to one of you, God forbid, then we're in the sling for that. So it is better to err on the side of caution in certain situations, so that's why we provide the service. Now, the policy clearly outlines it's not used, there's stipulations to this policy. We cannot use it for personal business, to run errands, as a chauffeur service, obviously. It's strictly on a case-by-case basis through the manager's office that we determine whether or not the service should be used.
Chief.
No, I thought we were moving on.
No, it was her item. I'm gonna wrap it up. That was her item.
I would like to have a record monthly or every 3 months of who uses the service, please.
I don't see an issue with that. What I will say,
Could I ask?
I'm gonna move on, but I want to.
Well, I haven't
Can I?
spoken about this yet.
This was
no. That cannot compromise
security.
You have that, but it cannot compromise operational details that the department is required to keep confidential so that someone does not know what their operational methods are. You can get the list, no problem with that, but understand there is a limitation on what the chief or the
We'll provide an appropriate report.
Okay.
Oh, no, I'd like to make a comment. Just
no.
I want to know about, why is it that we have to, does it have to come out of the general fund?
Commissioner
Why couldn't we, our commissioner pays
Commissioner
out of
Sue.
the contingency?
Commissioner Sue. I am really trying to be respectful.
Thank you.
And with my commission moving forward. I know you are very passionate, and I know that you really do pay a lot of attention to me, and you're very focused. I know that. I'm cognizant of that fact. I know you're laser focused on my safety and how I spend or don't spend anything. I get that. However, I want to move on to the next item, and that's the report. What's the report? The next is the manager's report. Manager, please. All right, city manager report. Nothing to report. All in there.
No, wait a minute. The attorney's going to speak on the more than three votes.
As soon as they get to attorney's report, that's why I'm saying.
City attorney's report, 11.5. We have like a few minutes. Go ahead, city attorney. All right.
Thank you. Okay, Commissioner, you asked a specific question. I want to put it on the record. Okay? Apparently there was a vote, and the vote said what the expected procedure was going to be. as I just said when talking about what the commission voted on the water thing, it is a consistent position. The commission sets rules, and the commission follows its rules except when it decides otherwise. Had the commission chosen, when you felt, as you said, compelled, you wanted 4, you had a tie for your number, whatever it is, if the commission had chosen to do something about it, either say, no, we're removing one, or anybody who wants to add another one, which could have worked too, the commission had the ability to do that.
Even without a vote?
Even without, no, it would have taken a vote for the commission to do something about the fact that as you said, you felt strongly, you brought names that you wanted to be interviewed. The commission vote was who was going to be a finalist. If somebody got 1 vote, you could have voted, we want this person interviewed as a finalist. You could have brought up a name that wasn't on the list. And if 4 of you voted for it, then that's the new rule. It superseded the old rule. The commission, when it votes something, like I said, unless it's a law, when the commission votes something, the commission has the right to come back and change its mind or proceed in a different direction. You had 4, another member had 5, somebody had 1, there were different things. The commission took a vote. It didn't vote to strike any names, didn't vote to add anybody else. It simply took a vote. This is who we're going to interview. Could the commission have done something else? Sure, they could have, but they chose not to, if you want to use the word enforce the rule. If you want to say they ignored that rule.
Because we were told that we never said up to 3.
That was an incorrect statement.
Okay,
It was a vote
but
that said
when I
it
was
was
told at that meeting that we never voted on up to 3, then why would I argue and try to strike a 4th or a 5th?
Commissioner, we're all fallible,
No.
and sometimes people make
Okay,
mistakes.
so-
but the bottom line is
So the point
commission.
is, then why should I even vote on anything? Because it doesn't even matter anymore. We voted. We said
That's
up
not true.
to 3.
I'm sorry,
We
ma'am.
voted and we said up to 3.
And then you
I
voted
cho-
to do something different.
because I was told that we never voted on that. So I'm not going to argue about something that I was told we never voted on. I had to go back and listen to the meeting, sit through a meeting. How exciting to listen to hear that we voted up to 3. That's what we voted, and that's what should have been done.
But you didn't make a motion,
Because I was told that we never did that.
Commissioner.
Hearing you correctly, what he's saying is when somebody put in 4, a motion could have been made that they have to eliminate
No,
one.
because he said that we never said it was up to 3. So why would I make a motion when the attorney is telling me?
I didn't say that, ma'am. I'm sorry. That's not correct. It was not me who said that. Now, having said that, let me go on and say that the motion, when it was said that there were going to be 3, was also the time that it said that people were going to turn their votes in October. And that didn't happen either. So was the rest of it, only that part of it was still valid and the rest of it was not? That's highly questionable. The bottom line is, however you got there, look, if you feel that aggrieved by this, then make a motion now.
No, I'm not going to make a motion and change anything because I'm not changing what was done right. We said up to 3. I'm not making a motion. I'm not going to delay the getting a manager. I'm just going to say that next time I vote, I may think about voting because what's the difference?
The difference is that the commission has the right to move forward as a majority of the commission sees fit. And if somebody wasn't happy with it, they could have taken action. But instead, the commission basically unanimously decided who were your finalists.
City Attorney,
and you moved forward.
thank you so very much. Do I have a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Motion.
Second, all in favor say aye. Aye.